every single time. Double blink initiated for Viking. Some really good stuff coming out from him. Really looking forward to seeing this team more.
No, for sure. Yeah, the jump from Boom, Kezu and Aramis every single fight just makes it impossible for any of the backlines to level up to set up and enable things for RDO, of course. And the Monkey King already struggling as carry this game. As you said, maybe for some of the reasons with the hero not being quite what it was before, having a tough time trying to carry against Shad. But there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. With that, the series, it's Vikings. It's Viking take this best of 3, 2-1 against Level Up.
They do indeed. After a little bit of a rocky first game, they finish strong here in the third game of the series. It is theirs. Viking GG take the first victory, while Level Up, of course, some food for thought there. We're going to talk about the third game of the series and talk to the winners after the break. pressure on themselves to perform, especially since they said that everybody apart from High Coast would be easy for them to face. And after the first game, looked like that was going to be a struggle, but game 2 and 3, they do make it look easy indeed. They just need a little bit of a warm-up, and that's fine. Sometimes you just need a little bit of a warm-up. Looked like for Level Up, unfortunately, well, that first game, that was like all the air they had left because they couldn't finish anything in game 2 and 3. Unfortunately for them, fortunately for Viking. We're going to break down the game. We're going to also talk to one of the champions here. I'm here with Kyle and Moxie. And yeah, Moxie, Viking GG looking good.
Yeah, you know, I think Boom definitely felt a lot more secure this time around. He had a much better game. And I think, you know, hats off to Funnick. He did as much as he could with that Timber spell. But I can't tell you how many times that we're watching these fights and they're either Funnick is too far in and they just silence stuff, he's stunned or whatever, or they're just the Viking team was able to walk away with just no hit points left. They had no way to hold them in place. There was just none. There was not enough disable.
Yeah.
It's Pango Timber kind of want to do the same thing in the fights, but there were a couple times he's silenced, but his ult's running, so he can't hit the Phantom thing. He's just running. He's just effectively useless, and
yeah, I think it was Brian in the back was saying, like, this is just when they get a bit lost, they don't know what the last pick is. Oh, it's funny. Yeah, I didn't think it was Timbersaw, but really not a great Timbersaw game. Grimstroke, Hammer Spirit. I think that this is a great combination that we're going to see a lot more often as this tournament progresses. Shout out to Keizu, played center quite well, but really just a better draft.
Yeah, overall, the Timbersaw actually looked a little good the first 20 minutes, and then, then it kind of fell off. My first question is, what do you think about the patch?
I think the patch looks pretty good so far. I think, excuse me, they already hotfixed a few things, like with the bottles and like there being like 20 million runes all the time. But I think apart from that, most of the changes are pretty good. The way they altered items and outposts, I mean, so far I'm enjoying it. I think most people are, and well, hopefully we will figure it out step by step. Because right now, there's so many new things.
Yeah.
It will take a bit to get used to.
You wanna give a comment on what happened game 1?
Yeah, I was going to ask that question.
What happened game 1? I think without taking any credit away from them, I think, sometimes it's you can get lost as a team. Maybe you don't play as well. I think we made some strategical errors before the game started. And then in the game, I think we didn't combine our heroes the way we should, which, it sounds very simple, and it is, but sometimes maybe you end up making some bad decisions, you make a bad call, and then stuff like that stacks up. And then they played their draft pretty well, and it was hard for us to play. I think that's pretty much it.
Well, I wanted to comment because I felt like the courier management could have been improved. You guys then banned Bounty Hunter 2 games in a row. Hey, you forgot. You pushed that to the back of your mind, huh?
Well, I'm notorious for feeding my courier. It's even a meme in the team when there's no bounty hunter in the game. So now you add a bounty, and then my mid laner pulls a Kezu and loses it 4 times as well. Then it feels not the greatest to play.
Not good when you're a verb in your own team.
Yeah.
I had a question because we got to watch the interview earlier. I think it was Boom who said that most of the teams looked really, really easy. And I was wondering, when you look at these teams, I'm going to take away the team bit. Is there any specific player or like support duo that you guys have your eyes on specifically? That it might become
that he thinks is really easy?
No, not easy.
Oh, okay.
That would be awful.
Well, I can't speak for the others, but in terms of myself, I view kind of everyone the same. I mean, if there are standout players, then I would know. So far, I don't really look at anyone because I think, generally speaking, it's more important for us to look at ourselves. I wouldn't necessarily agree that every game is just going to be a free win because, people are here for a reason, and if people play well, they will beat you. If you don't show up, then you don't deserve to win. But, I don't really look at any other players at the moment.
Okay.
All right. I also am curious to hear your thoughts on what position Hoodwink should be played, if at all.
Well, I played it once in the offlane and it was garbage. I don't want to touch the hero. So I'm just going to say it's not an offlaner.
Okay.
I guess, I think it's a 4 hero. Position 4.
And I guess doesn't really fit in the meta of the 4s right now if you look at all the others that are able to do so much more.
I think it's probably okay, but then also we need to remember it's a new hero. I don't think there are many good Hoodwink players out there.
Fair,
and people have no idea when to pick it. Same with this new hero, which is just some global ganker that kills everyone.
Shots
that's a
fired.
different topic.
Shots fired at Sing Sing. I see what you're doing, Casey.
Yeah. Stop it, Kyle.
All right, Kezu. I'm going to thank you for taking the time to talk to us, and I'm sure we're going to talk to you a lot more if you keep playing like that.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Right, thank you.
Bye.
And that is it for the lower division for today. It is Viking GG that take the victory here of the first series of DreamLeague Season 15, but we have to move on. We have to go to a division... No, production is wrong. No, that's not true.
What?
What? Production's saying OG Brame, but that's the last series of the day. Come on.
Not yet. Not yet.
Production could be right. Look,
No. It's Tundra Hellbear. It's first.
how do you know? You got your information from where?
from the document that production linked.
Oh no! I thought you were gonna say Liquipedia.
No,
because I actually love. Like, I think Liquipedia. There's been times where it's been accurate.
Yeah.
And the defense have been wrong. Shout out to you guys. Thanks for running that.
great. I was in the middle of my throw, guys,
Sorry.
because we gotta go to a break because
Oh.
that's when Upper Division starts. Tundra
Right now.
versus Hellbear Smashers. After this.
Not quite now, but soon.
Rep your hoodie a little bit more?
No, they didn't pay me to do that, so yeah. But no, lovely stuff.
It looks comfy.
Yeah, I'm very happy with it. Thank you, DreamHack. Good lads.
Good lads. You looking forward to some Upper Division Dota 2?
Yeah. I don't know why I sounded confused there, because no, I definitely am. Absolutely. I'm really happy as well with starting with the matchup that we are, because I'm just very excited to see. You know, we just saw in the lower division what the performance was like for a team that's previously in the upper division. Mm-hmm. Now we're going to get to see what the performance is going to be like from a team that was in the lower division moving up. And I think it's going to be good. Hellbear Smashers looked really good last season. They were a fresh team. I believe they were only put together a few weeks before the actual league.
Correct.
And they did seem like a squad that was going to put the hard work in and step it up coming into this. So even as well, obviously being down a coach, they no longer have Mr. T, Governor.
Big loss.
It's all in their hands now as players, but I think they're good hands, especially centered around someone like Misery.
Yeah, Rasmus now for the uninitiated, indeed. Brian, is there anything, because we saw one series, right? That was our first official series on this patch. Is there anything you're expecting to see patch related that you just got seen ignored in the previous series that you thought, oh, well, I'm definitely going to see this?
Well, my biggest thing was that Manta and Dragonlance got buffed for all these range carries, so I was pretty surprised that all last series we didn't see any range carries.
No, not even banned.
Yeah, no, literally ignored. So I'm thinking we're going to see a little bit more of that as the league moves forward, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how, if one team starts doing that kind of thing, how quickly it gets picked up by everyone else.
How fast do you think we are going to adapt to things that are happening in other regions? Because, okay, so I had this discussion with the previous panel. At the major, Europe didn't do so hot. So I would imagine they're going to look towards some other regions maybe a little bit more compared to last time.
Yeah, I was waiting for my first panel to talk about this. I was watching Insania's stream, and something was happening in his pub game, and he's like, China teams would not be letting them farm the triangle right now. And he's like, they'd be smoking on them. We gave them 4 extra minutes to farm the triangle than we should have. And I was like, okay, well, clearly Europe's looking to other regions, already studying what happened to them during the major. So I definitely think that's something we're going to be seeing. And if at the very least they're going to be looking at the heroes, right?
So what did happen, according to you?
In the major?
Yeah.
I honestly think they kind of just disrespected their opponents, thinking like, we have our play style, we're going to embrace it, and we're going to bring it, and it's going to be the best one there. And then,
and then it wasn't.
It wasn't.
No, it wasn't. And I think overall, I think it's a good thing. I think there's obviously a lot of egos with a lot of the European teams, European players. They would have definitely been humbled a little bit after that major experience. And all in all, that's just going to force these teams to work that extra little bit harder to make sure that they but none of the teams want to sort of scrape through this division anymore. Yeah. They want to crush through it like Secret did. They don't want to be this division, this league, this region where it's like Secret plus all kind of good teams. Maybe not so great after we saw them in the major. Mm-hmm. But that's also obviously going to push up the other leagues. I think even if EU does step up their game, I think that the next meeting on an international sort of land at the next major it's still going to be rough for them. It was disappointing. It was not a good showing, but the teams know that they're going to put in work.
Yep, and of course the two teams that we see in front of us, or that we will see in front of us, are Tundra and Hellbear Smashers. And there's a lot of similarities with these two teams. For example, as Owen just mentioned, Hellbear Smashers made only a little bit before the first season. Same thing goes for Tundra. And Tundra did make it through the Decider tournament. Hellbear Smashers did not. Of course, Tundra was then called Mud Golems, I believe. And they have looked good. They didn't make it all the way to the top. So what do these two teams need to do, Brian, to make it to the top?
I think it's just consistency for Tundra. Them specifically, I look at players like Nine, and he has his standout games, and then he has his, let's just say, not so standout games.
Yeah.
So I think for them, they have the capabilities of being a tier 1 team when it comes to like playing at their highest peak. But that's said for a lot of tier 2 players. On the other hand, for Hellbear Smashers, I think they kind of applied what a lot of veteran captains do when they're against weaker teams, where let's just pick pretty much the same heroes every single game, and we're just going to rely on the fact that we're better than people.
Yeah.
So I think they're going to have to really diversify their hero pool to take it to the next level for them.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. Both of these teams, of course, a little bit for a lot of people stuck between tier 1 and tier 2 teams. They have what it takes, but they haven't quite reached through, and we're going to hear them talk about what it's like for them.
Do you thrown out over on the Focus. Hellbear looking, he's going to try to roll to be able to go throw out the Tornado. Focus is left all alone now, and they'll finally be able to take down Bear Rasmus with the triple kill.
I think it is a rough spot to be in the tier 2 scene where you're like almost a tier 1 team. That's probably the roughest place to be in some ways, because you're not quite there where you can get a nice organization to help you out. You're not quite there where you are in the prize money. You're not quite there where you can get to the majors, to TI maybe, but it's still a full-time job, right? You're putting just as much effort as everybody else. It's hard to break that cycle.
Coming in, Fauna stunned up for a second. Does manage to get a nice vacuum. Oh, look at that! That is beautiful! A 33-9 wombo combo will take...
Being exactly between T1 and T2, in a way, it's obviously also motivating, because, you know, you feel like you can do it. You feel like you can get there with just, you know, that little bit of an edge. You know, maybe just a little bit more work, or a little bit more, you know, just understanding the patch. And I think it can go very, very quickly from T2 to T1.
It's so easy to just say, well, you gotta just get good, you know? Because at the end of the day, that is kind of what it is, right? Even though you put a lot of effort, that's like, everybody does that, right? In a way.
Especially this season, we really want to show that they're actually capable of being a consistent T1 team. That's also my goal in creation of this team. I want to be a consistent T1 team. And yeah, hopefully it works out.
GG is called. What a series, what a game, and what a showing from Tundra.
A consistent tier 1 team. Definitely the goal of probably most European teams, most teams in the world, I would think. And we're going to find out which one of these two teams has a better start to the season, because we are about ready for this upper division series between Tundra and Hellbear Smashers. So stay tuned. We'll be right back after the break. boys, Snaking. Ryan, you excited to see him play again?
Yeah, they saw what happened in the major, and they decided to do the reverse of what NA's been doing the last several years, and they're importing. They brought him in, and Snaking's a dope player. Like, the only issue he's really ever had on teams is that he's very vocal. He's very strong-willed, stubborn, and as long as he has his ability to really take over the game plan for this team, like where Fada's more of like the strategist, and then he's more the in-game shot calling, I think Snaking will have a good place on this team.
Because we know, obviously, Fada, 33-9, Skeeter, we don't know exactly how vocal they are. Maybe they wanted someone that was more vocal, right? Could that be? Because I think Fada and 33 are quite strong, at least outside of the game, but I'm not sure how strong they are inside of the game in terms of communication.
Yeah, they seem like the quieter type. If anything, they'd be willing to step down.
Yeah, because I think that's always been the assumption, but I think players have said before that 33 is actually pretty vocal at making the calls and the shots. We'll see if the balance works out. I do think, no discredit to Biver. I thought he was doing very well with the squad, but I do think, Snaking is an upgrade. I think Snaking, just historically, some of the showings he's had in some of the teams, he's looked like that top-tier star player. I think back on, some of the runs with Team MP back in the sort of the Envy days.
Yeah,
he was an incredibly strong showing. I think back then he was playing 3.
Yeah, he was.
4. Obviously made the move, but definitely sort of strike me as a player that's going to have that solid idea of the game. There's also going to be a player that adapts good to and fast to new patches. I see Snaking coming in with some good approaches already in the 7.2.
Definitely. I do want to talk about what's on our screen because we do have the openings. We see a bounty hunter again.
Yeah.
Invoker.
Yeah.
I want to talk about Invoker. Exort Invoker seems to be a good thing now.
Yeah, I've been hearing mixed reviews from various Invoker players in chat. I haven't actually gotten the chance to talk to high-level Invokers yet, but they were talking about how you get all the stats.
Wait. You various Invoker players
in chat?
Do you mean Twitch chat?
Yeah. I'm talking in Twitch chat.
All right.
That's all I've got. I said I haven't got to talk to me.
What does Twitch chat think about Invoker?
What I was saying is I thought it was all buffs. I thought giving this hero stats and the ability to, now you pretty much gain benefit from all the orbs when you don't have them. You get all the stats.
Wait. You various
a buff
Invoker
to the hero.
players in chat. Do you mean Twitch chat?
Yeah. I'm talking in Twitch chat.
All right.
That's all I've got. I said I haven't got to talk to me.
What does Twitch chat think about Invoker?
What I was saying is I thought it was all buffs. I thought giving this hero stats and the ability to, now you pretty much gain benefit from all the orbs when you don't have them currently on. I thought that would be overall a buff to the hero. And a lot of people are saying, but he has less regen from Quas, so he's not going to be able to lane as well. So I'm under the impression that the hero is probably a bit more fragile in the laning stage. Maybe some of his worser matchups will be a bit more punishing, but other than that, seems like he's just strictly better.
Well, if you are taking the analysis from Twitch chat, I will bring up a game that I have played myself.
Okay.
Where we had a position 4 Invoker.
Okay.
Exort. He crushed it. He was laning together with a Phoenix, so they had great synergy. Owen, you were in that game.
Yeah, I mean, you just get some of the Yules online. Obviously, the new shard is all very pog. You're throwing these meteors out.
All the meteors. Yeah.
Do all 3 hit the same target?
No. They're like...
They split. So, you're just covering a lot of ground. If this hero doesn't have any escape or BKB, you can't really run anywhere. You're going to be running in the path of one of them. So it'll be interesting seeing, for Hellbear Smashers, this was something that they were doing before. Stormer. His best hero always pretty much gets banned out in the second phase by teams if they don't get it through in the first 2. So this is why we see Hellbear Smashers prioritize it as much as they do here. Interesting from Tundra, an early gyro pick, Brian. I mean, where's this hero sort of sitting at the moment?
Yeah, he's one of the range carries, or he's a 5. We did see a bit of 5 gyro towards the end of last patch, and I don't hate it now. I think nothing about the patch has really nerfed the 5-position gyro. As long as you have you want to carry that fights in lane. It's something like a Troll Warlord, something like a Jug, something that wants to go for kills. Gyro 5 goes very well with it. So I think they're totally leaving it open. But the flat cannon buffs, it's back, I think, if they want to try to carry.
Yeah, and as Owen said, Fada was one of the people that really liked it previous patch already. So it might just be that it's... he feels also vindicated by some of the Chinese teams picking it last major, and he just wants to go for it again.
Beastmaster, Brian, as I said to you earlier, is this the meta? Is this good? You're picking Beastmaster, you're rushing Ags.
The thing for me is I thought people were going to rush like one small item, like even Solar Crest. Yeah, I say it's a small item. I personally think Solar Crest is like the most broken mid-gamey item right now. It's about 75% of the bonuses it used to give, and then you can just rush it. It's 2,600 gold. So I think I would love to see something like that into the Ags. But yeah, the Ags is pretty insane. The fact that Axes are just about 75% of the mana cost, on top of the fact that you get the level 20 talent that you used to get once you get the Ags, the timing's pretty insane. You're definitely going in lane, though. That's the cool part, is that you just... Yeah, who needs micro when you can just max axes? Spirit Breaker, so maybe not so much a Gyro 5. I would imagine Spirit Breaker Beastmaster's not a lane, unless Beastmaster's perhaps mid.
I mean, you're right. Yeah, with the change in Beastmaster with this axe, maybe there is the potential to sort of run it in different positions.
I like the Phoenix pick. Egg is already a little bit protected with the Invoker.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's always going to be nice with the Death Blast. And I mean, they're not the worst lineup for taking it down. I mean, yeah, Gyro's got a bit of range. Beastmaster's going to have a bit of attack speed to offer up the team. And they've still got 2 picks to deal with it, so definitely options for Tundra to go sort of down core routes that can hit the egg or run away from it. As Darkseer's going to come out, and I mean, how is this working out as a Beastmaster mid? Right, like, how does this fit the best?
Yeah, it has to be, right? Unless it's a Beastmaster support, which sounds worse. I would be surprised if they rotated the Gyro out of this carry role. I think carry Gyro is really nice here. It's an early BKB buyer. You can hit the egg without jeopardizing the rest of your impact in the team fight, because you pop flak, hit the egg, everyone else gets hit too. It's a good follow-up to the rest of their team fight. It definitely looks like a Beastmaster mid to me.
Sure, because without a doubt, having the Darkseer Spirit Breaker as the lane to get.
Yeah.
How does Beastmaster do against Invoker, though? I mean, that seems like a rough lane.
I legit have no idea how it does now that they've reworked what he does as a hero. I have legit no idea.
Because is there any other option yet for Invoker doing anything but mid? Because they got now the Bounty and the Phoenix.
It's like I'd be very surprised.
If it was another team, I would be open-minded about it, but not with Hellbear Smashers.
It's fair enough, yeah.
So they look like they think it's a core bounty because they're banning out the Oracle. Maybe they're just making sure the Darkseer lane gets off the ground running. Wraith King should have issues with this. You're a Wraith King, like you're a melee hero with weak level 1 through 3, and Spirit Breaker Darkseer up in your face. Like as of now, they have no way to deter like these 2 Ion Shell heroes running at you. And they go for the Egg Protector in the last. But I actually really like these bans from Tundra. It's like, make sure you don't shut down our lane, and then we have the ability to kill your egg with our current heroes, and just make it so our ranged core or support can bring it down. Mars would be super obnoxious.
Yeah, they're leaving a lot open on the Tundra, whose goes where. I like it. Although Hellbear Smashers, of course, banning out some cores. Any other than Juggernaut they should be worried about? Any egg killers?
Yeah, Lifestealer might be worth that. People have been picking it. I don't know how good it is. I haven't gotten the chance to try it myself, but it's free damage. Whenever a hero gets free damage, especially when the hero used to hit like a wet noodle, it tends to be pretty impactful on the carry roll.
And it's a nice infest on the Spirit Breaker to go in.
Oh, yeah. Delivery service.
Oh, yes. I mean, it does have a lot of potential. And if this is a 4 Spirit Breaker, I'm sure we're going to see Snaking making some waves. And yeah, Lifestealer does get banned last here. But let's see what these picks are going to be. Because they have to reveal everything before Hellbear Smashers get to choose their last hero, so they can still have some chance to react to whatever is getting picked.
10 seconds remaining.
They still have a minute left for Tundra to go into their bonus time if they want as well. What do you think, Owen?
There's a lot of ways they can do it. As we say, we're not 100% with the Gyro or the Beastmaster go. There is some versatility. We say, I think it's most like the Beastmaster is mid. Gyro is going to be farther on the 5, and then we are going to see this carry pick come through as last.
It's either going to be a melee support like ET. Yeah, it's the Troll. Troll and Jug, pretty much the 2 best carries to put with the Gyro. When he throws out the rocket, because that's pretty much his main impact in the laning stage, you just want a carry that can potentially throw some damage into the guy that's going to get stunned. And Troll, perfect hero to do it.
If you were early access, can you get rid of the Shadow Walk from Invoker? If you get the spell?
No.
Access? Shadow Walk doesn't get the spell?
The Ghost
Walk?
Yeah,
Ghost Walk.
yeah, both the forms of Invis coming out from Hellbears are not dispellable.
No. Is there any other cute plays you can do with that or no?
I mean, dispelling the fire spirits in the fight's going to be nice. Taking that off yourself.
True.
But yeah, we'll see if the Axe comes out.
Sure.
It always seems like there's a lot of games where the Axe could be good and then it's never really built.
Mm-hmm.
And not until the 5th or 6th item.
Yeah, you tend to either go at Maelstrom Axe or you just don't go Axe.
Yeah.
Seems to be the options.
All right, you got the Dazzle. We forgot about that. Dazzle's been the hot hero in the pubs. It's the offlane Dazzle.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's great, right? The Shard, definitely one of the busted ones, right? One of the downsides of this hero was that they removed the stun back in the day from having any sort of input on the poison touch. Now, well, hey, your stun's not back. You can have a Hex instead. So exciting stuff. Indeed, and over on the side, as expected, it is indeed 9 playing the Beastmaster and Fata playing the Gyrocopter.
I am very excited for also the Dazzle 15 talent. I think that is also broken. The extra heal when the grave ends. I think that's great. I love the Dazzle. But I'm not sure if I like the rest of the draft as much as I like the Dazzle. What are you thinking, Brian, for this first game of the series?
I'm just scared for their lanes. I think Troll Gyro might give Dazzle a really hard time, and I do think the Wraith King's going to have a tough time too. So if they lose both side lanes, I don't see much chance for them this game.
No, how about you, Owen?
Yeah, I've got to agree with Brian. I think the draft here from Tundra is just a little too aggressive for I feel the heroes of Hellbear Smashers to really deal with. This Spirit Breaker, Darkseid is just going to come running at them. I think the Bounty early pick did get kind of punished by the way that they're going to play and the fact that they're going to be just as happy to run straight into them. And honestly, I believe last season as well, I don't think it lost the game, or if it did, it was a very high win rate. The Fada support Gyro was something that he was brilliant with.
Yeah,
I think he's going to be great with it again here. I think Tundra's going to take this.
All right, well, let's find out what's going to happen in this first game of the series. I'm going to pass you over to our commentary team of Cap and Kyle.
Thank you very much, Cheever. Hey, real quick question for you guys. How quickly did Brian pick up the mid Beastmaster? Yeah? Okay.
Brian, it's typically pretty quick.
I mean, were you listening to me earlier, Brian?
Barely ever.
I didn't think so. I'm sitting next to Brian. He's playing Hearthstone. I'm doing my research. Yeah. I'm trying to tell him, dude, Nine's playing mid Beastmaster in his pubs. Yeah. I think that's what they're going to be going for here. I see Beastmaster. I'm like, they're doing mid Beastmaster. And Brian's going to call it out because I told him about it. He wasn't listening to me, Kyle.
I was very clear with Sheeves, too. I said, remember to introduce us as Kyle and Cap, and she bumbled that as well.
No, she's doing an alphabetical.
That's not what we agreed upon when we decided to this cast. It was about order of importance.
Yeah, Cap and Kyle.
It does sound better, to be fair.
It also sounds like a person. Captain Kyle.
Captain Wolf.
Yeah, a pirate. All right, let's get into the game, shall we?
I was more of a lieutenant.
That's not right. I am looking forward to this. I thought Owen did a good job of talking about this series when he first started. I'm excited as well. I think Owen did very well in that fact. I want to be able to see how these lower division teams actually match up.
Yep.
Or are they just going to be automatically bottom 2, or are they going to be able to put up enough of a fight that we're going to see potentially them stay in the upper division? And I feel like that may be a hard task for many of the regions, and especially here in the, I guess, the third best region.
It's the best in our hearts. I think if there's anybody that can get a team to that next level, similar to how Fata and Tundra found success, I think Rasmus has played this game long enough that he's won a major. This guy knows what he's doing. He might be old. He might be bald, but he's going to show you how bald he can be.
Tundra! They've stumbled in to the Hellbear smash.
There you go.
Easy first blood. The boys just sit on top of their triangles, 5-man, and wait, Kyle. That part of the meta hasn't changed.
No, it has not. And I love the drafts coming out from these sides. We saw Bounty Hunter. This hero's going to be first, too, all day in this region. This is a hero we're going to see a lot of. And then the Darkseer Spirit Breaker. from Tundra. I think this is the debut of snaking as well. Traveled across the pond to participate. One of the more underrated 4-3 positions. There's MSS and there's snaking. I think that both are known to kind of swap back and forth between roles that play the offlane, but he's been underrated for some time. He works very hard. My brother squatted up with him for a few months back on Complexity and praised his work ethic. He's a thinker. He likes to theory craft a lot about what can be good, what drafts work, and he grinds. So I think it'll certainly help out Tundra, although I will miss Biver. Love that kid too. Fun players got to stick together.
I will say that my experience with snaking is that guy makes me feel very dumb about Dota.
Well, it doesn't...
He's like, why aren't you doing this? And I'm like, you're right, I really should be.
Yeah.
All right, Gilger. He's going to be run down here. He is going to just TP away. All right, well, that's nice and clean.
Yep. And this Spirit Breaker pick, this is traditionally the counter to the Bounty Hunter. You grab a Dust, you ever see him on the map, you get a charge off, and it's very easy to take him down. Look to see this Dire lineup place a bunch of high ground ward sentry combinations, because you'll catch him hunting couriers or some such, and then a charge into a TP is almost always going to get you a free kill.
I also like the fact that they're tri-laning at the start, because I always feel like right now when I'm playing 4 position with Darkseer, I just don't really provide that much. It feels like I'm just sharing experience with him and not really providing any pressure. Because he's pushing it into the tower, so it's like as a melee 4, like what am I really going to do with that? So much better for him to get level 3 perhaps, and then maybe you can rotate down there. 33 is going to be chased down right now by Tofu, and if he lands enough of these fire spirits, he may actually get the kill. He's still got a fairy fire. He's going to pop that one. The last fire spirits will not land. He'll survive with 90 health.
Wouldn't have killed him anyway. That damage has been nerfed a bit. When it was 20 damage a tick, it was pretty absurd at level 1. Now only 15, of course. And the other thing is they've buffed tower armor and regen so much that you just can't dive. Like, you have a Tusk Darkseer, you're not killing anybody under this tower until like level 4+.
Yeah.
So it makes sense. Although it is certainly a struggle. I like this. You just play with the lane mechanics. Snaking's going to pull and just make this really annoying for Hellbear.
Meanwhile, our mid matchup, we haven't actually talked about that one too much. 9 is going to be playing that mid Beastmaster, trying to take advantage of the bottle situation that's currently happening. Earlier bottles, thanks to a more guaranteed refill with the water runes available. And then on top of that, this is just what people have been kind of experimenting with when it comes to Beastmaster, the axe build.
We're talking about in the pregame. The Beastmaster got buffed. Yeah, they removed Necro, but you give this hero that already had insane base damage, base armor, move speed, attack animation, BKB piercing ultimate. Mid, it makes a ton of sense. The axe build is very strong. Your damage output is pretty nasty. And Solar Crest is cheaper now. The HOD build's always a possibility. But as you said, the Ags Rush. We've seen it able to solo Roshan with, I don't know how long that'll last, but I dig it.
Yep. And then people are building like E-Blade and even Dagon afterwards just to be able to maximize all that magic damage and the amplification they're getting off of the wild axes. It's pretty crazy and very annoying to deal with. Just constantly this guy throwing out the axes over and over again at you from a very long distance. I believe you would kind of refer to that. Is that a dangle or a tangle? I've lost track. That long distance, low commitment damage?
That's what we call LRC. Which is a totally different strategy concept that goes all the way back to, I think, Toronto in the days of BD Pros, 1817 plus champs. The long-range cannons. You combine them together and deal damage from a frame away.
I have no idea what you're referencing, but we're going to have a charge away. 9 is having a bit of a problem with his mana. He's constantly being EMP'd by Stormer. Perhaps that's part of the reason that this Invoker is taking a lead in CS in the mid lane.
Yep. It's really nice to play this Invoker against heroes like Spirit Breaker. It's really their only interrupt, so he'll likely have to, It has to be crossflex. If not for the Breaker, maybe you can experiment with Exort. It certainly would be better for you in the laning phase, but you need that interrupt on the charge.
Rasmus looked like he got a little too close there to the troll in the top lane. What do you think about the new Dazzle? I'm not convinced by it, but maybe Rasmus will prove something different here as we're going to go back in time here and see what happened to Rasmus. Looks like with the big creep wave coming in, he was feeling himself, ends up getting a little bit caught out by Fada while his support I believe, was trying to do some pulling, so. Standard off-lane stuff. Get a little bit too aggressive while your support's trying to pull.
Yeah. I mean, you talk about, oh, hang on. Yep, there's that charge on the end of bounty. That's a free kill. You mean the Ags on Dazzle?
I mean, they also gave that shard pickup that now, like, hexes people and stuff.
The shard is cool. I think the Ags is actually pretty nuts. A Dispel that is AoE is pretty absurd, and it also can do some pretty significant damage and heal. Like, it's such a low cooldown spell. You also then get CDR from your ultimate. So it's pretty significant to have a 240 heal nuke on a 6-second or lower cooldown.
Yeah, I just I'm just not convinced, mostly because of the fact that I feel like the hero would have been good last patch.
With the Necro Book?
With the, now Necro Books aren't there, and I feel like that was one of the Dazzle's finest items. So, but we'll see. I've only watched it like once or twice. So.
I think something maybe like the Dazzle PL of old could be pretty nasty. But I do agree. It doesn't... That's always been the trouble with Dazzle as a core. What items do you buy? I've seen Holy Lockets, you saw Necro Books, you see Greaves, Solar Crest, Drums. Who knows?
Speaking of Holy Locket, that's another item that got buffed up yet again. They've got good ways to hunt down this bounty hunter, man. Every single time he shows himself, he's getting homing missiles, he's potentially getting charged. Skeeter's helping out quite a bit, being very active at helping his support battle against the bounty.
Disappointing advancements there. Does not drop the Null Talisman to use the Mango. But perhaps that's just the experience. You know, if you drop items on the ground, sometimes things can go awry quickly. The Phoenix also, I just realized, doesn't really have too many answers. Yeah, theoretically Troll, get the Beastmaster attack speed, or you can take it down with the BKB, but it's a very good pick, and saw it used a lot at the Major.
You know what you can get, Kyle?
What can you get?
You can get that fancy new shard that the Troll has. The, what's it called? It's not Battle Chain. It's a whole new ability. Rampage or something?
Yeah.
I don't remember what it's called. Rampage!
All allied heroes, 70 attack speed. Huh.
Yeah, that one's kind of weird.
That's really weird. And it's like, it seems like an Ag's ability, and it's just a shard.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's another discussion. We had all these heroes now. You know, first there was that patch where everybody got a scepter. Now everyone has a shard as well. It's like, does something change at 20 minutes? If you pick, you save the gold and hit like a StarCraft timing, it's like, oh no, the Archons are coming, and then suddenly you're finding yourself at the tier 3. The Banelinks, that's the big timing. You get the tech and then roll into the base. I miss Pro StarCraft.
I'll be honest, I never got into StarCraft. I was a Warcraft boy.
Yeah, me too. The Warcraft remaster is still one of the most disappointing launches. Yeah, I was so excited, and then the game just sucked. They didn't even have ladder. How do you release a game without ladder? What am I playing for, if not raiding?
It's true. They just don't understand gamers at that point. Getting back into this game, I feel like specifically for heroes like Troll and stuff, these carries that don't want to invest their gold into something like a shard because they're thinking about bigger and better items. They don't want to delay. That's not 20-minute Roshan, but the second Roshan that gives away a shard.
Yeah.
I feel like these extra shard abilities are even more important when you're able to get that shard for free if you get that second Roshan. I feel like these carries are going to be the biggest beneficiaries of something like that.
Yeah, I'm just realizing, check out the net worth. This bottom lane has been a disaster for this dire lineup. You have an Armlet soon to finish on Ace, but Tofu has more net worth than the Darkseer. The Wraith King has been jungling. He's level 8, and he's getting this all out of the woods, whereas Tofu, he's just 1v1 against the Darkseer and dominating. He'll be 6 in a moment. This charge might backfire. There it is. You can't kill him anymore now. This lane is kind of a disaster. Yeah, 3-3 does not have a game.
They're going to swoop in. They're going to try. They might be able to catch him here.
Just hit 6.
Ion Shell. He's got his level 6, but he's got to get the Fire Spirits out on him. No vacuum to stop that dive away.
No, the Spearbreaker hits 6 and immediately then gets the ult off, but there's, where's the damage?
Yeah.
What is going to happen off that?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, Tundra going to make a move here to see if they can catch Gilger. Does get dusted, unfortunately, for the boys of Tundra. He is just outside of their vision.
I think Gilger, could be afraid of the Spirit Breaker, but I would have liked to see him do much like we saw in that previous matchup. Hunt more couriers, high ground, the puppy wards I call them, those deep high grounds on both sides of the jungle. That's how you play this. Every courier is worth like a hero kill or more.
Well, they don't have level 6 quite yet, but they still managed to find a kill with Gilger there, as they're going to try and put some early pressure on this mid lane. Meanwhile, Tofu backing away is going to be able to pop the egg. Did he manage to get both of them? Looks like they are not going to be able to kill that egg. And if anything, the Phoenix is going to be able to get his revenge. Turning around, going on the snaking here. Still has his dive. Oh, no. Oh, they get him just finally. The cold snap there. I thought maybe Stormer was going to pay for a little bit of greediness. Skeeter TPing in to try and defend this mid lane. They're saying the Invoker's not here. We should definitely defend our towers, guys. And 9 with his constant axe spam is going to make them pay for it a little bit. No, actually, Ace doesn't even lose his reincarnation.
Way too tanky with that armlet, even when not toggled on. Just because as well, you have some pretty cool synergy with I was about to say the Dazzle and the Troll, but that's not how it works. They're on opposite teams. What were you saying, Cap?
Yeah, that is definitely true. You cannot shallow grave an enemy hero. The game literally will not let you make that mistake, Kyle.
Thank you, Cap. And I gotta say, Hellbear Smasher is looking pretty solid here. The Ags build on Beastmaster, I think, is kind of dependent on being ahead. You can push lanes constantly. You're taking jungle stacks. I don't think it's not. Is it going to win you a fight, right? And consider you're also playing against the EMP Tornado, and I think that's not your priority as Stormstorm. You see Aurora, EMP the Beastmaster. He is no longer a hero in a fight.
100%. This is a hero that likes long, drawn-out fights. He wants to be able to hit you with the axes 2 or 3 times before he makes the commitment. Yeah. And Invoker kind of makes it so longer, drawn-out fights usually work to his favor thanks to EMP. Burning you out of those resources. They're going to be able to land a missile here. They're going to go for it. Stormer underneath this assault is going to be able to get off the Tornado onto 2. Snaking is going to be forced away. The Bouncy Shuriken, though, has managed to finish him off. They pull him back in with a vacuum, but it's still not enough to cleanly win this fight. Tundra, once again, forced on the retreat as a second Shuriken comes in. That won't finish off 33, but it'll keep them nice and low. They are desperate, Kyle, to hold on to this mid tower, but I don't think they can anymore.
I don't think so either. This is just dead. This is, we talk a lot about Armlet. That's why we saw so much of the major as well on Lifestealer. When you give it to the Wraith King, same effect. Not only do you have 2 lives, it is the most cost-efficient item in terms of damage survivability. It's also buffed a bit. I think there's 40 health drain instead of 50 as it was previously.
Snaking, fearless, but maybe that's not a good thing. Snaking, that charge felt a little pointless.
They have the bounty too. They got track off there, I believe.
Yeah, they're certainly racking up some track kills.
Yeah.
They are now 3,000 net worth ahead on the side of the Smashers. They have better map control. This sort of stuff is certainly going to build up, as I don't think a lineup with this mid Beastmaster, an off-lane Darkseer, and a Troll is really going to be able to play that much together. 9's going to be caught out, does manage to get off the ground, turns around and goes for it, goes for the kill on the Stormer, doesn't quite get it, but maybe Fada can exact a little bit of vengeance here, but the Phoenix Egg is going to go off, sure, they're going to finish off Stormer, but now they're stuck under the assault of this egg. It's going to explode right on top of the Gyrocopter. They're going to catch up to Snaking as well. There was no chance of surviving here. Smashers, once again.
That's so worth it. It's actually good that they didn't EMP the Beastmaster and lose the Invoker, because both of those kills are track gold. I will take a core for 2 supports. Typically you'd say is even, but with track in effect, that's like an extra 500 plus gold that Smashers pick up, plus they now get a free objective. It is so dangerous. If you're playing against a bounty hunter and there's better team fight on the bounty hunter's side, you just don't really have options anymore.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And yeah, this roar is what not forces, I suppose, but that's what gives them that double TP opportunity. Suddenly all this focus is on the bottom lane, but you're fighting it to egg. That's never a winning situation.
As a result of all that, Smashers
it's a 4-man
are
track kill. 2 of them.
They're getting a lot of gold now. Their team fight's getting stronger and stronger. With Asmus finishing up the completed mech. They're going to have a Solar Crest soon on Bounty Hunter.
That was a terrifying image. Anybody who plays Dota sitting like that is serious.
Oh, did he have
the one leg up?
Like one leg up?
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's a classic.
Like, I remember that. Ramses is known for that.
No.
Beyond godlike.
Both his feet. He's not even touching the ground. It's all on the chair.
Yep. Abed, same deal.
Oof.
Ice. What do you know? They make it to a major final. Telling you.
The secret is the knee.
Yep.
It's like Captain Falcon. It's the knee of justice. Got to watch out for it. It's a killer move. 8-4, 15 minutes in. 15 minutes means that bounty runes are indeed spawning. Got to keep track of that.
Yep. Yeah, the downside of the Tundra lineup is that other than Spirit Breaker, it's their support. They don't have a core that really wants to get active, and that can be dangerous. Typically, you'd say it's 3-3 on the Darkseer, but that laning phase did not go well, and Dazzle plus Skeletons, holy crap, this is going to be a really free Roshan. They medallion on anybody? They do indeed on the bounty, but he's just chilling mid. Doesn't even need him.
No, he's collecting the extra experience in the mid lane. I wonder if he's going to pick up that shard when it comes up to around 20 minutes.
Man, Ace already has a relic. It is very farm Wraith King. Skeeter, of course, with the Battle Fury and the Possessed Mask. By far the best neutral item for a troll. You could argue it's even better than anything he'd get from the second tier. So he'll be able to keep up, and in theory, as the game continues, he'll match up quite well against the Wraith King, but his team is behind. The Ags is up for 9, however, with an Invis rune to boot.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And if Smashers are able to take a tier 2 pretty soon, then they can start racking in that, or taking away the experience from Tundra. What are your thoughts on that? Because I have a theory that's actually that makes it better to snowball.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Compared to so now you get the experience constantly, right? As opposed to directly at the 10-minute mark.
Oh yeah.
So teams before, when you were behind, you could at least try and make a play, a smoke play, off of trying to get a team fight and getting the outpost last second in time for the experience. Now that it's a constant thing, I feel like that's a lot the advantage of the winning team.
Yeah,
you like it more?
I think it's better just because in this spot, right? Let's say you take the outpost. Okay. It gives Tundra 3 minutes to just make a move and take it back. I like this. I just like it more. You also get immediate benefit when you take that map control. You should be rewarded if you kill an enemy tier 2 in 15 minutes instead of 23.
Forced away. Snaking. And they do have very good high ground defense. That being said, I feel like a lot of Dota, especially over the last year, teams have gotten really good at not going high ground, Kyle. Teams have gotten really good at just controlling the map and choking people out. So even though Tundra may have this Beastmaster spamming axes nonstop on the high ground, they can still just control the map. They don't quite do it here, though. They try and rotate to catch the troll and leave Rasmus behind. So maybe not quite the best example of that, but, these things happen.
They do. I mean, no. Won't make the joke I was going to make. I'm a big Rasmus fan.
Big Rasmus fan.
Always have been.
Always have been.
Yeah, man. We go back. It's starting to get a little strange on me. Dota is one of those games I'm sure many fans will understand. Like, you started playing Dota, you never really stop.
Yeah.
So you look back and you're like, holy crap, it's been 9 years. What happened?
Yeah. And, did you play Dota 1?
Only a few games
did a little
as
bit,
an
right?
amateur.
Yeah.
I used to first pick Riki and ask somebody on my team to pull me boots. I carry. And some people would.
Yeah,
it's great.
Poor souls.
Yeah, I was like 11 or 12. Yeah, so Ace, this is how you want to play it, though, if you're Smashers. Just take these towers. You've got so much tempo and pressure. Get your team gold up as much as you can. Continue to force. You have the Aegis on the Invoker, and you can force the enemy team all back to base, and you're just going to continue. Careful, Snaking.
Snaking is in right now. He's going to gain Cold Snap, Sun Raid, slowly burnt out. The Axes are doing quite a bit of work here. Tofu's going to have to dive on out of there. Yeah. But he should be good as this rocket will not even touch him.
Get the Aether Lens now, too, man. This is just a straight-up Axe build. The nerf to the mana cost from 80 to 65, it's just absurd. He actually just has infinite Axes.
Yeah.
So like any movie that has some kind of archer, they just ignore the fact that he's shot 100 arrows, and yet his quiver is still somehow full of arrows. In this case,
so you're saying this is more realistic because his axes come back to him.
Yeah.
Understandable.
It's like Thor's hammer. It makes sense.
Yeah, I treat axes like boomerangs all the time, as we're going to watch Fada step outside of his base and immediately get his head cut off. So they've learned their lesson. No more low ground excursions unless you're a troll. If you're a troll, you're allowed to step outside the base and
it's so hard.
Try and find a few creeps, as long as you don't get spotted by anybody. But I think he just did. I think Gilger just spotted the troll. Or did he? No, he TP'd back in time. Yeah. He was pinging him, but yeah, he is going to go for the shard. We'll have that pretty soon. Snaking. About to get 4-shot by Ace if he stands still any longer.
My allies have earned their...
Let's see. Blink next. I like that decision. You really need to have that catch. Well, not really catch. You need to be able to blink on top of these guys. Get on the gyro, get on the dark seer, even the Beastmaster, because if you can't close the gap, 9 will just spam axes until your team is dead.
You know, it actually would make more sense if instead of wild axes, they were called tamed axes, because they come right back. Domesticated axes.
But he's a wild man, so his axes are also wild. And because he is a wild man, he controls, and only he can control them. The same way only 2 other people could pick up Thor's hammer, other than Thor. In the lore, at least. I mean, anyone worthy could.
Yeah, of course, in the lore. I'm surprised that Smashers aren't farther ahead. Maybe that's some of the effect of our change in economy, right? We had the bounty runes giving less. So now when you do control the map and you are able to get, in this case, both of the bounty runes, where it used to be 4, you're actually getting less gold for all that. A Wraith King has multiple lives to work with here, as he is not going to lose his reincarnation, thanks to Shalagrave.
The axes are just insane. Like the roar setup, he knows he's dead because there would be 2 more axes thrown in that time frame. So the grave has to come out and they disengage. And Smashers, they're not as far ahead as well just because they've put a lot of pressure onto these tier 3s. This is the 3rd time they've forced a full team response. They got 800 damage to the top tower and 1,400 to the bottom tier 3. So they're chipping away quite nicely, but how much will that matter? Will they look to maybe push high ground hard with the 2nd Aegis? We'll have to find out soon. It will be fading, or has been faded. It can spawn in just a minute. Now a blink on the Invoker as well, so look to see them just get straight onto the back line and try to blow up 9 and the support duo, but he will have a BKB soon, likely in time to defend high ground.
What's Skeeter's item set at? How's he doing?
About a 50 BKB. Nothing crazy, but solid.
So he can fight right now, but the problem is he's currently stuck in the base. Before, at least he was out and about, and he was able to kind of find some farm away from the Smashers. But in this situation, where you're all stuck inside your base, and your carry is the only one allowed to be able to take any lane creeps that are coming your way, this feels quite bad. And anybody who starts to leave is immediately scouted out by Gilger and potentially routed. As they scout him, they're going to be able to quickly kill Fada as he dares once again. And I feel like they keep on learning the same lesson. You go outside the base, you're going to die.
This brings you back to 5 days playing with Fly. He's like, whenever you're ahead, and you saw them do this in OG throughout most of their major wins, just camp this high ground, right? Control bottom, control mid. You've got a bots hero who's going to deal with top inevitably if necessary. And just, they want to leave the base? All right, well, we're attacking you. If they run up high ground, they must die.
So what is the counterplay to this?
It's to shove out top and create some sort of map instability. The trouble is no one on Tundra can really shove waves safely. Like Troll could, but he's going to have to spend a BKB charge if he wants to TP away. And other than that, it's tough. You need vision, right? Your initiation is a charge, or it's a roar. and you don't have vision in order to make that sort of thing happen.
Well, somebody just showed themselves top. Tundra try and come out, but it's not looking so hot. Snake King's pretty much diving in to his death. At this point, I feel like Snake King's almost doing it on purpose. As Gilger is going to be saved by the shallow grave. Skeeter's like, well, I got to hit something. So he starts going for the bounty hunter. It's going to take a while. He gets him just in time right at the end. Ace, he's going to get slowed down and lose his reincarnation. Skeeter still has his ultimate. He's going to pop BKB, pop the ultimate, and just rip into Ace. But they do manage to get off the supernova and the shallow grave, so he's going to stay alive for a while. Plus, the stun's going to be able to come in, but the Wraith King not able to get off a good armlet towards the end there. Almost immediately dies as the shallow grave runs out. Gilger, he's going to be the next victim here. No, actually, Snake King wants a little bit more out of that. Managed to get his ultimate onto Rasmus. That way, they get an additional kill, and maybe even a little bit more as Tofu. He may be run down here. Doesn't have an Icarus dive. Snake King, he's got a charge coming up soon, but they got to be careful of this Invoker. So Tundra finally get a win, finally get outside of their base thanks to pretty much Snake King just diving in there with a buyback in his back pocket. Unfortunately, that is now a dieback for him, but it is also potentially death for Tofu. Gets a charge away. Fortunately, that disarm from Stormer saves his support's life.
Really nice fight there. And yeah, heads up play by Snake King. I'm sure he was aware of and made his team know, look, I will buy back. I'm going to just straight up face check this high ground. I know I'm going to die, but I'm the only hero on this team that can immediately give it back.
Oh my God, he's got the shard. Really?
He's going to hit the Sunstrike.
But like...
Okay.
I didn't think the shard was that good, but you know.
I mean, it just guarantees the hit. Can't juke it anymore.
I mean, you kind of can.
Point being, you spend the buyback, but you can see the issue that you're inevitably going to face as Hellbear Smashers. This troll will eat your Wraith King alive. In addition, 3-3 did a good job. He got the Wraith King illusion. So you have that Radiance burn and the mischance being applied. And now we'll just see. Yeah, he just straight up dropped the bomb.
I mean, look how spread out those are. That's my problem with the shard.
How do those not destroy trees? It's a rolling ball of fire.
All right. Listen, I've seen everybody's complaints about, like, where's my realism game? Macro Pyre doesn't burn down trees? Guys, it's a fantasy video game with a bunch of wizards and stuff. If it doesn't burn down trees, I think it's more of a buff than a nerf. You kidding me? You know how many times somebody's in when you go try and juke through trees and you're able to lay down AoE damage through that area, they're stuck in that area for longer because they can't run a straight path.
Sure. But I'm just saying you lose continuity.
Continuity?
It's a flaming ball of fire. Like it should.
What continuity, Kyle?
Didn't it destroy trees in the past?
Well, yeah, sure.
There you go.
There's a lot of things that used to happen in the past, Kyle. What continuity do you want? What?
Radiant's bottom tower.
Let's focus on this high ground siege. Cap, we've got the Aegis on the Invoker. He's going to actually TP bottom, looking to set up. There's nobody there. But prediction, Skeeter will be there. As expected, he's going to look to just shove off lanes and eventually be forced to TP back. Sure, Stormer found him.
Stormer, he knows what Skeeter's up to. Skeeter, he knows he's going to try and kill some creeps and TP out. Managed to force a lot of people. Look at the enemy. Tundra, they're getting in there. They've caught some people. They're going to be able to take down two here as this egg is not going to last for long. It gets scrambled up and thrown apart. They are still going to try and fight this, really?
Oh, no way.
They say no BKB on Skeeter, but I don't know. Okay. Two-man tornado. Nice little meatballs coming in. A trio of them. Skeeter is going to be stunned up, so won't be able to chase quite as easily.
That was really heads up by Skeeter. As soon as you saw him just kind of notice, I can even see in my mind's eye him laughing. Like, these guys are really trying to, I have BKB, how are they going to kill me? Well, what's their plan here? Even steals a creep wave. And the moment he calls Invoker bot, his team immediately ran forwards and cast spells on enemies to find kills. You got to be really disciplined to keep your team alive when you try and make these plays across map against the Spirit Breaker. Because all Snake King has to do is charge you with vision.
Yeah, I feel like that was very chaotic from the Smashers. I felt like they were doing that frantic call. Guys, I got the carry, They're just like mass TPing without like thinking it out. You got to know that Tundra's they're trying to find their way out into the map. The best way for them to do that is to split you up. Smoke's gonna break. Ward and Sentry nicely placed right there. Getting some decent information. There's still more heroes smoked, but BKB is back up for Skeeter. They're going to run into Gilger. They're going to start off with that Ace, though, blinking in, immediately going to be Prample Ward up. The Shallowgrave is going to be able to buy a little bit of time here for Gilger, but surely he's going to die to some of this AoE damage. Gyrocopter is able to finish him off. Ace is being kind of run around here. He's trying to put some damage onto their trolls. Skeeter is going to turn around, thinking about popping that ultimate. Not quite yet. He's going to wait until Ace potentially for his second life here. Well, they're actually going to retreat. They're not going to go for it. I thought he was going to, once again, just pop the ultimate and see if he can beat Ace to a pulp, but decides against it. Instead, they're playing Walk-On here on 9. He's just laying the axes into them, constantly throwing them around. The damage is significantly building up. Rasmus stuck on a cliff here. He's going to be partially saved by a tornado, but he's got nowhere to run to, nowhere to hide neither. So Tundra hold the high ground, daring Smashers to come up and fight them. Meanwhile, the axes are flowing. They do have the egg to be able to go off with the dive. Skeeter's going to pop his ultimate. They're going to try and go for the egg. They do manage to kill it, but Skeeter, can he deal with Ace and Stormer without his BKB? They still have that Aegis up on Stormer. He can blink forward very aggressively, go for this kill onto Skeeter. Fada's going to come in through the side here, but he can't really save his carry. He's going to be burned out eventually. Fada, he's not going to last for long unless the axes, they're building up. Storm's probably going to lose his life. Fortunately, Reincarnation was back up for the Wraith King. Now, the second life of both the cores are going to come through a blink forward. Managed to get a nice vacuum out of 33. Meanwhile, 9, he just doesn't have anything left in the tank. Nobody to help him. That's going to be Tundra losing more than 5 with multiple buybacks coming through. Nobody left to have a defense here. That is going to be Smashers taking building.
I can't believe they reinitiated there. Like, they got the Aegis, they got the Reincarnate. You have to run. And instead, just both cores died. The staying power of Smashers in this fight is something. They didn't have the egg. With that reinition they did, huge. Yeah, you kill it off, but it just doesn't matter. Like, your troll's dead after that. He popped ulti just to be sure that he could take out the egg, and I would say they would think it's tier 3s, but no. Or tier 4s rather. Instead, just 2 racks. You take those.
Have you seen the Hex yet go off from Rasmus? He's got the shard, but I
just watching that last fight.
Little piggy.
And there. Okay. And now the track gold is starting to get ridiculous. It's level 2 track. There were so many kills under the influence. It's like an extra 500 gold per kill. And when you feed away these bonuses, it's just... before you know it, it's an extra item on every enemy player. And things get out of hand quick. That might even be Megas.
Tornado to start things off here. They're going to try and deal with this Dark Seer. Meanwhile, Skeeter is looking and hunting Stormer. The Shellgrave is there, but if you can just stay on top of him, maybe they can actually kill this Invoker. There is going to be that egg out there. Skeeter, he doesn't really have anything to do here. He tries in vain to run down a hero, but that is it. Wow. And he does have buyback, but they're going to call it. They know it's going to be Megas. They don't really have much of a hope to defend it any longer. Ultimately, Kyle, felt like a lot of that early game just left Tundra with very few options.
Yeah, this Darkseer pick so far has not looked strong in any game that we've seen it. With a roar. You need vision to be able to find kills with both Beast and Spirit Breaker, but you've lost map control. Smashers are controlling high grounds, and they have a Quaswex Invoker. What is the play? I'm not even sure. Their best initiation involved their 4 position, dying, and buyback. That was the play.
So you want to see something a little bit more active in that off lane. Yeah. You don't want something like this Darkseer again. Well, we're going to see what changes Tundra does make, because you got to remember, from last season, these initial matches are super important, especially for teams like Tundra and Smashers, who are looking at being able to just make sure they are not in that bottom 2. For Tundra, maybe even the top 4, as they did a very good job in Season 1, but they got to start off beating the Smashers. Need 2 more games to do that. Let's go ahead and check back in with the panel and see what they think.
Thank you indeed, Cap and Kyle. Yeah, there's a lot on the line for every single game. What we said previous season goes for this season as well. It's basically every series is a playoff series. And with Hellbear Smashers taking the first game of this best of 3, Tundra is going to have a lot to think about and a lot to prepare for game 2. We're going to break down the first game, though, but we'll do so after this break. little did they know. They were strong enough, mostly because Tundra wasn't that strong.
I was personally confused. I have no idea why Spearbreaker ditched bottom lane. Usually, a 4 position will kind of just leave their offlaner alone either when they think they're going to be okay or when they think the lane's like unsalvageable. So it's either really good or really bad.
Yeah.
And in that case, I think he left at minute 1 or 2 and just never went back.
Yeah,
I think they wanted to try to shut down the Dazzle. Maybe they tried to enable their troll, but it just led to so much map control and farming space for the side of Hellbear Smash.
Yeah, that Phoenix got out of control real fast as well. I think Hellbear Smashers had a great game. They had a good start to this game mode.
Yeah, I mean, as Brian said, it was sort of handed to them with that way that the bottom lane was kind of left. And I'll be interested to sort of talk to even the teams after the series and sort of say what was going on there. I wonder if like Smashers themselves were like, all right, Tofu, take the lane, get yourself some easy levels with the Phoenix, we're going to have a good time, and they did. No, very impressive. I think the offlane Dazzle worked out really nicely, just having this hero in this priority where Rasmus is able to get the levels, and then these fights where, even at the very end, where Tundra were kind of bringing it back with the high ground defense, getting the farm up on the troll. But the problem was, this troll normally would be able to deal with a Raking twice, but having this grave, it was like he was having to deal with him 3 times. Bring him down, nearly kill him, then the grave would give him that so much longer that most of the fights, Troll was having to commit the BKB and the ult just to get him the once. And then by the time the second time came around, it was just far too much with how farmed and how far ahead the rest of Hellbears were.
So there's a couple of things, before we talk about Game 2 and changes that need to be made, there's a couple of things I want to touch upon, mainly patch and hero related, because first of all, we saw Beastmaster mid, Brian, yay or nay?
I think we need to see more. I'm going to say undecided.
More evidence needed.
Yes.
No, there's a lot of my Overwatch games.
Yeah, I was about to say Overwatch.
We saw Dazzle offlane, Owen, yay or nay?
Yeah, I think this can work. Even in a way that was maybe not as expected, and the Sharp wasn't necessarily picked up super quickly, and he goes for one sort of the standard mech Lotus and just builds to save his other cause. And I think this sort of very selfless way of just being this, doing what a Dazzle does, but doing it from a way that you are going to have those higher points in Grave and so your abilities maxed out because you had that role in the offlane. It makes these fights very easy for these frontliners like the Wraith King to just get in there and be a huge nuisance to deal with. These carries that already are very hard to take down because you've got to do it sort of this twice, put a lot of resources into it. He just lives for so long.
Yeah, he really does. And in the early games, there were also a lot of crucial plays made, and Perk is going to talk to us more about that.
Thanks, Shiver. Going to talk about how effective Dazzle is for stabilizing the laning stage and how it affected their early game. Now, laning with a melee hero that's really tanky is really crucial for Dazzle here because you want to get Shadow Wave to help secure last hits from range. That way you don't have to be as out of position. And it was pretty effective what Tundra did. By putting 3 heroes here, they forced both of their heroes to spend time trying to zone the 2 super high armor Gyrocopter and Spearbreaker instead of getting last hits. But Rasmus was able to grab a quick level 2 here, which helps him get some zoning in. This ultimately helped stabilize their lane. Snaking had to go back to heal, and then off to what he wanted to do. And in the meantime, Wraith King got a really fast Helm of Iron, which just got buffed. 6 armor, 5 HP regen, and because Snaking wasn't there, that left Phoenix able to basically solo zone 3-3 from getting close to the creep wave at many stages of the game. And then because their heroes are so good at poking and looking for kills, they rotate the Wraith King towards the mid lane to defend that with the skeletons, and that allows the Invoker to shift to the top lane to help back up Dazzle as well as Bounty Hunter. So they got a really fast tier 1 tower on the top lane. And on the other side of the map, they're trying to pressure this lane, but Tofu did such a good job against these 2 heroes that he just kept becoming a nuisance. 3-3 did waste vacuum here, trying to grab some last hits on a neutral camp. That's why they lost this kill here, or at least didn't focus or force the ultimate from Phoenix as rapidly here, but excellent job by him. And then they continue to pressure the map, this time going for the mid lane. Damage on Snake, and watch the Bounty Hunter in this team fight. He has lots of time slow pushing here, gets a lot of tracks down, and continuously lands like 2 and 3 man striking tosses. He leveled this up first. He has 3 points here, picks off the Snake King kill, gets Fada, and even when he's a little bit of danger here, he throws another one out, putting everybody at low HP, which basically guarantees that the Hellbear Smashers can finish up this tower. And then some more synergy with Dazzle. That was so cool. Using Shadow Word on skeletons is amazing. They're using some ganks, they use it to Roche. Poison Touch constantly taking damage on Roche. It was just a really cool, well put together lineup here from Hellbear Smashers, which gave them some really nice tempo, allowed them to control the map, and ultimately take the win.
And when they did, can they do it again, though? That is the question, because we're heading to a second game of this best-of-3 series, and if Tundra wants to have a third game, they are going to need to win the next one. What do they consider to be the problem? Are we going to see Bounty Hunter banned? Dazzle going to be out of the pool? We're going to find out. We're back with the draft after this. So much on the line for this game.
No, absolutely. Cap said, you can't forget that even though we're just at the start of the league, these games mean just as much as those at the end, and especially for teams that are sort of coming in around this spot where, you could argue that these are two squads that may end up fighting to stay. We're not good. I guess that doesn't matter too much, to be fair. But in terms of just being able to prove themselves, no one wants to be the bottom squad in EU, especially after we've seen, where EU sort of ranks on the world tape. So these games very, very important, and I think especially for Tundra, after that game 1 showing, I expected a whole lot more from them. I was disappointed in the way that they opened up here. I thought that Snaking 33 would be able to do a lot more in the early game. They just didn't. It was a rough start, it was a rough showing, and I think Tundra can do a lot better.
Yep, and we have seen them identify the problem. Brian, they ban out the Bounty and the Invoker in the first phase.
Yeah, I'd say in the last 2 or 3 years in competitive Dota, high ground has become more and more important in terms of strategy of like map movements and holding certain areas. And this one of the most broken concepts since then has been heroes that can just walk up cliffs. Like back when Undying was really strong, you don't want to kill them. Like you see them walking at you and you just can't do anything. That new Bounty Hunter shard, 40% damage reduction when he's invisible. He was just face checking with the dazzle behind you. It's like you're trying to control your triangle, you're trying to control your own farm space on the side of Tundra, and there's just a support that you can't kill walking at you. And that's one of the most powerful tools ever. So they've gone for their own version of that from Tundra. You don't want to kill them. Like, you see them walking at you and you just can't do anything. That new Bounty Hunter shard, 40% damage reduction when he's invisible. He was just face checking with the dazzle behind you. It's like you're trying to control your triangle, you're trying to control your own farm space on the side of Tundra, and there's just a support that you can't kill walking at you. And that's one of the most powerful tools ever. So they've gone for their own version of that from Tundra, who's a Baden, most likely going to be a support. Nice, reliable, strong dispel against the puck coil. And obviously it serves as a mobile ward. Not quite as good as Bounty, I think, though, just because you don't have the track and catch component.
Radiant
Wraith King again, though.
Yeah, this is also the first game of the day. This is the 5th game in total, but the first game that puck actually gets picked up. So I'm very curious to see if the puck from previous patch is the one that shows up here today. We got another line. We did see 9 on the Beastmaster previous game. You said you wanted to see more. You're going to see more. I would imagine that it's his hero again this time around.
A lot of early laning nerfs for puck. If you combine like the ABC patches of 7.28 as well as 7.29, they nerfed the cooldown on her silence as well as the cooldown on her A shift early levels. Hurts a lot if you add them all up together. So I would imagine Beastmaster will have a better lane this time around. We saw the EMP being incredibly obnoxious. They even banned it out first round as a respect ban to the fact that they're going to be first picking this Beastmaster. I don't like this Nyx pick, personally. They already have the instant disable to deal with it. You can pick a carry who doesn't particularly mind it very much now that you've seen it. And I don't know. I don't know why they picked Nyx, to be quite frank. Maybe against the new Beastmaster, it's really good.
Yep.
It actually used to be bad, but the axes are easily carapaceable.
True.
Last year, just let the damage stack up and then just hit them back with one of those, the third sort of round of the axes coming at you.
Yeah. There's the Magic Immune Lifestealer. Got banned out last game.
I did, yeah. This is... Yeah, I mean, you look at these heroes, they said Lifestealer, Lion. I think you're going to eat up heroes like the Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, you've got something to deal with the egg already as well.
Yeah, great catch for the puck. We previously saw when puck was in a better spot. Lion would be one of those heroes that you would seriously consider if you want to leave in the pool if you want to play a puck. Having that instant catch is pretty huge.
Really good Razor ban. I also... Did they ban Doom first round last game? For Hellbear Smashers?
I will tell you in just a second. They banned it first round on Tundra.
On Tundra banned?
Tundra banned it first round previous game.
So both teams deem Doom to be a first round ban?
Yeah. It was Doom and Puck for Tundra, and Grim and Baden were banned out by Hellbear Smashers, so they got that banned and then banned out the Doom instead.
Yeah, what's up with that? All I know about Doom is I tuned into, I believe, an Eternal Envy stream, and he was rushing Battle Fury on there.
Let's just ignore that for a second. We'll go to some serious stuff here. I think the 3 armor was a huge deal. They removed the Devour regen, but they buffed Bracer, and you have a lot of early game items that you can go for. Solar Crest even being another good one for him. I personally think that hero... Okay, I looked at it, and I saw that Doom has 4.8 base armor.
Yeah, you're like...
And I was like, what year are we in again? That hero used to have negative base armor.
Yeah. Must feel pretty good for the Doom players right there. Well, apart from a scene getting banned.
Any strength hero with good armor, like Nightstalker, Slardar, they're always strong laners. It's just a matter of you can get off the first couple levels. I guess these teams have had some experimentation with the Doom.
Yeah, they might very well be scrim partners. We don't know.
Yeah.
I'm sure these two teams probably scrim a lot. I bet.
Yeah, would imagine so.
These are 2 hot scrim partners.
Imagine if they didn't scrim.
They never played each other before.
Both came to the conclusion that Doom was worth picking. Also, the Huskar ban, I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, it's been banned previous game as well.
I believe it's at like a 58 to 59% win rate in pubs, Divine level.
Yeah,
it's insanely high. Insanely high in pubs. And that's about all we got to go off of. So.
Yeah. All right, so we got the Pango ban out, which is interesting because normally that is also 9 playing that. So they are not yet convinced that the Beastmaster is going mid or not.
I mean, I can respect that. I think, you know, I've become kind of a Brian. I thought we do need to see more from it. But I don't know is it really that good that it deserves the mid spot? I don't know. Offlane, I think you get away with it. But if that's your mid hero just sitting at the back, chucking out X's every few seconds, it just feels like a meme too far. But I guess we'll see as the meta develops. But
his game was slowed down a lot last game. Sure. What if he's allowed to spam axes to like stack and you know, what if he accelerates himself? I just don't know.
A lot of people are doing it. As you said, it's a hot thing at the moment. But off lane short, mid, I feel like that's very greedy.
If his timings come out like ridiculously early, I would imagine. So last game we saw what happened was the Invoker, since they had map control, he went Witchblade bots. Like, what if the Beastmaster's allowed to go Ags bots? Then you have like all this map control, the guy that's going to TP in and follow up. Like, I think that's what you want from one of your heroes right now in the patch. None of their other heroes are going to do it. So I don't hate the idea. I'm with you. I'm a bit skeptical. It's really better in the mid lane than it is side lane, but...
We liked Dazzle previous game, and it looks like we are still needing a Rasmus hero on the side of Hellbear Smashers. Could this be another Dazzle game? Like, would it be fitting here?
It's absolutely fine against Lifestealer in lane. It's not the best because you can dispel the Poison Touch, but the Shadow Wave's still very good, and they don't exactly have the best jump for him.
No, they banned Necro instead.
I actually don't mind the Necro. Necro's being seen a lot. Like, I think he got literally every spell buffed.
I think he did.
I'm pretty sure every single spell buff.
Number buffs.
So he got the Centaur Warrunner treatment.
Yeah.
I actually like that they did that to these heroes. They don't need a conceptual rework. Their numbers just sucked. Let's just be honest.
So the Darkseer is the last band coming out from Hellbear Smashers. They are then with that thinking that the Beastmaster might be mid still. And we'll see because they have to pick up their offlaner now. That being said, 33 sometimes plays Abaddon as well, so there's definitely still not a lot of options for Tundra here. Although I don't like seeing Abaddon as the offlaner. Personally.
Yeah, they could do like an enabler like Grimstroke or something.
No, they can't do Grimstroke. Grimstroke banned.
Oh, it's literally first ban.
Yeah.
I was looking through all the bans.
Yeah, it's hiding away in the top.
Ugh.
Radiant team pick.
I don't know if we saw the Grimstroke obviously in the game before this with Viking, but they were already like minute 20, they were already winning the fight, so we don't really know what the shard really does for Grimstroke in terms of impact. We got their Spirit though.
I think it's mid.
Yeah, nine does play mid Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
So I mean, it could either be 9 mid Earth Spirit or still mid Beastmaster, and as you said, 33 Abaddon and 4 Earth Spirit.
Pretty sure it's 5 Abaddon, 4 Line, right? I think that's what it is. But yeah,
sure, that round. Yeah, it depends because 9 plays in mid, but of course Gilga is also. I think it's Gilga's best hero. But Gilga's not on the team, so never mind. Yeah, he's on the other side. But I think 9 Earth Spirit for sure.
And an Enigma coming out. Ooh, I have some flashbacks of the Misery, the Rasmus Enigma. I say Misery because it didn't go too well. We have had some questionable black holes coming out in one of the last series that we saw from Hellbear Smashers in the league season 1, but we'll see.
Yeah, they did nerf his Eidolon cooldown significantly early levels, so his laning stage, he just doesn't deny nearly as many creeps. They also have the BKB piercing roar, it's not like the perfect Enigma game. I'm not a huge fan of his last pick compared to like the impact that the Dazzle had last game.
Yeah.
And I'm still going for Tundra. I think they just slipped up early game in the last one. I don't think they had to do anything fancy on the side of Hellbear Smashers. I think Tundra's going to make them bring it.
Yeah, you think they have a better chance this time?
Yeah, I think they're going to do what their heroes are supposed to do better this game.
How about you?
I agree with Brian. I think Tundra should win this game. I think some of these heroes are going to have a really tough time. The Nyx Assassin is playing into Instant Hex, into Rage Lifestealer, into the Silence that 9's going to be dropping down from his Earth Spirit. And I do think 9 Earth Spirit, it's one of his specialities. He's a flashy mid Earth Spirit player. I'm happy that they've stepped the Beastmaster away from the mid over to the offlane. He's going to have a better game there. So I know we were horribly wrong before. Yeah. We probably will be lots of times being a new patch, but I'm going to have to stick with Tundra again. Tundra should win.
What needs to go right for Hellbear Smashers then to take this 2-0?
Probably maybe the same as last time. Maybe for some reason, Snaking and 33 decide to not play the lane together. Tofu's able to get easy levels on the Phoenix.
All right.
They just, maybe. I don't know. I hate what happened last time.
So basically you're saying if Tundra plays bad, that's when Hellbear smashes win, but they can win it on their own.
I just hate to cop out. I think Tundra threw him the first game, so
Okay.
Hellbear Smashers need to prove it to me still.
Well, let's find out what's going to happen in this second game of the series. We're heading over to Cap and Kyle.
Our panel not impressed with the last pick here, the Enigma for Rasmus. Will it be a miserable experience for it, or is he going to ace it? I guess it's all up to execution, huh, Kyle?
We'll see.
Come on, you like that one.
I did like that, but I hate myself for it. I love Enigma. It is one of my favorite heroes in Dota 2. As a 24 pick, it is fantastic. Yes, there is a roar that could pierce your ultimate, interrupt it rather, but it is a hard counter to Lifestealer. Abaddon, really nice as a core against Enigma because you just run at him and then pop ulti, run through Midnight Pulse, don't care, but we'll see how it works out. I'm really hyped to see 9 on the Mid-Earth Spirit. It's much like, was it Boom in the previous series? Big fan of these weird mid-heroes. Pangolier.
Yeah.
Earth Spirit. I think this is something we'll see more of. The hero is very powerful.
9 especially, considering that ever since his time on that, like, what was it, Penta or something like that? Where he played with like DNZ and people like that. He's just always been a very specific kind of mid laner. He's always had a very interesting hero pool. And I think he's kind of unique in that regard, especially since he hasn't solidified himself quite in like the tier 1 mids, like the truly best of the best. And it's interesting that he stands out so much, considering that he hasn't quote. Early jump here onto Snaking. Snaking turns around, throws out an Impale. Doesn't hit either one of the heroes on top of him, but fortunately for him, he's still going to live. The Smashers are going to be able to get 3 bounty runes here. It's going to cost Tofu either... okay, he doesn't have to pop it. I was going to say, I hope he doesn't have to level up Icarus Dive. That would really suck.
Yeah, you don't want to have to do that in the lane phase. Weird Sentry Wars, both players missing... in the bottom river, but no big deal. Top lane, Nyx Enigma versus Abaddon Lifestealer. This is miserable for Tundra. I'm actually quite surprised they didn't try to match the Lifestealer against the Wraith King, because not only are you going to get hard denied, but you don't have stuns. You don't have, like, how do you pressure Enigma? He's just going to spam deny and attack you with these Eidolons. You don't even have really spells to clear them off.
Yeah, this is definitely not ideal. I'm a little bit surprised Gilger actually let them have the easy camp to be able to pull through too. But because you're right, I think this Enigma is going to be very happy. He's going to pull the lane back. Our mid lane matchup is going to be the Puck versus Earth Spirits, which, to be honest, there's not enough mid-Earth Spirit players for me to know exactly how this matchup goes, but I assume it's good considering the fact that they counterpick the Puck with it. So,
you have nice base armor, pretty decent health regen. It's an Earth Spirit.
Okay.
Hang on. Oh, no. Okay. The thing is, you can always phase shift the Rolling Boulder, so theoretically, 9 can't really threaten kills unless he gets level 4 and has this silence into stun combination.
I do remember looking at the patch notes. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I remember thinking that core Earth Spirit got a buff while support Earth Spirit got a nerf.
Yeah. The range on the Rolling Boulder has been decreased, but what was it? Was it the shard change?
The damage increased out of Rolling Boulder, but I think maybe he got some sort of stats change that we wouldn't be able to see here, but I don't remember exactly. Willing to be wrong about that, though. It's hard to keep track of all the changes.
Me and Tiga have read all the changes on the flight over, and it. Oh wow, Olay! It took so long. Like I was through it. I'm like, oh, that's a good patch. And then you realize, wait, every single hero has something. So, and a lot of them are just in one armor, a couple stat. I think Quaps was the funniest because it just shortened the damage range by 1. It just slightly edited the roll attack.
is under attack.
Yeah, the minimum damage got buffed, right? But not the max.
No, max
damage.
was lowered by 1. It went from like
43,
42 to 43, and then the top end was like 53 to 52. Which is something I feel, it's always funny to try and explain to people that, yeah, so the attack isn't actually the attack. There's a roll for every attack in the damage range. But some are so much tighter than others. Like Wraith King, 69 to 71. Whereas
Remember when
Puck
Chaos
is
Knight
60
had
to
a
68.
30 damage wide? You can hit for 49 damage or 79 damage. Also, you can crit. So that damage then varies even more wildly. Yeah, that was...
that year was impossible to play.
That was some insane times. Back in Dota 1, he had if you leveled it once, you had a 1% chance to do 11 times the damage.
That was pretty cute. So 9 stole Puck's rune.
Okay.
Stormer then juked the roll after 9 TP tower, and now he will steal the rune back from him.
Very nice. 4-minute runes are coming in as well. About to get some...
the water rune...
I'm going to say solidified water. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to describe it as.
Oh, that was very risky. I'm surprised Stormer went for that.
9. He went for it because he's got Gilger.
But
They're
now,
setting up, but now it means he got no runes.
No runes. I love the change. Hold up. Okay, they're not going to go from under tower. I love the change because it promotes active mids. Like, I'm surprised we haven't seen more Shadow Fiend as an example yet. But theoretically, no mid can be played nowadays that isn't wave clearing with mana. Like,
yeah,
it just doesn't work otherwise.
Yeah, and theoretically, that's all of 9's hero pool, right?
Yes.
Like, he's infamous for his Pango mid, his Earth Spirit mid. Beastmaster maybe didn't quite work out for them yet, but maybe some kinks still to be worked out here.
Yep. I'm surprised top isn't going that well for Smashers. I think that if they'd got lane control, to your point, blocking that easy camp at 1 minute would have been very effective. Because they've allowed Tundra to keep control close to the tower. This is the first time I've seen Rasmus able to CS in front of his, because with the Eidolon assistance, you can click this Lifestealer pretty hard. You have a pretty distinct CS advantage as well. Stormstormer's going to juke back to the tower. Bottom lane, relatively even. Beastmaster just farming away. He'll be going the HOD builds. I think I still like Beastmaster more as an offlaner. Get the HOD. No mid Ags rush. It's cute, but maybe stick to Turbo with that.
You think we're going to see the Helm of the Overlord?
Is that... Oh, they changed the name?
That is the upgraded Helm of the Dominator. And it now gives you 2 creeps, which I have seen already. That is the new build that Lycans are going for. I don't know if Beastmasters are willing to go that step, but...
I think, hey, I'm down.
Are you down?
I don't know if you can get it first item, but...
Yeah, it's like Helm of Dominator, then Solar Crest, then maybe back to Helm of the Overlord or something like that.
I always point to the wolf creep. Now you can have one that you use for active plays, but a free wolf creep, like, that's Venjora. That is insane to just have that running around with you.
Yeah. Rasmus not going to mess around with this. He's actually going to instantly TP, and then Tundra just walks away. Well, he's TPing out.
See, Skeeter, he'll probably go for the armlet build. I think it's just 2 value now. Bottom, that's trouble for Wraith.
Oh, yeah, he's in serious trouble. They're going to try and give him the Sun Ray to help him out here, and 33 is actually out of mana there, so... Didn't keep chasing. A little damage on Tofu, nothing major. Big wave is going to come in.
Once again, Tundra have some slight issues with the egg. I guess you can shield off the spirits, and there's a Lifestealer who can pop Rage, but... I just think this Phoenix hero is just too strong, especially with a hero like Enigma. You want to gather up, you've got to kill the egg, you have 4 melee heroes, and then suddenly there's an Enigma black hole, and you have all died.
So what do you think about the new Lifestealer? Let me just say, I was shocked that it was picked up at the major. I thought old Lifestealer was pretty bad, and it still managed to make it through. Now, he actually does some damage, some percentage-based damage, whereas before he only healed. What do you think? Is Lifestealer back in the meta in a big way?
I think so. The built-in BKB is just, it's too solid, and it's a carry's dream, right? You see Arteezy go for the patented 144 build, just all the passives. Love the passives. Just hit creeps.
Yes, don't have to worry about those pesky active ability.
Yeah.
Awful. And it's also an Armlet hero.
Yep.
You like the fact that Armlet got buffed. In
exactly. Not only an Armlet hero, you have built-in sustain, right? You can infest to heal yourself back up as well. The feast is a benefit.
And it's part of the reason he's been able to stay on top of the CS board right now, is that he's been able to put up with all that harassment. First blood, 7.5 minutes in. What is this new patch? What is this new Dota?
9.
I didn't realize we hadn't gotten a kill yet.
9 with a nice rotation. Top, you got to be a little careful if you're Skeeter. If Rasmus hits 6, you might just end up going down immediately. There's no interrupt.
Yeah.
You're reliant on an Earth Spirit TP for a save.
Definitely kind of feel like just get yourself back up to full health with that infest, you know? Making me a little nervous.
Big kill on Ace, though. That was really nice rotation from 9. I think Stormer has a right to be a little upset. He did call, 3 times. You can see it in the chat. Earth Spirit is missing.
Earth Spirit is missing.
Earth Spirit is missing. Yeah, they knew.
Missing.
And then Ace is like, oh, damn, he's here.
Guys, Earth Spirit's bottom.
Oh, man. Stop, you're bringing back...
Bad memories.
Dire are scanning.
9 minutes coming out, Kyle. What does that mean?
Runes.
Bounty runes on the map. 2 bounty runes. I'm going to play that game with you. I'm going to just call random times.
I can multiply by 3,
runes.
Cap.
Good job.
Thank you.
How many runes in 5 minutes?
Tower is under attack.
No runes in 5 minutes.
Very good, Kyle.
I thought I know you're... come on. I was just playing it up.
This is not a Kyle joke right now. This is like, I think legitimately it's tough to remember how many runes there are in these various timings. You know? We start off at 4 at 0 minutes.
I've been in Europe for a long time now. I can do math.
Oh, no longer NA math.
Already HOD picked up on the Hellbear Smasher, turning the Hellbear Smashers against themselves. Quite possibly the counter pick.
But they smash Hellbears.
Oh, mid lane.
They have enough disables for this? It certainly looks like it, as they have another round of the Rolling Boulder, thanks to it being maxed out. They've got that very low cooldown. Rasmus is going to go ahead and deny that rune, but I don't think there's anybody around to deny him, as he's going to be put to death by the finger from Snake King.
Yep. You can see why I like a mid-Earth Spirit, because you get levels very early on.
Yep.
Treads, he has 100 attack damage. Treads are super strong, but you just always have spells. You have stuns galore, and the reach is still there. It's maybe you don't scale as well as an Ember Spirit, but you trade up for way more kill potential, and I think you come online much faster. Consider as well, Skeeter at some point just going to hop inside of him, and they're going to go deal damage together. He'll pop out, probably just explode, and Puck and Enigma, anyone really, other than this Wraith King.
Yeah. Oh, that's what it was. His talents got buffed. So 50 damage became 60. 6 armor became 8.
Oh, whoa, wow, yeah, 60 damage level 10. That is absurd.
Yeah.
This hero is definitely a core, and you definitely buy treads. Damage talents are by far the highest ROI, because damage is so much more expensive. Consider that, if you were going to go buy 60 damage, like, what does that really cost you? Consider a Sacred Relic. I can actually tell you, it's 3,800 gold. Mm-hmm. That's how much this level 10 talent is valued on for Earth Spirit. You compare that to, say, Puck, 30 damage, because it's a bad example, but, Phoenix, 6% spell amp.
That's a Fairy's Trinket.
Exactly, that's half of a Kaya, so at most you could say 1,200.
It's a party up here in the top lane, a party that 9 wants to be a part of. A nice roll in, 2-man silence. He's going to be able to get off a decent ultimate here. He's tanky too. He'll survive through this black hole, but will he survive through the follow-up initiation?
Oh no, Fada gets
He will. He'll be fine. Fada. Oh dear, Gilger. He's going to be chased down now. Bad fight for the Hellbear Smashers. They kind of overextend themselves. At least the puck got away. Gilger, not as lucky though.
Oh, I got to question Rasmus there. He has no point in the Midnight Pulse.
Yeah.
That's a double kill. That's so much damage. One of the better 1-point skills on the hero. It's only 50 mana nowadays. 4.75% max HP into pure damage. Just kidding. It's magical piercing pure. Magical
magic damage that is piercing spell immunity.
Yes.
Radiant structures.
And the second point is not super effective. The Midnight Pulse is a double kill instead of the 3.
Yeah, so I am not an off-lane Enigma player myself, but someone that I know said that he thinks taking that early Midnight Pulse is so valued because it's so hard to stay in lane.
Yeah.
Against somebody who just drops Midnight Pulse. It's like playing against a Viper, who just like drops his Nether Toxin on the creep wave. It's like, I don't want to stand in that.
Yeah, hard agree. See,
BKB, second item on Earth Spirit. I like it.
Yeah, I love it. I think this is how you play. I mean, consider the damage once again. Like BKB is, I think, another 34 for you. He'll start hitting for 200, and he's going to be unkillable. 2,000. He has 2,000 health at 13 minutes into the game.
Just shy. Did he have Hex? I wonder if it would have been better to try and get in range for the Hex or the Impale.
Tofu.
I mean, he's caught 9. Very quick on the trigger there, being able to get off the silence. Gilger lining up here to try and go for Snake King, but he knows his life is pretty much forfeit if he tries to go for Snake King here, so...
And the more I think about it, the more I love this draft from Tundra. Like, so much control. They have save. They have physical damage carry. Crazy catch on the Earth Spirit. Plus, excellent scaling. Think about the damage you get from the Beastmaster aura, who provides also the aura items and the tempo and the tower push. Why are you chortling?
I'm not saying you're wrong. I've just never heard you say that when a team is losing. The more I look at this team when they're losing, I like it's always the team's winning, and you're like, the more I look at this, I like their draft more and more. I'm like, well, yeah, now they're 3K up. I'm not saying you're wrong. Skeeter has to use the Infest to be able to get away. Right, that little Centaur Courser on out of here. He's good to go.
They killed the big one. I think they might have not realized he hopped into the little guy. And when I see a team start winning with their draft, it makes more sense to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
You do have a point.
8-1, 2,000 net worth lead for Tundra. It does look like the panel is correct.
Also like Hellbear Smasher's draft. They can get an Ags on their puck, and suddenly this Earth Spirit and Lifestealer doesn't matter the spell immunity. They're going to have a tough time existing. Massive team fight with the Phoenix as well. Back up the Black Hole. Okay. Later on in this game, their Wombo combo will be pretty nasty.
Do you think that
not often
their late game beats Tundra? With all of that team fight, because I think the Lifestealer, just the carry-to-carry matchup is favorable for Lifestealer.
For sure, but I think the Enigma equalizes it. The Enigma Phoenix combination is just so strong. Tundra will do better controlling vision and finding pickoffs. So late game team fights, sure, we favor Radiant here, but in the late game, Tundra's going to have a much easier time at finding opportunities for aggression.
Especially against a lineup with 3 melee strength cores and then a support who's also a melee strength hero. That Enigma should be able to find ample opportunities if he actually gets into the blank BKB. It's just dealing with the Beastmaster.
Who's also rushing BKB. And Puck will not go that route. Stormstormer is going to opt for a blink post Witchblade.
Walked into the Sentry and barely walked out. That is the Sentry nerf right there, Kyle.
Yep.
That's smaller. Radius. Diameter.
Or Ice Frog.
Whatever.
Oh, he almost walked into death there. A stun finger from Snaking would have finished him off.
Try. Go for Rasmus. Didn't quite land. Oh, no. Being just a slight sidestep away from being able to land the rolling boulder. But he doesn't. He doesn't get that stun, and that means Rasmus gets a beautiful 2-man black hole that leads into 2 kills, not a third. Fought a good TP out.
Really well. That was such a sick response. Nice job by Rasmus. I think Snaking did not see that coming. Pretty sure he could have stunned from outside the black hole range, but he had clicked Hex, I believe. And then Rasmus with the easy turnaround. He also went for a Midas. Will he use it? Yes, he will. 100% efficiency. That's my boy right there. This means the Enigma will scale, and I think this for sure tilts the late game equilibrium into the favor of Hellbear Smashers.
Way in the favor now, huh?
It's just... Especially, man, the Lifestealer is just not as far ahead as I would have hoped for Skeeter. He had such a great start to this match. But even though, sure, you could say they lost the lane as Radiant, but you're still denying like 15 creeps away from him in the first 8 minutes.
Gilger trying to set up to defend their mid tower, but that tower's forfeit. Now you've got a Deso on a Skeeter.
Yeah, wow.
Another kill. Smashers, they're falling apart.
So I saw him with the S and Y queued up, but the Deso wasn't on him. Like, he looked really underfarmed. With a Deso, it's something like, oh shit, this is the strongest hero on map. I take everything I said back.
Yeah, for sure.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Very curious. Ace has the shard queued
Radiant
up.
structures are fortified.
There's no mana burn, right? So he'd literally just be doing it
for the skeletons, yeah?
For the skeletons. Are the skeletons that good? I mean, I think skeletons are good damage, no doubt. But
with the talent, right? Assuming he gets the 24 attack, it's pretty significant.
Okay.
You don't really have too much AoE, I guess?
I just don't Wraith Kings like the movement speed? I remember they would always do that when it was 20. They would always go the movement speed because later on you wouldn't need boots so much as you just have swift blink and a movement speed talent. Last second to cancel there the TP, and good thing too.
The game gets tricky now for Smashers. They need that next item timing. Rasmus is going to have a BKB. Oh no.
Yeah, Gilger. This is just the classic downfall of a Nyx assassin, where the enemy team is 5-manning, and you just keep on running into them, keep on dying, and now it's going to cost some of his allies as well as Rasmus is going to find himself the victim of yet another finger from Snake King, a second one actually, so it's up to 80 bonus damage.
Yeah, this game gets real hard now for Smashers. They need something to do with the BKBs. You've got one on the Earth Spirit, Lifestealer has his built-in, Beastmaster. 3-3 will finish his momentarily, and now they're going to walk right into Roche yet. 60 damage, 8 armor, Earth Spirit talents, unbelievable. And you just can't really stop them. At this point, Stormstormer is not a real hero. And with that Essence Ring, he'll get 3 or 4 shot by a Lifestealer in the duration of a stun. Needs a blink, but also really needs an Ags.
Scanning.
Well, there's maybe a scan, but the knowledge that they're doing Roshan doesn't really give you a whole lot. Like the other side of the map. Yules, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, I would have thought Aeon Disc would have been better in this situation.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Maybe he just wants to have the cleanse on the silence. I could see a scenario, but Aeon Disc is just a little trickier. I think it's just more effective later on in the game. You're not gonna straight up die in a stun. I don't know. You can make an argument. you could very much die in a stun.
You're gonna get off Supernova, whereas this Yules won't save you from the line, for example.
Bottom lane, Fada might be in trouble here. Stormstormer is gonna blow the coil. Yeah, that's a free kill.
Yeah, but is it free, Kyle? Or is it just on discount? Okay, it was free.
Gilger, no, not again.
Dude, Nyx Assassin, such a miserable hero to play at this kind of game. When enemies kind of steamrolling you, and they may not have Necronomicons anymore, but they still have a Beastmaster with this superior Hawk Vision, and they've got sentries everywhere.
Yeah, this whole game, we can just put, I've actually on my game just locked camera on Rasmus.
Okay.
I think he'll have to pull out some Taiga level 4-man black holes to save this game for his side.
9.
That's
keeps on
she is so tanky. Look there, what the? Almost 20 armor, almost 3,000 health in a BKB. You take the outpost. It's an absurd hero. We're gonna see more of this play this core. Almost guarantee it.
Yeah, and it's a great hero. Like, Sange is still kind of a broken item, I think. And more and more people are experimenting with Kaya Sange. And the Earth Spirit's obviously a great hero for that one. Is they're going to be able to find Stormstormer here. The Impale, is that going to last long enough for the Earth Spirit? They've given up on that, actually. Nine's going somewhere else. He's going for the Phoenix. He got the silence off, but did not manage to connect. Follow-up disable. Stormstormer is actually still going to die. He's caught by 33. A third finger kill for Snake King.
Takes its course.
This is not a fun game. Lifestealer is so fast. With just a Windlace, 405 move speed.
Ace He has to use his crit to deal with the boar, otherwise he's not going anywhere. He did pick up the shard. Interesting. I mean, okay, they do have Lion, I guess, the mana burn. I just don't really... maybe. I guess you do have the new shard on the Lion. Is he going to go that at all? No, he's just going Aether Lens. He's going to jump in. Hex, Nyx Assassin, keep the chain disable on him. But again, none of his cores are around here. He does have Fada to help him retreat, though. And they can kind of stick onto the Smashers here. 33's on his way. Doesn't have the Roar, but...
he could be coming on courier for him.
For Rasmus?
Not for 3-3.
Oh, okay.
Rasmus is close. He just needs the recipe.
Rasmus is, Stormer, rather. He is not dead.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You can see him, he's queuing up Desolator, Aghanim Scepter. It's always like a really good sign or really bad sign when your cores are queuing up multiple items. It either says, I'm getting so much farm, I've got my whole game plan figured out, or, God, we're so far behind, I need like 3 more items for us to be able to win this game.
I know that feeling. Poor Gilger, I feel for the man. He's just rocking the double fluffy hat. It's not his game.
No, it's not. Snaking. Just keeps on finding him time and time again. Gilger can only break ankles for so long here.
Kicked away to his death.
Hey, there it is for Rasmus. We finally got it.
Now, you have to fear the roar still.
Yeah.
But realistically, all 3 cores on the enemy side are melee.
Hang on. Down, but 9 is going to be able to get off his ultimate here. Chaining some disables on a Stormer. Backing up the damage. Can he chase after this puck? He lands it. Beautiful play by 9. And gets Skeeter into position to chase for more. Is now Tofu. Oh my god. How is he so not pretty? Alright, there's the skeletons. Get him, boys. Look at those. Don't even try. Don't even try. Unless you're going at him with Midnight Pulse Black Hole, don't even go after 9. That guy is beastly at this point with his Kaya Sanj complete. He's got 3,000 HP and an Essence Ring on top of that with a BKB just as the cherry on top of everything else.
Dude, this Lifestealer hero, I thought Rage was it gave you the bonus on cast. Hang on a sec. He's going to get opened on.
They actually do this one. They're going to drop everything they have. Oh, no, he didn't have the range. He walked straight into that black hole thinking he could get the roar off. Fortunately, the extra movement speed of the roar will try and help him escape. Or maybe he's not going to get away. He's already taken so much stun rate damage. Nice double stun from Snake King. They're still going to chase after him, though. They're still feeling it, and they should be feeling it. 33 going to be slowed down by that hit from the puck. They only need a little bit more. Silenced up by 9 as he makes his entrance in. Zap, and Gilger falls. Ace, though, keeps on going. They're going to be able to bring down the line. Maybe they can actually win a full-out fight here as they have the supernova right on top of everything else. 9, he needs to be able to roll away, but he's not going to be able to do so. What a big turn. The Hellbear Smashers. They managed to win a monstrous team fight.
Huge fight, and they just, everything went better than expected. They get the ultimate off on the Lifestealer. 100-0. So much piercing damage. And he just dies. You can see 3-3. He goes in for the roar, but I suppose just needed to take a different angle. He has roar clicked here, and just can't get it. It's too close.
Did roar range get nerfed at all? No. Okay. Well,
yeah, okay.
Unfortunate for
what
him.
the heck? Why was he move? Oh, it's Drum Zora. Lifestealer had 460 base move speed. I'm like, wait, I thought Rage gave move speed on cast, and it does. But the Drum Zora made him run around like near haste move speed.
And now he's got spider legs, so. All right, well, they got their one black hole in. Congratulations, Tundra. But you've now expended that very long cooldown. We're going to go right back into just fighting for this map control, right? And if they're lucky, Roshan may even spawn right away.
Would be ideal. Do they have any really good shards? Oh my god, that gold lead just disappeared. It was 5-6K, one fight, it's gone.
Yeah. Oh, that is nasty.
Yeah, that's big. And it doesn't get any easier. I mean, this is Rasmus' next item, Lincoln's, and then it's an uninterruptible black hole. You really have to then play for an Ag's Earth Spirit to turn people to stone and kick them to safely. Because otherwise, they're just going straight for this Skeeter Lifestealer. There's nothing he can buy to itemize against this damage.
Fada. Brave in the high ground here, checking out the triangle, trying to get some vision down because they want Roshan. And Roshan is indeed up for them, so.
Honestly, really impressive. Win or lose, Smashers, they took game one. This Tundra team, they were in a tiebreaker with OG Liquid to go to the major, and it took 2 rounds. They looked formidable. I had high expectations for them coming into this season, too. And so far, Smashers, this isn't like
all right,
they're...
I'm going to fact check the fact checker here. Hold up, we're actually going to get the initiation on to Nyx Assassin. Whoa, he's dead. Listen, only I'm allowed to razz on my man Kyle here. JJ, I know it's you.
What did he do?
Fact check Wind Waker exists. That's not interrupting the black hole.
Yeah.
It's only partial credit.
Who's buying a Wind Waker? Who has a Yules?
Kyle is still correct that it's uninterruptible. But you can save somebody inside of that black hole. This was script. All right, okay. I'm sorry.
71-25? Come on. All right, fight's happening.
A fight's happening, and the Phoenix just said bye. Where did he go? They just left Ace. Ace is done for.
Okay. Did they get distracted by our conversation too? What in the hell?
I guess they made the judgment call that this is
that's
everybody
else.
We cannot win this.
They had black hole. I mean, maybe they're waiting for Lincoln's now. It is tough. The Aegis changes things. Suddenly, this Aegis is
only broken.
Wow.
Fada. He could not hit the button fast enough. He gets broken by Gilger, stunned, and is unable to click the button.
Aegis is so important against Enigma.
Oh, we know our prize break. Damn it, you got me on that
literally just wrong. So they just killed him before the pop?
I guess so. Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing he didn't have
the health threshold. Oh, yeah, it was on cooldown, Cap.
It was on cooldown.
Oh my god.
New patch. What can you say?
You're just hype. Yeah. Can't contain yourself. I understand.
I thought it was a cool move. I thought it was more special than it was.
Looks like Stormstorm is going to go for the Deso. Yep.
Hey, it's 1-1. Don't you give me that 1-0. It's 1-1.
This is what happens. We added them to the talent announcement, and now suddenly
the ego on this
oh
guy.
My god, we're gonna say it's all year now. We're gonna get them subliminally
let's get away
communicating.
From servers and remember the show's about us. So the Cap and Kyle show, everybody.
Indeed.
It's 11-21.
Kyle and Cap. We'll see. The next fight's going to decide everything. There's going to be a Lincoln's on Rasmus. It's almost there. The Puck Deso increases the amount of damage they'll be able to output during that ultimate and also helps Ace just hit that little bit harder that AC's coming out shortly. Skeeter did go for the evasion talent. That's to be expected. And the Spell Amp on the Earth Spirit to go with the Kaya. Makes sense. My God, his talents are way too good, dude. 18% Spell Amp? That's absurd.
Yeah.
Kaya Sanj is only 16.
Yeah. I mean, that other talent's pretty insane, too. Obviously, it's a cord unit, but the plus 3 second. Have you ever been hit by that? You ever been hit by a near instantaneous silence and just be silenced for 6.5 seconds? You're just like, well, I guess this fight isn't for me.
Look at Snaking.
Snaking's hunting.
Oh, no, Gilger. No. Oh, poor Snaking didn't even have time to ult him for the bonus damage. I don't blame Gilger either. This is an impossible Nyx game. They've done a great job placing sentries. You can see in the bottom, Radiant Jungle, Sentry Ward, another one, Sentry Ward on that high ground. So anytime he's spotted, they're on him. Now pushing high ground. Aegis makes this tough.
Yeah, it makes it really tough. As even if they go for this black hole right now, see Fada throwing around that new fancy shard he's got. The tier 3 is going to be broken down. Ace is is also going to be broken down here. That's going to be life number 1, and Rasmus maybe forced into something he's not super happy with. He does see the 2-man black hole opportunity. He's going to go for it. 33, looking to be able to get it off. Does manage to get off the proud Aurora. Skeeter is somehow still alive. He's going to be able to fight through a little bit longer on his initial life. 9 rolls on in. Hits Gilger, stuns him up, but the sun ray is burning him out. He gets burnt up, and now collateral in the flames. Tundra finds their team fight on the high ground. Lost. They're going to full retreat.
Who are these guys, Cap? Like, that was so well done. You can see Rasmus, he's hesitant, realizes, I've got to ult. The positioning is perfect. Forces 3-3 to run around and get the roar off late. But then there was the follow-up, the egg, the damage coming in. Ace even turning around to smack the lifestealer once in the face to ensure that he would survive and get that Aegis kill. Gilger with the carapace on the roll-in from 9 just straight up leads to his demise. And if it weren't for the cheese pop, this goes even worse for Tundra. I think 9 lived with about 40 HP before popping it. Really nice fight. Like, it looks bad. Looks real bad.
Yeah. And then I feel like 9 just kind of rolled in and gave them the 2-man black hole. Which is kind of curious.
And 3-3, he's got to go around.
33 was going to get it off sooner, but...
Look at the cheese. Yeah, okay, he was at 200, but still, like, the Phoenix egg is what changes things, because you still can't really enter the fight as Tundra, because that egg is still ticking, and there's no chance you're going to bypass the ultimate to get it in time.
Back inside the game, though, we do have a fight here on the river where the Phoenix is already getting picked off, so both the supports here of the Hellbear Smashers. It looks like they may have let that team fight win get to them.
Oh, that's not good. Now they just go right back middle. There's no ultimate.
Yeah.
You got to be more cautious, Hellbear.
No, it's very concerning. Let me just say, some of these support shards are kind of crazy. So this Abaddon one, I think, was kind of garbage before. Now, they've actually buffed it and then given it this extra cooldown lowering, which is great for a 5 position that just wants to throw around heals nonstop. Phoenix somehow was given this insane one where he gets Sunray. He can get Sunray on his Supernova at 20 minutes. Instead of before, where he had to get some serious levels behind him. Like, I feel like that's kind of cool. Pre-clicked hex. They are going to be able to... Oh, man. He is dead for 100 seconds. He's going to have to buy back. If he dies back, he's gone for the rest of the game.
I mean, they kind of have to. Nigma ulti is up now. You need to fight. You can't lose 2 racks here.
All right, he's going to go for it. Already used the Midnight Pulse. Rasmus blinking out super aggressively, just trying to find anybody at this point. All they're going to have is Fada, though. Doesn't feel too good.
He's happy with that. Shiva's finished. That's a huge item for our Phoenix. Tofu effectively becoming a core, now closing in on Storm's net worth, who has now been pushed off his Axe timing, will be even later. And the damage, like, with no threat of Enigma ult, you can see how confident Tundra plays. Yeah. And then the moment Smashers look to take a fight, they recognize, okay, their spells are up, we've got to be conservative. Rasmus needs a refresher, and that is what's queued up next, because otherwise, if you're Tundra, you might just lose a core, buy him back, and immediately look to go close out this game.
Kind of curious. They smoke, and they take the outpost, which I assume they're taking the outpost because they feel like they're going to have to use buybacks. Like, they want that TP point available.
Yeah.
But also, it's like a huge signal to Tundra.
Yep.
There are ghosts currently taking the outpost, guys. Invisible units are taking the outpost. I wonder what that means.
Yep. The game gets a little hard for Smashers. I'd like to see them try and take this next fight on the enemy side of the map. Because if you allow Tundra to take it near your base, you know, you're going to pop Enigma ulti, and then suddenly they're knocking on your doorstep.
So you agree basically with what they were trying to do before?
Yeah.
Like, smoke, get out, like...
And, what I don't agree with, Skeeter went for a heart, which sounds good. The armlet pop, yeah, sure, you're not really losing health, but you go to so much max HP. It's 7% max HP from the Midnight Pulse.
Okay.
So that HP bonus doesn't really help you as much as you'd hope.
Counterpoint, it's actually only 5.4%.
Because
he's getting 1.6 regen per second. Maybe that's the way he's thinking about it.
Sure. I would just rather see initiation tools, like kill the Enigma, kill the Phoenix.
Get an Abyssal Blade, you're saying, or something like that?
I think something like a Nullifier, actually. Maybe even, I don't know if Blink is a real thing anymore, but Swift Blink wouldn't be terrible.
Yeah, I am curious at what some of these carries are going to do now that Abyssal Blade got nerfed, and Swift Blink also got nerfed. So a lot of those late game tools that they were used to. been taken away. Stormcrafter. All right.
I would also, you could consider, just get more damage, right? We've seen Matu in this scenario. He typically finishes his build with a Daedalus. I think that would be quite nice here, too. No real evasion tools picked up on the side of Smashers.
Well, this is a fun one. If he actually managed to get the Axe on Fada, this whole idea of this big black hole teamfight play is heavily countered. We've seen this Axe a couple of times, and it was used in... I think it was at a TI. Yeah, it was the TI9 group stage. It was used to be able to counter Chronosphere. Some of these big teamfight abilities are just ruined by that ult.
Yep. He also talented for the miscoil. So, yeah, you take 575 plus damage, you get immediately healed for 315 by the Abaddon if he's in range with ult up. That's pretty significant. And, yeah, killing Lifestealer suddenly becomes a much taller task.
Shiva's is almost done if 9 wants it, but
Roche is up.
Want to hold on to buyback here.
I think you've got to fight this if you're Smash. I'm concerned that they're playing so hesitantly here. You can't give Tundra this third Roche. In addition, an Ags on your Enigma would be huge to add that Midnight Pulse to the black hole.
Yeah, for sure.
You could give it to Gilger even. I'd say you could give it to the Phoenix too, but I think it's just so much more important on the Enigma.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
We'll see bounty spawn.
Look at Tundra just hanging out here next to Roshan. Just playing together around this high ground while the other two of them are farming away the triangle. No rush. The Aeon disc actually instead of Shiva's. Okay.
It's just that, Smashers, they had this timing.
Yeah.
With the Lincolns, with the Shivas, and kind of hanging out. We'll have Ags soon on the puck. I'd like to see him take more of a farm priority from his allies. No other item, you can argue, would have similar impact. Very, very important here. Pent-edged sword picked up on the Lifestealer. Helps with that reach, literally. 100 extra attack range with a leveler backpacked when they need to go and look to end game. Into the pit.
Alright. Smashers gonna take things into their own hands here. Watch out for those dive bombs.
I was like, how'd the wolf dive bomb? That was initiation. Come, Gilger, careful.
Oh, they're gonna be able to find the opening onto Lion here. Stormcrafter being used for a moment. He's gonna break the coil. Try and get them out. Now the coil has been used. Tundra probably feel a little bit more free to either force a fight or force a Roshan.
It's the best spell they could have wasted. There was no Ags on it. Coil is kind of a useless spell in this spot when all 3 enemy cores have spell immunity, and then Abaddon can shield off anybody else who would get caught. He has the Ags finished now. This game got much harder for Hellbear Smashers. I am not certain a single wombo combo is going to be enough to take out the Skeeter Lifestealer. They really need that second ultimate as well.
See what Nine's doing? He didn't actually complete the Aeon disc. He's waiting to assemble it, I'm assuming, when he gets caught in the black hole. There's the Aghanims now finished for Fada. With his level 20 on the way, which is CDR, I guess.
There's the Ags for Stormstormer. So, things are... It changes things a bit. Because if you can get the BKBs, if you can trade Coil for BKBs, you're going to be pretty happy. And then in theory, Ace's damage output is pretty significant. And then you can focus on controlling Skeeter and maybe taking out the other cores, and specifically this Lion. Remove Lion Earth Spirit from the fight. Yeah, sure, Skeeter hits hard, but he won't have too much stickiness when he tries to chase down these enemies. Like, Puck isn't going to die with no stuns alive.
Right. Skeeter, man, he is attacking so damn fast, and Ace is moving so slow thanks to this explosion from Fada. Plus, the money cover, he's going to be able to get the 2-man black hole. He's going to be able to burst it down. He's just getting burnt out by all this percentage-based damage, and nobody from Tundra was there to bail him out. They're going to buy back and still force this fight. The Aeon disc going off from 9. He's going to be able to get off the BKB. Sticks on top of Rasmus. Doesn't want to let him get away. The Phoenix is going to be burned down by these ultimates as Tundra are going to run over the field around Roshan here. They use their buybacks very effectively, but more is coming in from the Hellbear Smashers here, as now they've been able to chase down Stormstormer and impale coming in, but it's not.
No buyback.
Hell, Gilger tried to do what he could. Oh, look at this. 9. He's going to be able to roll in. Midnight Pulse is out, but they don't have any disables. They don't have any damage here. They're just getting eaten alive by the Lifestealer, who's going to munch and bite down with all he's worth. 2 heroes dead with no buyback, and Tundra say, screw Roshan. Let's go for the W here.
They know there's no buyback on the Phoenix. They know Pucks might come up soon, but he does not have the gold. They might guess that as well, considering he just had that fresh Ags in that last fight. Really nice. I mean, Tundra, they just, we say you need Aegis against an Enigma. Well, a buyback's just as good. Rasmus, he buys back, but what good is he without that cooldown available? 40 seconds on Black Hole.
This Leveler doesn't make things pretty. Deso and Leveler plus the Abaddon giving him that extra attack speed. Oh my. 9 kicks away Ace. They're going to ignore him and hit the throne. There's nothing they can do to stop it. Tundra!
Look at woohoo! 9's got the stank face going.
Yeah.
He's mad about that first game.
Yeah, he says that first game.
More than what they did this time around, because this time around they were really hoping for the Womo combo to play out. It didn't, unfortunately for them, but fortunately for us, because we are going to a 3rd game of the series. First, though, we're going to break down this game number 2 after the break.
setting up their lanes for success and giving Beastmaster, just giving a playmaker to the mid laner. Owen was talking about it. We don't want to see some guy in the back chucking out axes. We want to see some guy that's going in and making shit happen, and that's exactly what Nine did this game.
Yeah, it's exactly what Nine did.
Yeah, no, I mean, Nine Earth Spirit coming in as the last pick. You got to be ready for it. It's something that they've just always done. I don't know if it is his most played hero, but it's up there in the top. Yeah, I'm pretty sure for Nine. And he smashed it. Great showing. He really shut down the Pucks game. I think pretty much Stormer. His impact was very much. It fell off as the game went on, and some of these other heroes as well just completely countered. Gilga's Nyx Assassin. Playing into 3 heroes, they're going to be able to deal with it every single time. It's Lifestealer, the Earth Spirit, the Lion. They're going to have ways to deal with you, and you're just not able to do anything when this lineup comes running at you. They did do, I got to say, hats off to Misery. For me, sort of held the game together.
Yeah.
There was a point, he was looking around at his lane to the rest of his team and saying, he's queuing up the Midas, he's buying the Midas, he knows he's got to take the game on his back. And they were pulling off some pretty brilliant combos. They definitely made it a lot harder for Tundra to close it up. So, some very impressive holds there, but just not enough at the end of the day. With how some of the top 3 of the cores were doing for Tundra. 33 on the offlane Beastmaster, smashing it, always has done. Yep. 33 Beastmaster through and through, patches to patches, and showing us that even in this patch, without the age of the Necromonicon being in the past, 33 has still got it with his offlane Beastmaster.
He does indeed, and you mentioned earlier the rotations coming out also from Nine's Earth Spirit, and I believe Purge has something more to say about some rotations in the game.
Thanks, Cheever. Yeah, Nine played amazing this game. His laning stage against Puck was excellent. He was matching him in CS. Here's his first big rotation, ganks the safe lane before Ace picks up 6. That guarantees a really, really easy kill here, and something that Earth Spirit can easily do because of his super high mobility. Here's the second follow-up kill that he's able to get. He's sitting here with Vision of Line. Puck feels like he can get away with this, but because the Boulder Smash hits, it allows him to get follow-up. Therefore, Snake King can gap close. They can get the disable off. The raindrop got broken on the initial Boulder Smash as well, so that's his second kill that gives him treads, and then he's able to get this cleanup kill as well at Rasmus. Rasmus trying to deny the rune here, so great rotation so far. Here he is ganking the safe lane at 13 minutes in here, gets the disable up on Puck. Unfortunately, Snake King just a little bit too far away to get Hex off, goes for the Earth Spike last second and ends up missing, but he ends up going for dives to go get some pressure down since he's here. And watch this juke here. He knows exactly where the Phoenix is going so that he can get this disable follow-up. And then immediately afterwards, in the next clip, he gets the kill. He slaps this little pesky skeleton here, and then he's looking for the next thing to do. He is constantly moving. He teleports to the mid lane, anticipating the rune. Puck's not going to want to go bot rune because his team was just there, so that's why he sets up top, and then gets ready for the roll in, and just perfectly executes once again. Full combo, earn, right-clicking at maximum efficiency, he gets another figure. 4 kills, 3 assists under his belt, but he's been in 7 out of 8 of these kills here at the 14-minute mark. He played amazing, created so much space for his team, and gave him a really good shot of going late.
Yeah, Nine played his heart out for sure on that Earth Spirit. Very curious to hear from Brian what he thought the biggest problem for Hellbear Smashers was.
I think it was kind of falling back on their strategies from last patch. Nigma, there was a reason why last patch he was winning every lane. That Eidolon cooldown, he was getting out leveled by Lifestealer. That momentum we saw being complete opposite of the laning stage from game 1. And I think going into game 3, they need to really, I think lane dominators are going to be crucial this patch.
All right, well, let's find out if we can have some lane dominators in the third game of this series from Hellbear Smashers, or perhaps we'll have them from Tundra Esports. We're going to find out after the break. 3, surely everything, the best parts of both games come together here, Owen.
Yeah, I hope so. I think, after we saw, game 2, in which I think Tundra did clearly have a better draft. Hellbear Smashers were still able to bring quite a fight to them in the mid game. It wasn't a walk in the park for Tundra. Hellbear Smashers had some solid showing, and Rasmus doing it on a hero that had been nerfed and wasn't quite able to have the impact that maybe you would have hoped for in the laning stage because of those nerfs. So I think definitely a chance for Hellbear Smashers to be able to step it up and really give Tundra a good shot here. But I think it is going to be dependent on just making sure that they can kind of slow down the start for Skeeter, really. Skeeter's able to get sort of a good lane. I think he sort of carries this series these games every time.
Yeah, and we had both teams banning out the Doom in the previous 2 games. Sees the light of day this time around, and the same thing goes for the Grimstroke. Also banned both games so far, and now also here picked up by the Hellbear Smashers. It is already looking very different, Brian, from the first 2 games we saw. We will see Tundra go again for the gyrocopter. We saw that earlier on Fada as a position 5. I would imagine that's going to be the same thing this time around.
Yeah, Grimstroke got a bunch of numbers buffs. Doom kind of got a small rework on what makes the hero in the laning stage.
It is already looking very different, Brian, from the first 2 games we saw. We will see Tundra go again for the gyrocopter. We saw that earlier on Fada as a position 5. I would imagine that's going to be the same thing this time around.
Yeah, Grimstroke got a bunch of numbers buffs. Doom kind of got a small rework on what makes the hero in the laning stage. 5 base armor. We talked about it earlier. That is insane for a hero like Doom, who's traditionally been super low armor. I think people are going to run him as a 3. I can't really imagine him being a 2 or a support. So I'm looking forward to really seeing how they make use of the hero, because he's very different, even though he does the same stuff. So Gyrocopter, on the other hand, I don't think it was the reason they lost game 1. So I think they're perfectly fine running it back. They do go for the Wraith King again. Is this just Ace feeling like... I don't know. This hero got nerfed, I think, pretty significantly. Yeah. With the Abyssal nerf, the Swift Blink nerf. I mean, this hero used to be running at you with 700 move speed. Blinking at you with 700 move speed and an Abyssal Blade. And now it's just not nearly the same potency. Also, Rapier getting nerfed hurt Wraith King a lot too. So, kind of surprised they're willing to pick it up this early.
Yeah, and this is the 3rd game in a row that Ace will play it. I was hoping to see something different.
No, I think maybe just the Doom getting through tempted them again, right? He's got this carry that, he's got a bit of an answer to being doomed in the sense that he's going to be back for a second round. And it is Ace's most comfortable carry pick. Last patch, pretty much most played as for Hellbear Smashers in their games.
I think it's really important that you either pick 3 really good Doom targets or 3 really bad Doom targets. Meaning that I'm fine if they want to pick Wraith King as long as their other 2 cores are not exactly doomable, because then they'll just never doom the Wraith King.
I mean, what heroes are up there, do you think, on sort of the don't care about
the Razors, Death Prophets, heroes that push 2 spells, and then if they happen to get doomed afterwards, it's fine.
Okay.
Those are the ones that initially come to mind. They ban out the Timber Saw, so that's more of a laning-centric focus on countering the Doom early to mid-game. Mm-hmm. But, the thing is, I don't feel like what is going to make Doom good again is not only that they've changed him, but I named the heroes that are good against Doom. They were really strong last patch. Death Prophets and Razors. They both got nerfed, so maybe not so much.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see, because both teams did ban it out first phase previous games, so they obviously know something that is super strong about it, and it could just be that all his counters are nerfed. And we'll see the true power coming out here from the Doom in this 3rd game. Same thing can be said for the Grimstroke, though. But Grimstroke, yes, been buffed on the numbers, but mostly credited for the shard change. But when we saw it last time around, the team was already doing good before the 20-minute mark. So it will be interesting to see if they get to the point where the shard's actually going to be picked up. As they ban out a Medusa, one of the ranged cores. Yeah, that seems very strong.
I really want to see these range cores come into play. Medusa, I think, is really nice against Wraith King because you don't really invest anything on his first life. You can kind of poke him down from afar and It's really awkward for him to ever commit on to. If you imagine fighting into a Dusa with a Doom behind, very few heroes in lineup combos can deal with that. You can't bring down the Medusa fast enough, then one of your crucial heroes is going to get doomed. A lot of counter initiation with the gyrocopter as a support. If they can have that beefy person in front, because Doom, he's tanky, but you actually don't want him to get initiated onto. So if they have that dangler, as I think Kyle will refer to it in the game, it'll work out nicely. And they've also banned the PL, whose shard got buffed. I don't know, man.
What is the shard now?
The shard, so the shard makes it so it lances a second target, but the illusion from the lances does 70% damage as opposed to the 20% that it does by default. So supports legitimately die just to the lance, which is pretty stupid. It was already good, I thought. It did 50% damage prior to this patch, and they just said, give it another 20%, and we'll be good on that. So a lot of PLs are pretty much picking up the shard right away, at the 20-minute mark.
And we already saw a couple of PLs, like, for example, at the Major, it was already a good hero then. So, interesting. Nigma banned out by Tundra as their last ban. They also banned out the Phoenix, so we're going to see Tofu on something else this game. He might be the one playing the Grimstroke, though. Although, would you want to play it 5 or 4 Grimstroke? I know it can be played as a core as well, but don't really want to see that.
I think it's good as a 5 here, just because it's a good lane partner with Wraith King. Wraith King loves to leave the lane, and we saw what they did with the Phoenix, where you just give the lane to somebody else. Could they potentially run it mid? Is that possible?
On the mid Grim?
Yeah.
I think with the buffs, absolutely. I think we'll definitely, maybe not here, but we'll see teams in this league playing Grim mid.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
They go for the Lion. Not nearly as enticing as last game. Last game, you picked Lion, they had a puck. Clear idea why you need that instant disable. Here, you don't really have that hero. And so far, I'm thinking you just got to pick heroes that preemptively push their buttons, because you're dealing with Doom and Lion. So I really emphasize the Death Prophets and Razor archetype of heroes.
The sack.
Oh, there you go. Push buttons and you're done. They're perfect. Push W, push R. Leshrac does 80% of his damage already. That fits perfectly.
Doesn't matter if he's doomed afterwards, he's still fine.
And
unless he gets jumped.
We do still have Oracle in the pool, right?
Yes.
So they could get that for Tofu. I think that's always going to be appealing when you have something like a Lesh. You've got to keep this man alive.
5 seconds remaining.
And there's good burst and a lot of heavy damage that's going to be coming out. And I guess another target, as you say, especially if they're able to keep him alive, another target that doesn't mind being doomed. As Brian says, if he gets the spells out and he's being healed and kept alive by a false promise, then he's still going to get his job done.
Go for the Oracle, man. You need to save. They are so invested in killing you at the very start of the fight. I think you have to go for a save.
I think
Pudge.
If you want to be, I love
that is the save. There you go.
Busted. We've seen earlier this 10-second cooldown on Dismember save with the ridiculous range that it has with the Ether Lens.
I'm actually
teams
dead
are going to start picking up.
I'm actually dead serious. I think they might pick Pudge here. It would be so, imagine getting doomed and then he just eats you.
I mean, absolutely. It's brilliant.
Wait, how does it work with Leshrac's ult? Do you still, go while you're inside of the Pudge? Are you still ulted while you're inside the Pudge?
There were spells before where it did work that you were still kicking that effect while you're eating, but I got to imagine.
Come on, Hellbear Smashers, do it. Oh, that's not a save.
That's not a save.
What are you guys doing?
Disappointing.
I am incredibly disappointed. Jenkins, if he were here too, he'd be incredibly upset.
I mean, there's still a chance offlane Pudge is absolutely fine. He's a Pudge player. You don't think you could?
The problem is they don't see the carry hero, so you might... Oh, they already banned Ursa. I was going to say you might just get Ursa, but they banned the Ursa. They're setting up for the Pudge.
The Rasmus Pudge.
They're setting up for it.
I want to see it. Everyone wants to see
ban Ursa, ban Slark, Pudge. Boom.
Let's see if they do. I mean...
I'm hoping for it.
If
they don't pick Pudge, Tundra's going to win.
That would mean 9 Leshrac. I think we're okay with that, right?
I think 9's definitely.
Yeah,
I think you give him the Lesh. It's fine. I think you can even do 3 Grim.
I mean, actually, Rasmus could be. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Pudge, right.
We saw Rasmus last season, I think, play.
Yeah, absolutely. Offlane's totally fine. And
they can do lane, the Grim Pudge lane. Could work out.
Double Dismember.
Pudge, baby. I want to see it.
I'm just telling people at home, I am unironically saying to pick Pudge. I think it's so good here. It's the best save of the patch.
It's the Doom counter.
It's the best save, I'm pretty sure.
I mean, unless the demo mode is bugged, you eat someone, they're in you for as long as you want.
Yeah,
right? That's how I was looking in demo mode. Unless demo mode's broken, but you bite someone, they're in you for as long as you want to. As long as they want to stay in, of course, they can hop out at any time.
Team ban.
What if they're doomed? Maybe they can't.
I don't know.
Maybe you're doomed inside the pudge.
But then you're still only there until like the doom ends, which is perfect.
And you're getting healed, dude.
Yeah, you are getting
being healed. Yeah.
Pick the pudge. Pudge or bust. For Hellbear Smashers here.
They banned perfectly for the pudge.
They banned the troll.
Come on, baby.
Come on.
Come on.
They're not gonna do it.
Well, we still have the Slark in the pool.
True. It is pretty bad against Lesh, though.
Okay.
They do have that going for them.
Yes. Are there any more hard pudge counter
There's a lot. Okay, they went for a save at least, but it's like
that is the less exciting save.
It's not pudge.
It's not pudge. Everything was looking so good.
I was thinking a save with some infinite scaling, from the pudge strength gain, but instead they picked the Legion, who has damage infinite scaling, so they went for the same idea.
Yeah, Legion's pretty cool now, right? It's a little bit of spell immunity.
Yeah, they have a BKB piercing disable. There's actually so much in common between Legion and pudge. They might as well just be the same hero.
Maybe they meant to pick pudge, but they missed.
Yeah, they misclicked. They're definitely very close together on the pick screen.
L and P, they actually are. L and P, they're
A,
pretty...
B, C, D, P,
L is before P, dude.
O.
L-M-N-O-P, dude.
Maybe in America.
Is there different names?
Juggernaut picked up last year.
I don't know if I necessarily like that. They have Wraith King plus duel.
Yeah.
Okay. I actually like Hellbear Smashers better here.
Okay, that's good though.
Yeah.
I like their draft better. I think both teams have good win conditions. I think this is the most equal draft of all three. But I think...
Oh, I was the wrong player, by the way. I meant not the 9 Lesh. I meant Stormstormer Lesh. I was on the wrong team.
We all knew
earlier.
what you meant.
I know. Still,
we just let it pass. Yeah.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
I was testing Owen if he'd correct you.
Yeah.
I was testing chat. Chat didn't notice.
Yeah,
they definitely
chat noticed.
They definitely
everything.
Get these guys off my screen. They don't know what they're talking about.
I will soon get them off your screen. Don't worry. I'm on the ball. But I first want to I do kind of want to hear a little bit of their opinions on this draft. Owen, you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. No, I don't know. I don't know. I think Jug's still good. I think Jug's still a solid carry. I know that they've got always looking down for the Blade Fury, but I still think the Jug will out carry this. I think the Wraith King that they've been doing three times in a row now has been read by Tundra, and Tundra's going to know how to play against it. And Jug's still good. Jug's still very nice.
Yeah, they've got Tundra. I'm going to give it to Hellbear Smashers, where Tundra's all in on bursting one guy, initial burst damage of the team fight, and they've got Wraith King, they've got the save from Legion. If they get an Aegis on the Lesh, I think their game plan's pretty straightforward.
I'm very happy that we got a split panel because, we wanted the best of both first two games. Let's see an epic ending to this series in Game 3 together with Kyle and Cap.
Don't do that, Cheever. Don't do that.
That's right.
Don't give in to Kyle, please.
She's not giving in to me, Cap. She's giving in to an inevitability. My name shall be first, but the question is which one of these teams will be first in this Division 1 Europe, because only one team will have a win. The whole division, one team.
Yes, and will it finally be Legion Commander, a hero that's had a losing win rate in almost every single patch, dating all the way back to the introduction of Shrines. I think that was the last time she was really good, and she was real straight up broken. Is this the patch that she's finally brought back, Kyle?
We'll find out. Look at the circle. They all run into it. They know exactly what's up here. We'll see. The mid matchup can be a bit tough. Oh, they're running up the high ground. This could be very bad. Stormstorm's like, guys, come here.
Okay, we're going to use the orb. Check things out. Spot it. Okay. Don't go up there. That's a no-go zone. We'll take the other side of the map. Thank you very much. We'll take those bounty runes. Smashers.
The Jug pick is interesting. Into the LC. I don't know if BSJ brought it up, but not the greatest laning matchup for a Jug. And throughout the game, a duel, a blade mail, you're kind of just dead.
The battle begins.
He did mention something about that. What do you think about the new shard from the Legion Commander? I feel like that's one of those things that I've seen Legion Commander support because
it is. This. Wow, that is pretty sick, actually. Man, yeah. I can see the future sometimes, and I see Seb, I see OG, I see Ana with a lot of pressy attacks.
Okay. Thank you for that, Kyle.
No worries.
Mid matchup, Leshrac versus Puck. I think this time we've got a little bit more of a even matchup. I think, bottom lane, we're already going to go for some spinning. Rasmus, who's already gone his nuke level 1.
Yep.
It's a nice 2-man to start things off.
I'll be curious to see what build he goes for. I'm a huge fan of max W on the Legion. I think you can get a second point in your queue, perhaps, but the real reason this hero is so strong, in my view, he has another bracer queued up. I hope it turns into a soul ring, is that a level 3 W, you heal yourself by soul ringing. You get it for free, and you trade so effectively. Later on, you just jungle. Hit Jug in the face. He actually has to leave lane once you hit level 5, 6. But we'll see what he chooses to do.
Yeah, I feel like that's also the build that you use to beat Juggernaut anyway, right? Because you want to be able to maximize your right-clicking power and sustain while he's spinning.
Exactly. The lightning changes on light. The lightning changes on lightning. Yeah, that's what I just said. I'm off today. Bit rusty. It's been a while. Had a break. Point is, easier to play against the puck. You can't juke it as easily. I don't know if it's the build. I think you'll still see a lot of max edict. He already has a point.
Thank you, Scriff. Top lane, we're going to see our first blood, 33. Will be taken down by Ace. It's a nice kill combo there. Double stun lane. You get the skeletons out there with those double stuns. Oh, he's going to make that jump. He doesn't. Stormer is able to collect and refill his.
You got to be really careful. Stormer, he has a 35 move speed advantage, and Puck has 1 armor. So if you find yourself caught in the river, now 2, because he's level 3, don't you dare write anything in that top right, you just kind of die to Edict. Can't outrun him, so you got to be really cautious orbing into the river. That is where mid-lesh thrives. Let's see. At bottom, they're just stealing the pull. Top lane really feels like Tundra's been inspired by VP in a lot of their drafts. This Lion Doom off lane is one of their specials.
2-minute water runes have been seen. Now we're going to get the 3-minute bounties. It feels like people just are not prioritizing the bounties as much since they kind of gotten nerfed. Rasmus did go for the double bracer.
It's not bad. The health regen's quite nice. There's so much sustain in this lane, and even without spamming W, you just kind of click Jug in the face, although that wasn't ideal.
He's not clicking him in the face right now. He's going to pop the healing salve and swap out those bracers. So efficiency in his bracer usage. Bracer was just not a good item last patch, so I am curious if an extra 0.25 regen is really going to make that much of a difference.
Yeah, I think Falcon Blade might have been another option. I prioritize mana regen a lot more on the LC, especially since you can just turn it into health. Don't need that HP regen.
Uh-oh. He's got 10 magic wand charges, so he may actually be able to live through this, no problem. Tofu's actually going to turn around, get a lot of damage onto Snake King here. Can he actually kill him? Turn around, impale. Needs a little bit more, but I don't think he has anything left. He doesn't have the mana for his nuke. He will manage to get away, though.
Wow, Thunderclap, that is... Oh, I forgot, yeah, they changed the Devour leveling factor, so it used to be 3, 4, 5, 6, now it's 4, 5, 6, 6, so... Yeah, level 3, you suddenly have that creep net. We'll see it more in the offlane after that. I did not realize that had been updated.
Yeah.
So more bonus gold.
They took away the regen factor, but they gave him more base armor in return. I think it was a lot of base armor they gave him.
Yeah.
Skater is getting a little low here. Handed to Tango, drops the healing ward. Rasmus, 21-3, is actually ahead of the Juggernaut in lane. So doing very nicely for himself. Fada, what are you doing? Just blocking this camp, it looks like.
Raindrop picked up by 9, but not super effective because level 1 Lightning Storm just takes that off. So
Radiant's top tower is under
juking the 90 damage, I guess it's something, but it's very easy to burn off the charges. If you die, it would be to the Edict. That's my concern. Fada coming in. Just hit 6 on puck. Very dangerous.
Yep, they're going to go for it. Fada, he represents damage. They need it to be able to finish off this last track in time. They barely do. 9 survives because of the raindrop.
Really surprising. Like, I don't like that TP from Rasmus. Yeah, sure, you get a last hit, but you didn't have mana anyway, and you could be pressuring Skeeter with your Rubik down bottom instead.
Base armor increased from 0 to 3. You know, I was going to say 3, but I was like, that sounds like
that's a
crazy high number.
Oh my god.
33 in trouble, the top lane. Been hit by all their nukes, and it is just barely enough to be able to get the kill. Now they're actually going to look at snaking here, because guess what? Bounty runes are up, so if they could have killed the lion, maybe they could have collected his bounty rune. But not the case here.
Oh. Yeah, well, Stormstormer just got a haze.
Okay,
so.
never mind. Stormstormer.
Hello.
Run him down. Hey. How's it going? He's going to use the rest of the Diabolic Edict. Pressure the tower a little bit.
Take the rune. You saw it. Stormstormer, the rune.
The rune.
The runes.
Don't forget about the rune.
Oh, no.
How many runes are there spawning at 6 minutes, Kyle?
2 runes. Cap. 3 runes, Cap. 3 runes, Cap.
Yep. That's
trick
the thing.
question. I see what you mean.
It gets tricky out here. This is not on you. It's on everybody. We all got to test each other. I always ask my teammates, does everybody know their multiples of 3s? Because, 5, 10, 15, 20, that's easy. But when you get into 3, 6, 9, 12, sometimes people have a hard time with that.
There's a lot of things you learned in school that just feel absolutely worthless now. Okay. Cursive, number 1.
Sure.
Times tables. How to multiply every number below 10 by its, by something else below 10.
Wait, that isn't useful? I feel like I multiply numbers underneath 10 quite often.
Not enough to have to memorize the grid.
All right.
There are also much...
Oh, that was cute. Yeah. Tofu? Using the Inkswell and the skeleton, which was in range, while the Wraith King himself was not, so...
There's also way fewer puzzles involving jugs of water.
Okay. Jugs of water.
Like, you have a 5-gallon jug and a 3-gallon jug, and you need 4 gallons, but you can only fill them up all the way, or pour water into, trade water,
Okay.
That's it. There's fewer of those. That's what I spent my childhood learning, and instead, I gotta know that Doom's base armor is increased by 3. That's
all right. So what's 8 times 7?
48.
Should have done those times tables, Arthur.
56.
Thank you for that one, Scriff. That question was from Scriff. That's why I asked it.
56.
Sure about that, Kyle. Coil on the mid lane. Stormstormer will break it instantly to try and get out, but there is... Oh my god! Rasmus with the big boy nuke. Is that 4 heroes? Man, that almost killed the lion.
I am not a fan of Rasmus's build, though. This spooks me a bit. The way he's played this game, I've seen this LC in the past. It falls off. I would love... You just need that mana regen.
Yeah.
A Soul Ring, a Falcon Blade, something that allows you to spam more spells. And the max Q with no mana regen doesn't ever seem to pay off. If you want to go this style, I think he has to be sticking in lane. He has to be putting more points in the EW and smacking Jug in the face, but he's already a bit behind and then rushing Blade now. He just feels like he's going to be very reliant on his Wraith King Lash to carry this game, which I guess is fine.
As our observer was pointing out, maybe he will be bailed out slightly by his neutral item.
True.
Because he does have the Ocean Heart, so if he's standing in the river, he's got a good amount of regen. I think it's 5 mana regen.
It is?
Standing in river. It's pretty insane.
Stand in the river.
Stand in the river.
The river.
Stand in the river. There you go.
No, Rat.
No. Too far.
Oh, Rasmus. So he's captaining, all right? He's got a lot more in his mind.
Okay.
We have the benefit of no fog of war and absolutely really nothing to do but talk about whatever we feel. And yeah, this Doom offlane, this is the real deal. 3 armor is insane. The Devour change is nuts, and he's legitimately Midasing a creep every 70 seconds. More than Midasing a creep, actually. 70 seconds plus 240 gold bonus. That is absurd.
All right. That Doom, big boy meta now. That's what Kyle's saying.
He's rushing the Solar Crest post-phase boots. I love it. Gilger has Rocket stolen from Fada.
Why do you love it? Oh, hold it. Coil. They, really gonna do something? We are gonna do something here. Rasmus runs out of the coil, but it's a little bit too late for that. He gets fingered. Maybe 9. Oh, that silence just could not come quick enough. That's going to be able to deal with that. Snaking is still going to be run down potentially here. Stormstormer got blocked in by one of the creeps. He's still going to be able to get close enough, though, to be able to get that kill. Unfortunately, the Juggernaut's here now, and he gets Omni Slash. So, a worthy trade, I would say, for Tundra, as they are very happy with the first rotation from Skeeter.
Most definitely. And they get the tower, but altogether, I'm telling you, man, I'm real spooked about this offlane disparity. You're going to have such a fat Doom, and meanwhile, that's a level 6 LC with no farming mechanic.
Radiant's top tower.
This is grim. I've been here before, and he's going to continue to fall off, whereas I'd expect 3-3 to rapidly catch the Leshrac in net worth, and then eventually maybe even find himself on the top of the scoreboard.
Yeah, and this is, again, just a little context for this. This may be the start of the season, but a matchup like this is very much a must-win for both of these teams. Oh, yeah. Tundra, who ended up in that 3-way tiebreaker, ultimately ended up getting 5th.
Yep.
And this season, we have a more powerful, presumably, OG, now that they picked up Anna, and a Nigma that may be revitalized by ILTW. So, if you don't want to be bottom 2, you really got to get this victory against one of the teams that weren't top 4 last season.
Pretty much. Not to say that you can't take a game off those top teams, but,
you got to win the full bet 3 in order to get your points, right?
Yeah. So, this is pretty damn close to must-win, it does feel. So far, let's see. Yule's on Stormstormer, looking to push bottom now with the assistance of Ace, who's closing in on the Radiance. 3-3 suddenly second place in net worth. Passes by Skeeter, no problem. Is generating gold, has the Solar Crest complete, it looks.
But takes a wrong turn into a right one. That last turn being a U-turn. Now he knows there's very likely a ward on this high ground. Very common at this point when Dire wants to be able to control the enemy Radiant jungle. Kilger's going to use a short little hop, but is still going to be caught by the coil here. Ace is going to take this opportunity to go for the fight. See if he can get a swift execution on a Sinking. They manage to catch them both inside of that grab. The Soulbind limits and will allow Ace to be able to run down Snaking pretty easily, though 9 is going to look to be able to run down the supports himself. The Silence, the Phantom, still catches up to 9. He actually pops the illusion to be able to get rid of it real quickly. Fada, meanwhile, the raindrop is not going to save him from Stormer, though the rest of the team is in pursuit here. They may not have the coil, but they do still have Omni Slash. Not going to go for it, though. The second life still available from Ace. He proves to be too tanky to deal with.
Stormstormer grab the rune. All that while Gilger respawn went top. Battle Fury soon to be completed on the Juggernaut. Both carries
soon to be completed. He just got it delayed, Kyle. He had it. It was complete, and his courier got sniped.
He'll have it soon, though.
Yeah,
it's delayed.
Well, you go from a 13-minute Battle Fury to a 15-minute battle. Oh.
Does feel grim. There's a blade mail finish on Rasmus, but how do you get someone to duel you? Do you really want to duel anybody right now? You are not feeling very powerful.
No, he's not.
And the healing ward to sustain is also going to be a threat. Snaking has ult ready. He'd love to use it on somebody.
Yeah, who does he want to use it on? Maybe Gilger? Seems like a pretty good target.
The Witchblade. Yep.
Does he use it?
Yeah, he does.
Is it necessary? I don't think so. Okay. Snaking, he says, it's not about the stacks, it's about having the spell available. It's about the threat, Kyle.
It is.
The threat of the black hole, finger.
easy to confuse those. Relic picked up by Ace. He'll have Radiance soon. 15 minutes, what's that mean? How many runes?
There are 2 bounty runes right now.
That's correct.
What do you hold it? He was trying to put his hand in front of me so I couldn't see, but like, it doesn't do anything, Kyle. I can't see the entirety of the map.
It's a 2-stage test. It's a distraction. Watch this hand.
It was very distracting. I was wondering what you were doing.
We keep casting together, Cap. You're going to think that more often than not. Okay, what is that? Bloodstone? Yeah, Kaya and for Smash. For
Who?
Stormer. What the?
Who's building what?
He doesn't play the game. Look, we're going.
Hellbear Smashers player, mid player, Stormer is building a Kaya into a Bloodstone into a BKB. Is that what you to say?
Yes.
Okay. Veil of Discord.
I would have preferred to see him actually get the Bloodstone or the Kaya first, just for scalability. The Yul setup isn't super strong against heroes like Jug and Puck.
Okay. Like instant disables like Lion. Yeah, you use somebody else. He's in there to intercept. Tofu, he's going to be burned out here alongside Gilger. And finally the finger is used and he gets the charge up.
Yeah, I just think that it's similar to the concern I have with Rasmus, is that these are items that don't really help you scale. You know, not even finishing the arcane boots. Yul's, sure, but maybe arcanes first, just so you know, both of these heroes turn mana into damage, creep kills, hero kills. And when you go for these active abilities on you, Blade Mail and Yul's, well, if you're not using them on enemies, they're being wasted. Well, they're being inefficient.
Okay. But what about the fact that, do you think they are trying to in some way guard against some of this early game because their Wraith King is farming so well? Like, this guy has total free farm across the map. He's already hit 10,000 net worth at 17 minutes. He's got armlet Radiance.
I think it's deceiving, Cap. I think it feels like you're doing great, but I point to 3-3. I don't think they realize just how farmed this Doom is going to be. He's going to have Solar Crest BKB pre-20 minutes, and it only gets worse. Level 15, you don't get that talent that increases the gold generated by Doom because you don't need it. Icefork said there's too much on your queue already, but it's going to keep churning, keep tick-tocking his way up the net worth. Puck also very nice against Leshrac later in the game. He's just going to pop bags, coil Lesh. Now what? You're going to get ran up by a Juggernaut who, sure, he's behind, but he is a Battle Fury. He's going to start scaling rapidly.
Going back to that 15 talent.
Yes.
Do you think he's going to go Devour Ancients, or I'll be honest,
sure.
I find Doom kind of a boring hero, so I wasn't scouting what pro players were doing with Doom right now, you know?
Why do you sound so smug about it? How elite was that? I look down on
there's a lot of heroes
players.
that people are doing interesting things. I just didn't care about Doom. He's you know, he's got like a built-in Midas for off. He's a farming offlaner. Whatever.
Not for you?
No.
And not really the NA style. I know your big role model is Jenkins. He's not doing that. Yeah, that's actually... hang on, because...
You misunderstand. That the role model, the situation goes the other way.
Yeah, well... Just funny, because Green Room, what were we testing pre-match? I'm getting pitched by you and Owen on offlane Pudge because you can eat people from 800 units away.
I was not saying that.
You were sitting there saying, Kyle, check this out.
No, I didn't say that. What?
All right.
I can't tell if you're like
it might have been BSJ. It might have been BSJ. You guys are like the same
person. All right, well, they're going to take away the first life of the Wraith King. Oh, no, they're not. Rasmus comes in, gives him a little bumper. Rasmus going to go back in with the blade. He didn't use, get the duel to the empty damage behind it. Nice! He's getting intercepted. He already hits the silence. They do manage to finish up Rasmus. The double telekinesis is going to stall things, but they're going to chase down Smashers. They thought that was going to be the opportunity, a big duel win, but all the damage, it wasn't there. They weren't there fast enough, and 9 with a big interception. Grabbed all those heroes with the silence.
Okay. Rasmus didn't blade mail before the duel.
That's not good either. You do need that, yeah. Well,
and this is right into the bit. This is the problem. Yeah, Wraith King is farmed, but you're not strong with Armlet Radiance. Like, you need more. And there's 3 cores on the enemy side that all feel very powerful. In addition, the 2 supports, the Gyro and the Lion. So much magic damage. And you have no BKBs.
Tofu's dead. Oh, no, slightly missed. It doesn't matter. He would have died anyway. This time, Rasmus got off the blade mail. Maybe. No, it's not looking so hot. What? He get burned out of his. No. He already used his reincarnation a long time ago.
And just like that, it feels like LC and Leshrac are no longer in this game.
Yeah.
And yeah, I actually really dig the support duo. I mean, these Gyro line, I think they have so many active abilities. There is so much stun and damage output they represent. And you catch somebody off here like Gilger, he just dies. 9 is beyond godlike. We talked about his stank face post-game too. He is bringing it right now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He is very much in the zone.
Mm-hmm. Now they've got that BKB for the Doom. Yeah, I see what you're saying, though. I think like one of the problems with Gyrocopter 5 is that it doesn't bring enough disables, and they're not instant disables. But Lion, he covers that. He has 2 different disables, and one of them's instant. Fortunately, our aforementioned Gyrocopter was a little out of position here, and now it's probably going to cost Snaking his life as well. Is this going to be the first successful duel from Rasmus?
Don't jinx it.
He is not. Oh, no, he did have a second successful duel of Rasmus. Unfortunately, he didn't level it up in time.
Oh, man. He also, he got...
didn't level it up in time. He could have had 30 damage instead of 20.
I'm going to WhatsApp him later, because he also went for the strength talent instead of the mana regen. I'm telling you, LC, to be able to farm, you have to be able to use your spells. And he can't, because he just does not have the mana.
You tell him, pal.
He's not going to listen to me. Although I don't have the best track record. In fact, when he was on EG, Phil and Bulba, after a long breakfast conversation where I sold him on picking Underlord for Sumail offlane, they actually banned him from talking about Dota with me. I think the quote was, "We've had enough of these goddamn Kyle ideas. Stop that misery. Stop."
Oh, wow. That's impressive.
Yeah, it was a DAC or the Super Major way back in like 2018. Good times, good land.
I mean, that's one thing to somebody just have bad ideas, but yours were so insidiously bad. That people needed you were some sort of siren, some sort of banshee. People needed to cover up their ears when you're around.
That team had its own problems. Okay, Fear was mid, Sumail was off lane. All right, there were other issues.
Okay, here comes the missile.
Aegis up. They're just gonna push though. They have so much sustain with the healing ward.
Man, people don't really like this shard on Wraithing, huh?
Yeah, no one skeleton though. But they don't get the talent.
Again, I guess maybe this Lion just sucks away too much mana. I never really thought that was a problem before, but I guess 120 mana a second.
Yeah. Well, there was the nerf to the ulti mana cost, right? It's 180 now, so it's a bit tough to manage.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I didn't think about that. That is a hefty. Blink for blink. Snake King gets away. Playing around this high ground. Tundra opting not to pursue, but they could if they want to. They still have this Aegis for another minute 20. Rasmus, he was looking for that duel, but again, not quite finding the opportunity, and still they're trying to force this. There's just 50 seconds left on the clock for this Aegis. I have to wonder if they somehow got the timer wrong.
I don't think so. I think they're just chilling. I mean, they have Doom printing cash.
No, I mean that initiation from Rasmus. If you think about it, he was looking for a duel on somebody whose Aegis is going to run out very soon.
That is actually a pretty good point.
And he was literally going at the minute marker. Misery coil. Stuck inside this coil. He's going to help him out. He blinks in right into the center. He's getting disabled so many times. Stormstormer with a nice two-man stun. And Fada does go down. Rasmus dropping a little bit low, but he still wants to be there for Ace. Unfortunately for them, Tundra are so fast. They are all getting out of there. And look at that little wiggle the Aegis does. It's telling you it's timing out. That's adorable. Good job. I like that. Nice touch.
I like how 3-3 has just kept this Ice Ogre the entire game, just plus armoring everybody. There's a ton of physical damage on the Hellbear Smasher side, so has the BKB on top. This guy is huge. Pretty money faster than the U.S. government with that Doom. Scotty soon to be complete level 20 as well on Skeeter. Went for the Blade Fury DPS. I think it's pretty solid here. You just spin on top of Lesh. It's going to feel the pain.
He's going to have... wonder if he's thinking about going back for the shard at some point in time. 33, they're going to try and blow him up, and they will be successful, even if it's not the dual damage. Honestly, at this point, that is my problem with the Legion Commander. So often, the dual damage just becomes inconsequential because you are just a one-man initiation bot. That's all you are.
It's the... I'm not going to twist the knife.
I'm not sure. I feel like I'm reading Scriff's mind right now. I said it's a one-man initiation bot. He's saying it's a two-man initiation bot this game.
It's true. Yeah? Grimstroke ult. Haven't seen one of those. And also love that 9 went for the BKB. The Spell Amp talent. Typically you see the phase shift attack. That's what he went last game. But quite nice. How do you only duel is really your answer now. If he gets a good coil off, he just initiates on the back line. They have nothing for him. And again, they were thinking about going for Skeeter.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
9 TPing back. I want to fight this.
Certainly do.
27 minutes approaching, Cap. What's that mean?
I can, we got bounties coming up. I can see Tofu is going to go the shard, right? And that now buffs up your Inkswell to do even more. And then on top of that, it heals that target for 50% of the damage that it does. So if you actually get the right kind of initiation with your duel, with the Inkswell on it, and you actually survive long enough, you're going to do more damage on that explosion, and you're actually going to heal up.
It is also pretty sick against Puck, right? Because it's a strong dispel. So if you run out of the coil while Inkswell, you'll be cleansed at the end of it. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah,
And the strong dispel would remove Doom too, right, Cap?
No, it would not, Kyle. Good try, though. Ace, he's going to try and focus on fodder right now, but the initiation, it's spoiled by this coil. They do manage to get a soulbind double. Okay, he just fed away dual damage to both of them. That's not good.
Oh, no.
It just gave away 40 damage. Ace is working on armlet toggles, but it's running out of fumes. He slash to make sure he is put in the dirt and stays there this time. A buyback from Rasmus. That is going to be all for naught, and Tofu's dead as well.
They don't do any damage, Cap. They just all die. And Puck Doom, pop BKBs, Jug spins. And it's like, oh, wait, we can't actually hurt a core.
Oh, and they still had Doom, too. So Stormer, he was going for a desperate side lane split push. He's caught as well. This is just a total disaster here, Kyle. And we're going to watch that disaster again. Look at 9. I think 9 has been brilliant. He completely ignores and goes straight to the back line. No dual initiation. As a result, this panicky duel that comes out with a soulbind.
He also, that Witchblade is doing so much damage. These supports. 121 intelligence. So it's 3 ticks of about of 121 damage. I mean, that's it. Roche is up. This is just absurd. Yeah, right.
Not looking great, boys.
I can't read lips, but I think it was something along the lines of, damn, boys, we're in trouble.
Yeah. All right, shard time. Who gets it, Kyle? Who gets it?
You give it to Skeeter here, right? Because he already has the talent for the Blade Flurry.
Yeah, get that Blade Fury.
Blade Fury. Yep, there it is. It's too good. Way too good.
Very good. Indeed, Rasmus.
He even has the Nether Shawl. That's sick. His spin is going to do so much.
No. God, what did Quinn call it? They called it something. When you're playing Puck and you get the psychic headband, it's the coil snapper.
Yeah.
It's the snapper. That's what he called it. The snapper. When you play Puck and you manage to get the psychic headband, and you've got a way to be able to try and break the coil on somebody.
That's a sick item here, too, especially with the Witchblade. It's a more bonus intelligence, too, 4% more after the patch, so very solid on a puck. Probably the best item, I'd say, for puck, actually. Tier 3, at least.
Yeah. Zooming on in. Tundra, smoked up. Don't give a damn about no tier 1 towers. Tofu. Pretty smart idea, but 33 says, you think I care about BKB charges?
Ace?
That was so much indeed. He does not have BKB to get out of here. They're going to try and turn this, and it's going to be a mess. They do manage to hit a 2-man stun, but there's no follow-up to Sable's 9. Quickly pops that cheese, and now it's going to be able to get the coil, stopping this TP out. Stormer may actually get a kill here on Nafado. Oh, he's got the Leshrac stun! The secondary earthquake strikes the ground, stunning people.
Oh man, that's that's very much a desperation item. It feels like he has Bloodstone Yules, and it's like, no, I know, the triple stun. They'll never see that coming.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know, man. You just don't have damage, but more importantly, it's that Tundra have 3 cores that are not really targetable. 3.4k HP on the jug, and a spin. BKB Doom, BKB Pick, a BKB Puck. A Shiva's on the Doom. He's now outpacing the Wraith King in farm. I think you touched on it. Hellbear Smashers were playing this game earlier on as if they were ahead. They felt confident. Ace is huge, but I really just think they neglected how well the entire draft of Tundra would scale, specifically their 3 cores in comparison to the Hellbear Smashers 3.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower.
Watch this fight again where they were kind of forced into a desperate move to make a fight 2 versus 5, essentially, just because the Wraith King had been caught, and very obviously it doesn't go well for them. Making the rest of Tundra feeling a little bit better now that this series feels like it's coming to a close here, but they have to actually be able to seal the deal by going high ground here. The Omni Slash, or rather the Swift Slash, is going to go off, finishing off the Legion Commander, and it's going to be the first life. There goes the Omni Slash onto Ace. His second life is ruined. He does have a buyback, but I don't think that Hellbear Smashers can really stop this high ground push. There's a lot of low health heroes. Svada does end up going down with the puck. Gilger doing a really good job with this stolen orb that he has, playing in and out of the team fight, but he's the only one. Hell, Hellbear Smashers aren't even buying back, Kyle.
Nope.
Gilger's like trying to do what he can. He's gonna buy back solo. He's like, guys,
all but Rasmus have buybacks.
Game's not over yet, boys.
Yeah. This is where you ask me, Cap, Kyle, how do they get into them? What's their move? And I quote Lacoste and I say, well, that's easy. Enter G, space G, enter once again. Because at this point, admirable, you don't want to give up Tofu. Really long range drain.
Yeah.
But I don't know how effective that'll be.
Look at him go.
If that was like a Palpatine-esque drain where you were getting life force power to, I don't know. Actually, now I'm going to just get mad and think about how the power level of the Force was completely ruined thanks to the final Star Wars movie. It's okay, though. I'm sure they'll never reboot that franchise again.
It always comes back to Star Wars.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Am I wrong, Kyle?
There's others.
Vlad's complete for fun.
Really
He's just getting the most luxurious support item pickups now.
Really want to... 10 years I've been waiting. Guess what I've been waiting for?
What have you been waiting
for? The winds of winter, Cap. Thankfully, Sweden's a lot warmer. It was light out here to like 8, 9 p.m.
Yeah.
It hailed.
Spring in Sweden. It's quite nice.
Yeah.
Smashers, it's over, Tundra. We have the high ground.
I don't know if that'll cut it. They don't have the Aegis anymore on Skeeter, but he's just buying like new luxury items. He's like, hang on, guys, I got a Swift Blink coming up. I'm not farmed enough. 3-3, same deal. He's like, well, I have the Shiva. I guess I get an AC now.
Sure. Might as well.
And yeah, I mean, this is the thing. You can even see, look at Ace's item progression, right? He had Armlet Radiance at what? Like 15, 16, 17 minutes.
Yeah.
In the last 20, he's picked up a blink. Like, it just didn't really affect the state of the game. And
yeah, he's going Divine now. Rasmus is way out in front of his team. And Smashers are going to...
Yeah, you look at Rasmus's items, it never looks good. You're fully slotted, but it looks like a collection. You know, Windlace, Bracer, Plate Mail, Boots, Blink, Blade Mail. None of these items really seem that threatening, and they just don't provide that stat and scaling power. Skeeter, okay? That's a really long range on that spell. That was interesting. They're just cleaning up.
Yeah. Hellbear Smashers, they showed such great promise in game 1. Sadly, for them anyway, Tundra seems to have gotten things together. Here it comes. Split Earth, it's growing. It's growing. Okay, that's the Omni Slash down. Maybe they can make a fight out of this somehow. Switch Slash you. Rasmus is gonna die again here, and AC can get away. That's Scotty. Slowed him down so much. Stormstormer, he's not gonna get back to the fountain either.
This thing just hasn't needed to use Doom. They died too fast. And yeah, they're
not again though, Kyle.
Well played. Nice comeback. Hellbear, don't want to take anything with them. They look good. But I think Tundra realized, to not go for the gimmicks. They tried that 9 Beastmaster. I think he looks a lot better on heroes that can kill enemies, and you can see the focus, the determination.
That's right, it's about to get a little bit bigger. We've got a third game that's coming up, but we do need to break down this series, and that is for our panel.
Yes, we are going to break down the series, Game 3. Also, we are going to talk to the winners and prepare for our next series after the break.
once again. Very similar to his previous game where he played Earth Spirit. He played both heroes very similarly. He lanes really effectively. He's crucial in some very important moments, and then he just moves around the map and gets tons and tons of stuff done. Here's the first bullet that he ended up getting in the mid lane. It was a very, very close kill, but with that nice rotation from Fada in, as soon as Puck hits 6, it's a very good kill opportunity. Then he does a rotation while snaking heads mid to catch up on levels, but then they realize this is a kill opportunity. Dreamcoil comes again, they teleport in Gyro right away as well. They get enough damage here. The big benefit of Gyro here is lots of HP, tons of damage output, which combos really nicely for nice disabled heroes like Lion and Puck to really make the hero feel more valuable. Here it is again, another Dreamcoil in the mid. Look who else is here. It's the Gyrocopter, and it's the Lion, and it's a lot of damage once again. They clean up the kills here. He almost dies for the first time in this game. Doesn't happen here, though. Great team fight by Hellbear Smashers, though. They do end up getting the tower here. They end up getting some kills, but again, they're losing. Leshrac and Puck is again getting punishes, and he picks up Tofu, ends up staying alive here. And this is maybe the most crucial point of the game. The network stayed really even for most of this match, but if you take a look at the map, Ace was in kind of a dangerous position, effectively. Uh-oh. 1 second. I have messed up my hotkey. Okay, I think we're good to go. Sorry about that. So they end up doing some damage to the Wraith King here, and it kind of looks like an okay fight for Hellbear Smashers. And effectively, they are really strong if they all go in together. They're going to get links with Grimstroke. They're going to be able to Fade Bolt on 2 Fade Bolts. They're going to be able to do multiple Lightning Storms. They can do double duel here, potentially, but he does this jump here. But unfortunately, 9 is ready to go. He jumps to the back line, gets a great disable off on the Leshrac, preventing him from getting his damage on top of the enemy team. And that was a little bit too much of a force there for Hellbear Smashers and allows Tundra to basically run over the rest of the team fight, and they kind of just continued this. 9 didn't die for a very, very long time in this game, and that is the big reason why they're able to position themselves so well in the game.
Yeah, they had a great showing in those last 2 games. First game, of course, couple of hiccups here and there, but that's okay. We have seen that teams just sometimes need a little bit of a warm-up game, and it was no different for Tundra Esports that managed to close out the series with a victory, and we're joined by Snaking.
Oh!
Hello, sir. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing well. How are you guys? Haven't seen you guys in a long time.
Such a long time, actually. I can see by I think this is daylight, the thing that you're having next to you.
Yes,
right?
It is.
Yes, okay.
Very bright out.
Very bright out, so you're not in Europe. I was wondering if that is something that you're planning on doing, considering, that you are playing with quite a bit of ping right now, right?
Yeah, I'm playing about 90 to 100 ping, which is definitely a little bit higher than my teammates and the competitors I'm playing against. So, because of the COVID situation, I'm trying to get to Europe, and Tundra's trying to make that happen as well. But it's going to take some time. It'll probably be after next week, then I can start to travel to Europe and maybe start getting quarantined.
That would be really cool. It would be interesting to see. Hopefully that will work out. I'm also curious, how did you get beat on Tundra? Like, how did that happen? Coming, from Sad Boy's previous season. Like, was Fada like, hey, you wanna play in Europe, or how did that go down?
I think that conversation started with Fada reaching out to me, and then he asked. They told me this is true about Biver leaving the competitive scene, and they had a slot open, and he thought I'd be a good fit, and he asked me if I wanted to play on the team, and I thought it was a good opportunity because I always wanted to play in Europe, and I think it's a really good opportunity for me to grow as a player. Europe historically has been a powerhouse for a majority of TIs and majors. OG has won countless number of TIs and majors, and Secret as well. So it's definitely nice to be learning from such a powerful region.
Did you make the decision before or after the major? Considering Europe did do so hot there.
That decision obviously was made before the major was made, but we won't talk about what happened in the major. It's a one-off.
Okay. Obviously, here with Brian and Owen, and they would also like to ask you something.
My question is, there's definitely a clear difference in playstyle between NA and EU, and I'm wondering how you feel like you're settling in, and any differences you've noticed on your own game, and how you're fitting in the team.
I think the biggest difference between Europe and NA, I think people in NA are more farm-oriented and focus more on the mid-late game, but rather than in Europe, people play a lot faster, they play a lot tighter together, and it's a lot more early game oriented, and I definitely had to adjust the pace of my playstyle. I can't play too greedy and I have to make sure I have some disables and stuns to catch people as well. And I think I'm adjusting decently, and I think it's going to be still a work in progress as time goes on this season.
Yeah, and staking sort of, for you coming into this squad, the 4 players that have been playing together, how does sort of the dynamic go down in this new squad? Like, is it a lot of you sort of stepping into the style of Dota that they want to play, or are you able to bring in a lot of input for sort of what your ideas are when you bring them to the board?
For drafting, for the most part, the team just kind of does their thing, and then if they ask me what heroes I like, I'll be able to give my voice and my opinion on what is good, and then generally they'll just pick it for me, and then maybe Fada sometimes will want to try something else, and then he'll pick something else. But for the most part, I get to play what I want to play, and I think what I want to play fits in line with how the team functions pretty well, because I have a good idea of how each and one of them play. I've played with or against some of these people before, and especially in a lot in pubs, but not in any official capacity on teams or anything. But so it's definitely not something that it's a hard fit or it's hard to adapt or anything. It just takes a little bit of time to get used to each other's playstyle, and especially we needed that first game warm up.
Loads of teams need a first game warm up. It's very NA actually as well. So
first game of the day.
First game of the day, exactly. Well, it's great to see you playing in Europe. I love having you here, and I'm sure that we're going to talk a lot more to you if you keep playing the way you just did. So congratulations on the series once again, and thank you for taking the time to talk to us. And that, of course, was snaking position 4 for Tundra Esports, with Biver stepping out after last season, quitting competitive Dota. You heard it, Fada was looking for a replacement, found the perfect fit in snaking, and here he is, and hopefully he'll actually be, well, not here, but somewhere in Europe, so he can even be better with less P. But I know you guys are waiting for something in particular, and it's our next series. It's going to be the first series that Anna plays after the TI Grand Finals of TI9. First official series, that is, of course. We're going to see OG playing against Brame after this. You're not out of breath at all.
Not
You're
at all.
good?
I'm good. There's no reason why I would be out of breath. That's so random of a question to ask.
It's your second panel here.
And I'm ready for it perfectly.
Yes. I'm glad to have you on the panel as well, Cap.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Yes. And we have Brame versus OG, so it's quite the treat.
Yeah, it could be.
It's either going to be awesome to hype up the fact that Anna's back, or it could just be a complete stomp, and it's like, eh.
Well, yeah, but if it's a stomp, then people are still going to be hyped that Anna is back because it means that he still got it.
Well, I mean, like the people looking at the score from later tonight or tomorrow, they'll be like, "Oh wow, OG's back!" But for us, if it's a stomp, it's not.
Sure, it's not as exciting. We could take a snappy look at the standings just to show you which teams are playing in the league in general. We only had one series, of course, so far between Hellbear, Smashers, and Tundra, so the rankings, not really there yet.
As expected.
First place Tundra.
Bottomed out already.
Team Secret bottom 2 as well.
Yeah.
We'll have we'll flesh this out, of course, over the next 40 days. We're going to have some awesome 40 days coming up with Dota Field days. And we are going to listen to Skylark. Brame came from the lower division from last season. They made it to the upper division. They're here. They're ready for their first series against OG. And this is what Skylark had to say.
He's just dishing out too much damage. He takes down Mambo. Egg will pop.
My name is Skylark, and I play for Team Brame. My role in the team is position 3. I'm the offlaner, kinda the guy that likes to screw with the other team.
Phoenix looping around. Is he going to be able to get the damage off fast enough? And yes, it's looking good. They take down Mambos. They'll be able to take down the Phoenix. Then he goes down. Skylark finally to fall here.
What makes our team good is that basically we have this hype whenever we play like a big tournament. Like it's like we switch on, When we play like Scream, something that isn't really that important to us at the moment, like we don't play that so well. But when it comes down to like performing, I don't know, we switch up because it's like hype, we play, people watch us, so we have to perform.
Out onto ATF and Crystalis. Crystalis got the stone gaze up, but he's now out of mana. He's pretty weak here and vulnerable, and they'll be able to crush it.
Our division is hard. These teams are monsters, but we can get to the same level and beat these guys because I like to believe we perform better under pressure, and they don't. Not OG. OG does. and they bring Anna as well right now, so. But I believe we can beat them. I'm going to put everything into it, so beat them.
The drive is there, the fire is there. Curious to see how Brame will do against OG. And of course, OG previous season was a little disappointing in their results. They didn't even make it to the major, did play tiebreakers, of course, as well. But they are very happy to have Anna back, and we can hear that as well in the words of Notia.
Hill battle, and it's not going to go the way of Liquid. It is going to go the way of OG.
We've had a recent roster change before our last stretch to TI, and people probably heard since we are airing this interview that it's Anna, and it's a familiar face. It's very nostalgic, of course. I would say it's never easy. Dota is a game of experience along with synergy and the human aspect of it, like getting along.
coming out from Thompson. Miracle tries to show himself, but he immediately gets pulled into the black hole. Another pull in for the vacuum and mind control. And that's it.
It's never going to be the same with one person changing. For us, at least, because we had achieved the greatness and we achieved the best thing that we could achieve. We wanted to achieve the same thing again and again, making it also even harder and even better to achieve. Whenever we lose a player, I would say it's very, very hard to find that replacement, also because we spend the time and effort to get that whole team thing going. It's never easy, never fun, but always exciting and fresh breath of air once you're done with the process and you're there, and you get to the honeymoon. And luckily for us, it was also about time that Anna felt like he wanted to play again. I think people should be afraid. They've seen it before. Now let's see it again.
That smile says it all. They've seen it before, they'll see it again, and we are going to see OG with Anna again after the break. Playing with Anna, and we haven't seen Anna play an official match since we've seen him win TI second time around, TI 9. I'm here with Cap, I'm here with BSJ, and the draft's going on, so I'm going to let these two talk Dota.
I mean, I just really quickly have to highlight that interview and how hilarious it was. This interview probably would happen like a week and a half ago, I think is when I saw they were scheduling those. And they interview Brame, Skylark's in there. I think we perform under pressure better than all those other teams. Well, except OG, of course. Yeah. Except OG. Well, guess who your first opponent is?
Surprise!
It's OG. But to be fair, does OG really have a lot of pressure on them? I feel like, OG shows up at TI. Will they show up at this DPC? Will they be able to make that adjustment fast enough? All I know is I don't envy Sox's position.
Yeah.
Because if they don't do well, then people are just going to...
Jerax, welcome back.
Yeah, they're just... when are you bringing Jerax back? It's obviously Sox's fault, even though it probably won't be. So... And there's also very little information on OG. I would say one of the biggest changes that they have made by, bringing back Anna and having Mid-One is I felt like Mid-One was not super comfortable in the harder carries. When are you bringing Jerax back? It's obviously Sox's fault, even though it probably won't be. So, and there's also very little information on OG. I would say one of the biggest changes that they have made by, bringing back Anna and having Mid-One is I felt like Mid-One was not super comfortable in the harder carries. Maybe that was just more the OG play style. But for example, like Morphling, Anna Morphling.
Yeah.
That's godlike. And you can now pick that, whereas before on OG, I felt like you couldn't. They tried it twice and they lost both times.
I'm going to say, in my short stint in the EU, this is the first time I've been here playing carry, and it is really hard to find the time to farm here. Like, Snaking already talked about the pace of the game. And OG is known to be the team that really set this pace back at TI8. Like, they were the team that said, you have to run around as 4, and if you don't do it, we're going to run you over. And it's a unique skill for the carry player of this team to be able to select carefully what fights they show up to, and then also come up with a ton of net worth. And I think that's exactly what OG needs on their team. And that's why I think they've struggled so much to replace Ana with anybody else, really. It's like mid one, amazing player. Like, everyone they've tried, like, they're all high-tier players. It's just not what exactly OG needs. And I think, I really do think this is one of the few teams where one player leaving is a significant change. And even if it's like an equal caliber player or even close to it, it will make a huge difference to have Ana back. So I'm really looking forward to it. I think Magnus, kind of an unsung hero. I've seen him a lot so far in the pubs. Like, he got buffed. Battle Fury got nerfed. What else do you need, like, to make a hero meta? I think Magnus will be seen a lot more. Probably a 5 position, maybe a 3.
Meanwhile, Brame, we have a lot more information on them because they've actually been playing other tournaments during this period of time. OG, the last matches we saw of them, of the previous roster, was all like 2 months ago.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Brame literally were playing games like just yesterday in some of these other smaller tournaments. So there's a lot more information out about them. I saw some early like Venomancer pickups by them. They seem to value that hero now. I feel like they kind of have to get some different Skylark heroes in since his heroes were very meta last patch. I think he's really good at, for example, I think Beastmaster is like Skylark through and through. And unless you're down with the new Aghanims Beastmaster, you can't really pick that.
Definitely a different hero. It's funny, your Beastmaster player doesn't necessarily mean translates to this patch.
Yeah. Same goes with Lycan. Now that's a hero that really got ruined by Necronomicon being removed.
No, he's just a support that lives to bite others. Basically. Well, not really, but it feels that way. I have a question. Obviously, Ana is a really good player, and he did win TI twice.
True.
So, nothing but respect. But he hasn't played officials for close to 2 years.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. He's just that much of a
He is the only player in the world, I will say, that does not matter.
He is the prodigy.
He practiced IO carry in party queue with his friends and his girlfriend, I believe. I believe that's how it went down. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
That's where he practiced it, right? And he won TI with it. So, I mean, it's like,
he's that good.
There's just something about this kid that, you see those, like, 5-year-olds playing the piano, and you're like, what the hell's going on? How do you know how to do that? Ana's the one player I look at and say, I don't understand how he still knows how to play this game. And I think his way of viewing the game is so unique that it probably won't get capitalized on by most teams he's on. And I think that's partially why he kind of fell out of the pro scene for a while. And OG's, I firmly believe, the one team that can make it work.
Yeah, he's the wonder kid for sure. And I think that you can stretch some of what makes Ana good to other pro players is that clutch factor.
Yeah.
People who can perform under pressure. Some people have it, some people don't. Like, Brian, do you think you had it when you were playing? Or did you feel like your performance...
I'm at this desk.
All right, fair enough. I mean, I'll tell you right now, I choke under pressure.
Yeah.
When it comes to playing Dota, I don't play nearly as well. When it comes to playing, like, in anything that has stakes to it.
I think he genuinely doesn't care.
Yeah.
He actually is like... He's the type where if he wins TI, I'm pretty, like... I did ride back to the airport with him in the vans when we were done with TI9. He didn't seem like anything. Like he just seemed like it was a normal day riding in a van back to the airport after he won TI. I'm like jittering just being next to the guy that won TI, and he just doesn't care. And I was like, okay, that's cool, man.
That's
just another day at the office.
Yeah. It's how you would feel, right? When you finish up your summer internship, right?
Yeah.
My summer internship definitely doesn't pay that well. Let me tell you that.
Most of the summer internships are unpaid.
All right, so I'm happy to see him back. Looks like he's going to get to play some Juggernaut by the looks of it. And as the Jug Mag is like, we're stepping back in time. It's fine. We got the Tide Hunter coming up from Brame. They go for the full green squad so far. What do we think about the two teams?
I don't like the Tide because the reason why Jug looked good here is because the first two heroes don't threaten it at all. You have Pugna Earth Spirit, which is 2 of your 3 like do stuff heroes. You have your 4-5-2, Those are your do stuff heroes. You know at least two of those. You know they're two of those 3 slots, and then you pick your off laner. Who, if you pick like a Beastmaster or a Legion or some hero that threatens Jug, you now have an answer. But now it has to come from the carry. And I love this Brew because the first hero that comes to mind is Ursa, and Brew deals with that hero so well at almost every stage of the game. And I think that's why they picked it, kind of preliminary counter. And they are going to be the Mag 5 most likely.
Yeah, it seems like they wanted an offlaner that is able to deal with Earth Spirit roaming around a little bit. One thing I was a little bit surprised from watching some of the matches so far is that I expected a lot more support rotations into the mid lane to be able to deal with those water runes.
Yeah.
I feel like if these mids are picking up bottles earlier to take advantage of the water runes, the best way to ruin their game is to make sure they just don't get that refund.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? And so maybe that's a Brame idea that they wanted to be able to have this Earth Spirit to be a little bit more free to roam. He just pulls the second wave, right? Gives the Tidehunter a little bit of space to be able to get his 3. But I agree with you that I don't like it against Jug.
I don't know if you can leave your lane at 2 minutes is the thing.
Yeah, no, it's hard.
So it's like they go for Ursa. It's the stereotypical counter to Jug, but I really do think they saw this coming on OG. Like, I don't want to pick Ursa into Brew. It's like the lane's okay, but in game, your status res, you just get tossed up. You get your overpower purged. It does not feel good because you have to buy an earlier BKB. You can't really fight until you have it. I assume he's going to go for the Battle Fury.
You're also, I really like playing Dark Willow against Ursa, right? Because he's such a single target focused hero that my Shadow Realm feels really good. I can threaten him with my damage, potentially force out an enrage. Plus, you've got lots of little disables, right? It sucks when you only have like one big disable.
I hate that spell.
And status resistance.
So good. You know what the
so annoying.
The shard is so good because it doesn't matter how you get rid of the cursed crown, they'll still spawn. I love it.
I want to note that they banned the Slark on OG. I actually played with Kuman last night, who last picked Slark into Mag, and the Ag Shard, your team gets RP'd, and you just Ag Shard on top of them. It literally ruins the RP. You can't hit any of them for 3 seconds.
Yeah, when I first saw that shard, I was like, okay, I guess it's better than the old AoE ultimate that they had. But I was like, is this really good? And then I played around with demo testing, and it's like, okay, I mean, it's basically a second ultimate for yourself as well. Right?
Yeah.
When you pounce onto somebody, you just throw that on the ground. You could save your ultimate. And as a Slark player, isn't it really important to hold on to your actual
Well, yeah, the biggest thing about it is it's a separate spell, and you can use it to save your teammates or yourself. Like, you don't. Slark is a naturally very selfish hero.
Oh, you see that? OG actually thinks this is the 5 Tidehunter. And they still have the Skylark heroes. So their banner was Beastmaster, is Nigma.
It's like, but then you're tied Ursa against Willow Brew. That sounds awful.
Yeah.
Doesn't that sound awful to you?
It doesn't sound amazing.
I think they need to ban threats to the Jug, so I like their bans. But for Brame, are they really running 5? Yeah, I mean, they're not running 5 tied, but that makes me hate it even more because
it just says OG don't respect that Tidehunter.
Yeah.
They're like, well, this is kind of a bad Tide game. That must be picking surely a different core, and they're not. And wow,
is he going to go Meteor Hammer? Is my question. Or
wait, so who's playing which?
I hope
it's almost certainly a Thompson Ricky.
Because because it's a Seb Mag
5 Brew.
Yeah, it's five Brew for sure, right? For sure. New Sleeping Dart got nerfed, so I don't think.
No, Sleeping Dart got buffed.
No, because you can now attack to remove it.
Yeah,
or something like.
Yeah, it's good though.
So, but that means you can't just like nightmare somebody and like literally leave them forever.
The shard's like strictly better. Okay. They buffed it.
Never mind.
Yeah, it's strictly
fair enough.
I don't know if you guys noticed the name that Anna's carrying game right now.
I didn't see it.
Humble God.
There's some.
I feel like that's a meme. I feel like No Tail called him that.
yeah, something like that. All right, so I think it's pretty clear that both of you like OG's draft a lot better than what Brame is bringing to the table. But I'm very curious to hearing what both of you think Brame should do well this game in order to have a shot.
They just have to snowball Ursa's lane. Pretty sure that's the only way.
Okay.
If Ursa struggles against these AoE controls from like the Willow, the Ricky Silence, you have to get that BKB, and then they have a lot of ways to kite you on as well. So I just feel like as long as the lanes go even remotely decent for OG, their game plan is just more well-rounded.
Okay. Yeah, you don't have to play that matchup very often, but Smokescreen really screws you over. As a Tidehunter, he needs to have a good game. And one of the ways they can give him a good game is off of sacks. They do have a coddle.
They do, yeah.
That is a possibility, right? He can give him the double anchor smash. They can clear through Ancient super fast. That is one way that I think they could get ahead.
Okay, well, let's see if they can, or let's see if OG gets the first game. We're going to head over to our commentary duo of Moxie and Fog.
Well, thank you so much, Shiver. Fog, this is the match that everyone has been very excitedly waiting for. It's the return of Ana. It's going to look good here. What do you think we're going to see, though?
Well, I mean, he's playing Jug in a pretty nice matchup in this game. He's playing in the lane versus the Tidehunter. Sure, maybe the Ursa core matchup might not be the best, but everything else I look in the game looks pretty damn good. Sure, Decrepify can be a little bit annoying to play around, but with Spin being so prevalent in a lot of the way that these builds do work anyway, yeah, looks like a good matchup for him. And hey, we've got a lot of fun. We also do have Seb on his Magnus, and then we also have Thompson playing one of his most signature heroes that I feel like I always see him trying to sneak into a draft of Ricky. So yeah, some real good fun on their side and some crazy scale potential, right? Like look at OG if they get it to super late game. It's, oh my god.
Yeah, I don't know how you deal with that if you're Brame, but like I said earlier on the panel, they have to make sure that this Ursa is going to snowball. And we do have Stoneman on his Earth Spirit. Do you think he's going to be able to assist and make enough things happen?
Peekaboo. Take a look at it. I think that they can actually do a pretty decent amount with him because he can this lane for the for mid. Like Pugna can actually apply a decent amount of pressure because you can force the wave in so hard versus a Ricky. I think that they could look to actually pressure these towers really early on. I look at OG and they are pretty lacking at push in general, and you are playing versus the Pugna and Coddle where you can refresh. Chakra for the blast, double blast on these towers. You have Tide in the front line. I think that Brame does kick up the pace, and they're able to set a good pace of just taking these buildings and get a good advantage. And there's a chance. But, there's always the X factor of Magnus that just makes games really stressful about breaking high grounds. But I still definitely have to think. They love late game. They love the late game.
It definitely makes sense. They like to keep their fans on the edge of their seat as well, but do have a very high pace draft coming out from the side of Brame here, as you said. So, very interesting to watch. Of course, SSA Spartan, he's on his Keeper of the Light. Keeper of the Light, of course, did get some changes, though, so not going to be quite as good as he was before. I believe there's no longer a recall, correct?
No, there is not. However, your Illuminate can heal, so it can change a little bit, right? Like, it could maybe work decently with the draft with the heal instead of recall. It all depends. Set it up as Stoneman. They'll be able to roll in, snag the one, so they will get 3 bounties on the sub-frame.
That feels pretty good. It's a nice start going out to the game, but they're going to need to do even more than that. So, we're watching with a lot of interest.
I'm curious to see how the lanes are going to go. I want to see how this 5 Brewmaster does versus the Tide. He doesn't really need to do the craziest amount because Juggernaut in this matchup is just you can actually set up for a lot of kills. We'll probably see some rotations. We'll watch Saksa what he does because he did start with boots on this Willow, so that tells me he's gonna be checking ruins. He's gonna be shifting around his positioning a lot in this game.
I definitely think that's where Saksa really shines, is being able to be very mobile and kind of put that pressure down on the map and make it known. So interesting to watch for sure. Drop the brambles down.
It looked like they were trying to maybe go for Stoneman. He rolled in under tower, but didn't get a chance.
Did look like a pretty good opportunity, but nope, everybody's just chilling for now. Someone is going to roll on over here, make sure he blocks up the camp.
Nicely done. Very nicely done. Watching both sides. Yep. Dire side also. He blocked the small camp pull as well. And yeah, I'm going to be watching mid quite a bit because, Thompson, I feel like some of these games he really forces the Ricky. Maybe it's either for a good matchup or just an overall good thing in the game. This game, I see a lot of reasons for smokescreen. This lane matchup does not sound fun, though.
No, this definitely is very difficult for him. He's going to constantly be getting blasted. He's going to be decrepified. But, of course, like you said, OG, they play for the late game. They've got something up their sleeves or in their pockets in some cases, right, with this little Ricky. But Wish does have to be careful here.
He's playing nicely, dodging a couple of the blasts here with either a blink strike to blink past it or a tricks to trade. He's just trying to maximize and not take too much damage on this Ricky.
Focus taking a lot of damage. He's hit 2 of these brambles, but is going to be just fine here. Does need to be a bit careful, especially with that shockwave pulling right back in.
That's a fun combo. Skewer through those brambles for sure. Can cause a lot of pressure and cause a lot of problems as the courier. We'll get it.
Now your fish.
Well, there goes the boots, unfortunately.
Playing playing Ursa versus these little roots are also quite annoying. You're just like, you're going to land until you can't do anything. You click your after shock when you're in the root and you just stand still. You do a little jump in motion, jump in place.
Yeah, I can't do a whole heck of a lot.
Lanes, they're doing pretty good in the last department.
Well, no, looks like Spartan's going to be fine here. They wound up here with the Shadow Realm, hoping maybe they could get that angle, but not going to find it this time around. So still no first blood, but plenty of chances to try to get it.
Yeah, Seb a little off the mark there. Spartan had 10 wand charges, or 10 stick charges too, so he knew he had to pull him back if they did want to get that kill. Yeah, the last hits though, I'm checking them out. Look, even Tidehunter's even doing really well. They're forcing a lot of spins up from Ana up top too, so lanes at the moment looking hot for Brame.
Well, that's exactly how they need to be playing this here and making that space, trying to take towers early and allow this Ursa to really come online.
Yeah, something I've seen from a lot of these mid laners when they have more spam ability than the opposing. That's happening. Bottom does get taken out finally.
I feel like that's got to be like tradition though for Brame at this point, right? You know, as I say, Spartan usually the first one to go down here. That is just for position 5.
Yeah, I wish, sometimes I'm seeing these mid laners lately, when they can super push the mid in, they actually run in and take the opposing 3-minute bounty run if you have a bottle. I think Wish can actually go for stuff like that this game, because he's playing versus Ricky. Ricky's not going to go for the same bottle as him, and he can't have that good rune control with pushing lane in.
There's so many runes that are available now as well. It's actually wild. We're talking about in the back room about how, you know, that 5 minutes comes up and the night comes through and you're like, oh, I feel like I should be doing something right, but there's nothing there.
It definitely feels a little awkward. It does feel like there should be some big thing, but it's not there anymore. You see the water rune will get claimed. Sox will get the bottom one. Wish fills up his bottle on that.
And a little bit more pressure here over in this mid lane. It's just costing out a couple hits on the tower. But not too far behind here over here on Topson, really.
Up top.
Top spin, Dominant. Yeah, down he goes to the spin of the Humble God.
But it still continues to be the same thing. Like Ana CS, 13 to the 26 of the Tidehunter. Skylark, he's gotten the start that he wanted to. He's already almost got the hood finished up too, so he's feeling very confidently standing up here because of that support duo, right? It's the fact that he has the Brewmaster with the Jug that makes it just, you can't threaten the Tidehunter at all with the Jug spin. Well, normally if you had any other range support, constant harassment into a spin will probably net a kill a lot of the time. So Dota's doing his best up there with what he's getting.
I'm sure they calculated this a bit, knowing the matchups. I'm sure they'll make it.
They chose to make it the 5 as well, right?
Yes, they did. Ooh, that shockwave dragging back focus. Do they have enough though? The Shadow Realm, the boop comes out, and down goes the bear. And in the mid lane, the roll in coming out over here on Topson. He's immediately going to try to go and just circle away. And then throwing out a couple more hits, but he is indeed out of regen right now, so that's going to be a bit rough. Top lane, Skylark is going to be able to just teleport on out. There's no way to cancel that TP right now. He's feeling absolutely fine.
Yep, TP's to the tower as well, so he can stay up there and maybe get that experience.
Oh, the roll down goes Topson with a big hit from Wish.
Very nice. I like seeing him making moves around the catapult. Unfortunately, their catapult did die. Well, they can't actually turn this into a bit of a push, but continuing to apply pressure and some good moves from Stillman so far. These 3 lanes continue to get this good farm, even though OG, they have found themselves 3 kills. We are seeing just the overall power of these heroes and their positioning of what they're up against. Looking good.
I also like the fact that...
Control.
Oh yes, that's very, very important, especially when you have a Pugna here. But I like the fact that Brame is really just playing their style of Dota still. You know, they said that the one team that they're a little bit worried about was, of course, OG, but that hasn't deterred them from just playing super aggressive.
Yeah, I like that they even just put it out there, the way that they opened up their draft, right? The Earth Spirit straight into the Pugna, that just means that's a kind of a statement. You're going for a certain strategy right away inside of the game.
Dominant making his way over to the top here. Now Town Humble God. Spins coming out again. You talk about him just being so tanky. Able to do a whole heck of a lot. Dominant looking for the roll. He's going to be able to connect it over onto No Tail. Skylark making his way over. Would love to get the final hit. And down goes No Tail. As Wish again just pushed back here in this middle lane.
Very nicely done. 2K lead. Seeing Saxa, he's starting to get those stack start. I almost said Staxa.
I like it.
Saxa is getting the stacks, you know, because he's got that Magnus. They've got this Empower that's going to be kicking in for their double cores. Those will be ready as mid.
Yeah, that was a little close there, but they do have the ward on the side. They were aware that, of course, SSA Spartan was sitting off on the side, and you saw Thompson had already kind of bent for the dodge and had No Tail, of course, right behind him, so he had a blink available.
But they're being annoying. Look, even Spartan comes mid. He just continues to blast to refresh the chakra, the blast from the Pugna 2, and just cancel the salve from Thompson. They want this early tower. They want to get into enemy jungle because they know, we're playing versus Magnus. There's going to be some stacks. But they want to start getting this invasion going, start getting their advantage even more so.
Bottom lane looks like the Willow was considering just teleporting out. Found themselves a little treat there. But over in the mid lane, the kick back over on the side, they take No Tail. Now Stoneman, he's got to try to run away here from Thompson. He's not going to be able to do it. The life drain comes out, but there's a blink target off to the side. Spartan is going to help allow Thompson to run away.
Middle tower is under attack.
And that blink does give away the fact that there's a ward, but he actually checks the wrong spot. It's just out of range of that opposite. Spartan knows it's there, though. He's probably going to buy another sentry. It's in between both sentries, right? It's quite nice for the side of OG.
I do love this strat, though. Yeah, just constantly just giving the chakra magic over to Wish, ripping down the tower, and like you said, they pull out that sentry and immediately do ward.
It's when you see that jump from the Ricky, you know, like, how the hell you see me in the tree line. So, nicely done, good awareness. And they will force even the jug. Even Ana has to go TP back to base because of Skylark's pressure.
Now look at these tasty stacks that they can pick up now. That feels so bad right now. Soxa worked hard to go and put up these stacks. Gotta protect them, guys.
I mean, perfect stuff so far from Brame, honestly. Sure, they've given up a couple kills here and there, but overall, the way that their game plan, it's looking really solid right now. Invading, knowing that the stacks are there, putting the pressure onto mid tower. Now we'll probably see Wish go toward top, apply pressure there soon. And let's see, maybe trying to get a kill first.
Got the Aether Lens completed, the roll on over here towards the Ricky, but not going to be able to quite follow up now. Stoneman has to retreat. I think about going back in, though. You can see the pings. Skylark just
really
doing
just trying to take advantage.
Tidehunter thing.
How weak OG is at the moment. Just OG cannot fight back. They have to pretty much like bring like the Magnus and the Willow, it feels like, to fight versus the Earthspear and the Pugna. Like, these two can actually apply so much pressure onto the map, and now we're seeing OG make the Magnus is starting to make the way over. They're getting a little sick of Wish's shenanigans.
The little green gobbo there. I guess he's a skeleton, right? Not quite a goblin.
It's okay, kind of looks like a goblin.
Right, doesn't he? Reminds me of Jenkins. But top of the lane, they throw down the brambles. Soxa immediately goes into the Shadow Realm, throws out the Cursed Crown. Will be able to stop Skylark in his tracks, but they feel a little bit close to that little fairy.
I'm just looking at the way the map is positioned at the moment. This is so excellent for Brame. Like, Spartan's able to chill bottom and farm. Ursa's farming the jungle fine. Tidehunter's pressuring top, gathering creeps, and also pressuring the tower. While OG, they're on the full defensive. Everyone's kind of sticking around each other. They're not able to really make their own aggressive moves. They're having to be responsive. This is a good start here, and Brame needs to keep this up. As we know that looming late game will eventually hit when those empowers do get in. But this is some really good stuff. Focus is getting pretty close to his battlefield already.
Structures are fortified.
So coming out from the side of OG, gonna see if they can make something happen with these trio.
Yeah, Brew is 6, Soxa just short of the 6. He really wants it versus Pugna. It adds a big element to just kill the Pugna during decrepit.
This is going on. Skylark is, of course, taking that top tower. The roll in from Stoneman, and the teleports are coming out. That's a big silence coming through here. Follow them. Oh, but they have the Ravage. Even though they have that Terrorize, they're going to follow up. Down goes Wish. These Brambles holding them into place. Trying to use that Bedlam in as well. But Skylark, he's very tanky. Cursed Crown will proc, though. Stoneman now running himself out. It's Thompson clicking away over here at Skylark. No Tail. Go for a little bit of a dive here. Does not have that split already, though. It already went down during the earlier portion of the fight, so they do manage to collect on the Brewmaster.
Okay, but chaos caused. That's OG coming back in the game quite significantly. They bring Ana down bottom too, gets a kill with the Omni slash onto the Coddle. So all in all, really good move from OG. Great smoke, use of both ultis. The Willow just hitting 6 for that Terrorize there too, perfectly done. So Ravage kind of wasted there for Brame. And OG benefits quite heavily.
Definitely a move that was necessary. Again, we've yet to see Seb come on in here with the RP just yet, so they still have that threat, but they're going to respond with their own smoke gank here, and there is a double damage over in the bottom rune spot. I'm sure they're expecting someone to show up. In fact, Thompson will oblige the roll in the life drain, and down goes Thompson. Oh, and then SSA Spartan doing classic SSA Spartan things where he runs up the side by himself right into the enemy core. I'm not sure you want to fight this, Brame. Someone's considering it.
Yeah, they really want to try to contest this triangle because they know how weak OG is. Like, Brewmaster ult's down, Omni Slash is down, Willow ult's down. Like, they want to try to invade this triangle, get rid of these stacks.
Ooh, they're going for the roll.
Pressure.
Seb runs away. Everyone's just grouped up within this. Oh, the stacks!
And they're doing it. They're starting to.
They have to contest this here. See Seb getting into position. Nice blinding light. Dominant rolling on out. Skylark is still here. Wish over on the back lines. Getting the life drain off. Over to Dark Bull. Needs to be careful though because they drag him right back and tricks the kid. Doing a lot. RP comes through as well. Wish goes down. And now it looks like they'll be able to claim themselves a pelt to the bear as the rest of Brame on the run. Ooh, Thompson. He was hoping he could grab Stominant here. Not going to be able to quite find it, but he'll find Spartan instead and chase after him. Get himself a double kill. Stominant running now from Ana. Oh, the block comes out. Down goes the Earth Spirit. And now it is just the tanky Skylark who is left. And it's not looking like he's going to survive this, although they look like they'll back off a little bit here, but I don't know. Teleports coming out. The buyback from Stominant. They want this kill on no-till. They need to get something from this. So they will be able to collect that kill on the position 5. But look at this. Look at Thompson. Look at Ana. Soxa. They're coming right back in again. They get the Omni slashed off. And down goes Stominant. Skylark now chasing after them is silenced up. But again, he's a big tanky boy. Love to put some more damage. They throw out that blast. And they just don't have anything to cancel out this teleport from Ana. So he is out. No problem here. Soxa is going to be able to flip those little wings away. But like, take a look. They still have the stack.
Skylark, he's like, I don't care, we all died, I'm still taking.
Thompson needs to be very careful here. They're going to try to go back in. Thompson looking at Wish with the goo-goo eyes. He'd love to get a kill here. Spartan, though, needs a little bit of assistance. They do manage to use the Decrepify. Focus coming back around. I hear a Ravage going on the other side. Oh, No-Tail goes down while we're just watching as they chase after Thompson. He wants this kill so bad, Fogged. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to get it. Look at Spartan. He wants that. Soxa, though, is going to go down here to the big old bear. On a slicing away over here, over at Focus. Spinning, trying to do anything he can, but there it is. There's the little battery coming out from Wish as he keeps him alive. And now Ana, he's left pretty much alone. There's Seb nearby, but there's not much that he can do. Thompson jumping right back in again. Does have that shroud as he chases after Wish, but he cannot get this kill. And Skylark, again, just swinging around in the middle of all of them, throwing out the taunt. Says, come and get me, OG, if you dare.
And RP's back up in 10 seconds, and I'm pretty sure we had RP start the entirety of that last 2-minute fight that kind of just went on. And, man, this is what we want to see, though, from these teams. Brame is bringing the battle back. You know OG's going to bring the battle back to you, so I love that they're just attempting to go for that high ground there. They take away most of the Ancients, still 2 of the big ones, but some good stuff. Even though they all got wiped, they're still persistent to make their way back up there. But now, Ana got a lot of space from this, and so did Thompson, to be honest. They got a lot of the big kills. Thompson actually had the defuse. It felt like he was a lot more behind in this game, but now he's going to be able to do some damage. The Coddle is just straight food. Every time Horse Spartan shows his face, he's just going to pretty much instantly die to Thompson.
I'm pretty sure Spartan is very used to that, though, to be quite honest.
That's true.
He is definitely the long-suffering support on the side of Brame. But, yeah, you know, I like the fact that, you know, these skirmishes keep breaking out. I don't even know if you can call them skirmishes at this point, right? Because they last for so long. All my years of preparing for games like this.
These are just wars, you know. Anytime OG's playing is a war.
And we love to see it. It's always
They're
an
always going to bring the
entertaining
battle
time.
back to you, even if they can't, right? Like the famous thing, you know, they're like monkeys, right? That's what Kuroki said. They're just going to run at you aimlessly. It doesn't matter. They're just going to run into you and just keep bringing the battle. And that's why they, you know, that whole famous saying happened where it's like, we must just pick heroes that are good versus like run at you, like Gyro and stuff. So it's always good to just have the constant battle. And Brame, their draft is definitely very battle ready always. And now they're getting this great farm. You know, Focus, he did get that good time Battle Fury, so still looking pretty solid for them.
He almost manages to get the roll off in time, but nope, Sox is out. Top tower is, of course, getting plinked away here by Seb. Gonna have those Greaves online soon, and the Blinks queued up.
I like that. I like that he's going for the Greaves this game rather than going for Blink. I think it's really nice versus the Pugna, versus the Silences as well, and just more healing. They have Healing Ward, they have Greaves. It could trip up Brame's draft quite a bit if they don't find those targets on the initial go. Dobson?
Didn't see that.
Skylark just enjoying the view over here by the side. Does have the Ravage back up and running, but do you see some movement coming out now from the side of Brame as they're headed over towards this top side of the Dire jungle? They throw down a ward, hoping to get some vision.
They're going to try forcing the rush. Yeah. Ice on Skylark. They break a link to the other first.
Be very careful. Our Smoke of Deceit, of course, up and running. Could see a very big RP, but look at this line that they have to cross. In fact, they get the jump first. So they'll silence up Seb, they'll knock him back. It's not going to be able to get in that pit as easily. Again, they still have the Ravage here. There'll be the split being committed now by No Tail. They'll go and use the Curse Crown as well. Yules is going to get used on the back line here, or rather the Panda throwing up the Tornado, but everything is just so split. Look at this. You've got Pandas running after SSA Spartan. You've got a whole fight on the back lines. Focus just can't figure out where he wants to go. He sees Seb over there. No Tail. All right, the split is over. This could work in their favor, but Thompson on the back line, hoping maybe that he can get a quick pick off, make this a little bit easier for them. There's no force step yet over onto Spartan, so he is going to go down. But they'll be able to return and get themselves a kill. Now is No Tail next to fall. They don't have vision over here onto Thompson, but they get the roll forward over here onto Seb. Seb, he needs help. The kickback, he's just surrounded by too many of these heroes. He's not looking like he's going to survive this. Down he goes. Wish gets himself a double kill. They did buy back on Spartan for this, but now, okay, they're going to buy back now on Seb. They don't want to allow them to get this Roche. Anna needing to be a little bit careful here. We'll throw out the spin. Double damage over onto Thompson, though. He can absolutely blow up one of these supports, or maybe even a bear here. Smokescreen does get dropped.
Skylark's too beefy. He's too much of a wall for them to get through. He's just parking himself in this river outside Roche, and they're having to give a lot of respect to it. Now, no Bruce split available, since they had to use it that last time to try to get these kills, and they're still eager. You know, that DD on Thompson, he still wants to try to find something. Yep, again, it's Skylark.
Rolling on into the pit. They'll get the jump, the silence. This is looking like a decent amount of damage on Skylark, but it's not enough to take him down. Again, Brambles get thrown down. Snowman should be able to roll on out. Another Illuminate getting tossed, and they have a nice position over here. Uh-oh. Skylark, you need to be careful, though without the DD, maybe not as easy to take down. They'll use that defusal, though. Silence up. Oh, the Decrepify comes out. We'll be able to protect him fairly easily here, but okay, he goes up. He gets the Rabbit to immediately take out No Tail. He is not going to be a part of this fight at all. Skylark still alive and Anna over here. He's going to need some assistance. Thompson, though, managing to find the opening over onto Skylark, but the Ravage is already out. Nice RP coming out from Seb as they go, and they just slice through the side of Brame here. Down goes Snowman, and Skylark, though, he fought back. He doesn't want to let them take advantage of this fight as they chase after Anna. Wish is looking, trying to find this opening, and he is just so damn tanky. Spartan throwing up the Illuminate, knows that they're all going to be around here. Does need to be careful, though. Thompson aware that he's in this vicinity. And look at this big old Tide Hunter. They have nothing to cancel out this teleport coming out from that Dark Willow, but that's like all their big R buttons at this point, Fogged.
Yeah, Seb finally landing the clutch RP there at the end for them to solidify the fight. And it's still, you know, Roche is still up, still quite healthy, and I think Brame might now back away, might give a little bit more respect, but there is no Magnus RP, and there is no Omni Slash, so we'll see what they do make of that, since they don't have their Ravage on their side, too.
That RP looked
crazy fights.
So much better than I thought it was, and we do have a Sleeping Dart now over on Thompson.
He did get it, okay.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good item in particular versus Ursa. You can just, like when he pops in rage, you just sleep him and ignore him and go back. They also can then ignore the Tide Hunter in a lot of situations. So there's some hidden potential.
All right, look at this. There's the Ravage off. They get No Tail immediately. And you can see Seb waiting patiently, looking for the opening. They're all grouped up. Thompson gets the kill onto the Tide. Skewer forward over onto 2.
Just misses Wish. He gets the 2.
I thought Focus was dead there for sure, but
I have no idea how he gets out, yeah.
When you're too low to hit a courier, feels bad.
Thompson?
He's very low. I think he's fine, though. He can teleport out. Yeah, he's out of there. He had a smoke, though. Oh, if he was a little bit slower, actually, on that teleport, he would have broken that smoke.
Yeah.
Bit of bad luck there for Thompson. Or good luck for Brame, depending on how you want to look at it.
Big fan of actually how Wish is built, decided to build his Pugna this game. Not for his own Ghost Scepter, so he can always use the Crepify on his teammates, and also then he can protect himself overall versus the Dispels, because there's a Brewmaster. So there's a lot of different ways covering and protecting himself, and then there's Blink. Like if they do get the jump onto a Tide Hunter, let's say with Omni, you can get those decreps off as initiation.
Alright, yeah, the split gets used here, but Saksa taking a lot of damage. They'll turn right back around, though. They get the kill on Stoneman, and he's going to buy back. Again, Skylark, he's a big tanky boy, so they're just trying to ignore him, and they're just ripping apart these pandas here. They want to get rid of No Tail, if possible, and they're just leaving Skylark kind of high and driver on the back end. Looks like he's going to be able to survive. Gets the Ravage off, as they'll follow up Thompson. He was hunting, he wanted Witch, but he's not going to be able to get it, because it looks like Focus won't be able to collect himself a kill here. Brambles will hold him into place, but Stoneman, oh, he's hungry. He wants that kill on No Tail. Focus just running around a big old angry bear here. Throws out the invade, chases after Saksa. Wish is going to be the one who gets the kill. Decrepify over the side. The roll from Stoneman and the kick back over the life drain. This is a dead end if I've ever seen one. And now Seb, he looks like he's going to be the next one to fall, despite the fact he's using his bullwhip, trying to get out. That is a double kill now for Focus. And that's going to be the Roche.
Great fights coming out for Brame. I mean, Stoneman is doing so much work on this Earth Spirit. He's pretty much the entire catch for the team, it feels like, and he's getting the right ones every time. It's really good stuff coming in. Also, just Wish, these quick little defense, quick ways to reset the fight. Yeah, really solid ways of fighting here from Brame. And OG, they're not able to battle back. You know, Seb having to use that buyback in the last team fight overall, it's really stagnated his growth. He doesn't have the Greaves finish. Now he got the Blink after the fight finished, so the positioning is just really difficult for OG to take any of these fights and just get a good start of the fight. Brame can just walk in, let the Tidehunter give all the information in the world, and then his team picks apart the targets.
I mean, it helps when you're a big beefy lad that no one can kill.
Yeah.
This makes things very difficult. Now he's got a Blink Dagger. I don't even think he needs it, honestly. I think that he can still just waltz on in with his face. But now he can...
It's just really clever the way that they're actually doing it, because in a lot of games as a Tidehunter, when you're playing versus Jug, you have this fear that you get Omni'd, you die in the Omni, and you can't Ravage, right? Because the Omni's going on. But the fact that they have this Pugna, with the way that Wish is playing and the way that he built, he always has the cover. He will always be able to blink, protect his Tidehunt. So this is just a good display of them understanding the way that they wanted to play the game, and they're delivering right now. 4K advantage, OG, pretty hurt at the moment.
This is not looking good here for Sox as he gets found by Focus and Stoneman, and he's not going to be able to teleport out. And down goes the Dark Willow.
Unstoppable Ursa. Almost has Basher finished up now too.
Radiant's top tower.
He's a big old bear, that's for sure. Top lane, they see Tops and they want this kill. They'll knock him back. They throw out the gush, and down he goes.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You're dead.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Stoneman just feels like he's everywhere. I swear, it's like he just was bottom, and they just hop again for the next kill. He's doing a great job on the the reason they first did.
He made a big splash, I would say, last season here in the European DPC. I think he gained a lot of fans, honestly. He is a very aggressive player. I mean, that's, we joke that we see teams with SSA Spartan. He's usually the most aggressive, but he's just very good at his positioning, and he made such incredible plays last season. So this does not surprise me, honestly. His Earth Spirit is excellent.
He was absolutely the standout. From him and Wish were the two that were just really surprising me with some of their moves. On the bottom, they do get the Bash connection.
Teleports are coming out as well here. You've got Seth nearby. Roller coming out from Stoneman and followed up with a beautiful Blink Ravage. They do manage to get the split off, and Seth pushing all the way back over here. Uses the RP. It doesn't seem to do a whole heck of a lot. Eliminate is going to get tossed out, and Skylark will go down. They already got the Ravage off. Focus will go down. Stoneman they're a little far. They're a little bit too deep here, as down goes Stoneman, and now Focus is just trying to focus on someone. Just going to hit off over here on the Dark Willow, but the skewer right back again. Will punish them for diving just a little bit too far here. And Spartan says, oh dear God, please, I don't want Thompson to find me. Thompson, though, his spidey sense is tingling. He's looking for him. He's doing a little bit of peekaboo here in the trees, but he's not going to be able to find him. Not this time.
Radiant
and just like that, the game state returns to being pretty comfortable and pretty okay for OG. Just in one quick fashion. The RP bringing them completely out of range, and we're going to keep watching Spartan.
Yeah, Spartan. He's trying so hard, but look at this Thompson. The blinks right forward. Decrepify does come out from Wish. They're going to try to teleport him out, but not going to be able to do it. Now, Wish needs to be careful that he doesn't just chain feed here. So they do use the bullwhip on him. Slows him down a tiny bit, but that Pugna, he is a very fast fella.
They got a little too overeager, it feels like. They dove past the tier 1, get skewered into tier 2, RP'd, and then it's dream place for OG to fight, really.
You can't make mistakes like this against OG. They are 100% going to punish you, so...
can't make mistakes like that. You have to be cautious. You know, you're playing into a Manta Jug. Like, even the small things, right? Like, Ana, I believe he, like, Manta dodged the rolling boulder, which allowed him to get out of range of the Ravage, which then caused this whole spiral of events that allowed OG to just dominate that fight. And like we said, just in a comfortable spot. Now, the Jug, he's top net with the Scotty and a Talisman in the middle.
It is indeed, but this is not looking super great here. 4 tops in the rolling coming out from Stallman, the life drain. Down goes Thompson. So doing a bit of his own dive here.
Just standard Thompson making space in a very, very bizarre place, but
in a very Thompson way.
Yep. We love him for it.
We do indeed. So yeah, it's been a very tight game. Were you expecting that to be this tight?
I mean, Brame just had a huge window where they could really take over the game. The last moment just completely switched everything. Like, Ana is just totally back, and he actually has good ways to deal with like BKBs and sticking on targets. It's completely shifted. I didn't expect to see this from Brame, but I also was very reluctant to just jump on the OG train. It's been some time since they played with him. Ooh. They had some rough situations to it. Now RP Skylark,
he almost manages to get out, but down he goes. Spartan now running for his life. He's gonna have to leave Stallman behind here. As No-Till will turn back around, or rather Focus is jumped in over here. Stallman rolling forward. There's a couple of these nice hits off. Those greaves coming in handy. Focus still trying to run away. The Brambles holding them into place. No-Till. Oh, but look at this wish. He's got to be the little battery who keeps him alive. As Stallman does indeed get left behind, he is going to be the sacrifice. But they do manage to get Focus out.
They're just throwing RPs, they're throwing Omnis on the Tide now. They're seeing how important he is, and this time, Wish was not in range to get the trap. Nowhere near, actually. OG now starting to get their own footing, starting to get some actual map control too, rather than playing on defensive. No-Till buys a gem. Release sentries, these wards.
This is a dead Spartan.
It's difficult for Brame and
was not enough.
Is pieces. But
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Down goes this middle tower, though. You don't have Stallman enough. You don't have your Tide Hunter, so you just let this one go.
And Ana's build is all kicking together. He's 5-1-8 this game. The Scotty really good versus these little heals that are coming out from their team, and now just Butterfly straight up counter versus the Ursa, as he's gonna have to go all the way into an MKB to be able to hit him. So he has Basher. He has to go for a completely different item than just finishing it up to Abyssal.
Yeah, he just went and he switched around his build too. The second he said that, because he has to, absolutely has to.
Yeah, it's Butterfly and the Elven.
Yeah.
It's like you're not going to do anything, and you are about counteracting the Jug at this point. Ursa has to start being that one to deal with him, because he's really getting out of control. And now this downtime, OG, they're a team that really does rely a bit on ultimates with the way that they've set themselves up in the draft, but look at this downtime. The ults are all just ticking, and Brame is just locked on their side of the map, unable to really do much of anything. So next fight that Brame looks to take, OG's gonna have everything available again.
Are they starting to lose their window now, is my question.
It's really starting to feel like it. This Pugna, he's starting to feel not as strong at all. The Tidehunter is killable, and we're seeing this control. The Magnus, the Willow, even the Brewmaster just running these rulings into the backlines and scouting. It's a bit too much for Brame to deal with now.
Well, we do have the Blink Dagger picked up on Ursa now, so perhaps we can see something like a pickoff, but they're moving S5 here. In fact, they drop a ward immediately. Here's Spartan backing off the roll forward, though. They're going to try to just take out No-Till, and down he goes immediately. But the follow-up is coming in here as they turn, and they have an idea. Okay, follow up here with the Ravage. Blink forward, they'll be able to go. They take down Seb. They managed to almost take down Thompson, not quite yet. Looks like he's going to be able to survive that, but this Dark Willow's not looking very healthy as Saxa does indeed go down. Thompson going to be kept alive by the Humble God's Healing Ward here.
And they got the gem. Like, that was No-Till. He just purchased that gem. They immediately get it. Stallman in with a very beautiful roll, catching him up, picking him up on the high ground. And now
Stallman in?
Two big ones alive, but
spots out Thompson here and on the but that Sleeping Dart will only prolong this tower a little bit longer here, guys. This bear is going to get back up, and he's going to be angry.
No Rosh up available, though. They didn't get tier 2 either. So they did get three heroes killed, but now their OG's back up in full force with their ults. And there is no Ravage, so we have to expect OG. Bottom lane is in a decent spot. Mid, they're pushing out. I think it's likely that they might look for some smoke movement here. So we we see that again. The Blink Dagger coming out clutch for Focus. This actually was a pretty good pickup, so he can follow up with the Ravage and get the kills during it, rather than going for the MPK that'll take some time.
Some big smiles going on there. I like it.
Yeah. And OG, they're in. As we said, ulti's down, Ravage is not up. Trying to get some big out of it.
Doesn't look like they've managed to go and get any kills, but they have managed to collect some of that map presence again here as they took over the triangle. So again, Focus bottom lane, just continue to farming up. But it does feel, again, it's been a very tight game this entire time. Less than 1k net worth difference. Look at that. Stomina needs to be careful. He's kind of stuck on the little, the pseudo cliff.
Good thing he got stuck on. If he rolled even like just a little bit further, he was landing right in front of a Jug and a Magnus. No-Tail's just sitting smoked inside the pit, waiting and waiting.
There's a double damage bottom.
Time. Oh yeah, Focus is right by that too.
Yeah, I think he sees it. Yeah, there we go.
Damage.
All right, it's go time.
And 20. They still don't have Ravage though. So
Skylark, he needs to be careful. Oh, the blink away. You know they're hanging out around the pit.
It's under attack.
Got a big angry bear with Basher and BKB. They'd love to get in there if possible, but like you said, they've got to wait for that Ravage. I don't think you want to be...
get back up. 5 seconds, they can start looking to go.
Sleeping Dart, Thompson trying to just clean up on some of them. Immediately they follow up with the Decrepify. And that is the BKB though. And the double damage, nice RP coming out from some. They'll follow up with the Ravage, and it just barely clips them at the very edge of this here. Stomina buys back. When it comes up, they're not finding a great position right now. This is looking really bad here for Wish as he's caught in the middle of it. Does have an Aeon just though. He's going to be alright with Stomina. He's taking too much damage. He just fought back. He can't afford to go down here. Wish goes down. Stomina goes down. They don't have the Ravage. Spartan now trying to run for his life as Skylark also just leaving the area. Oh, the jump forward. They want this kill on the Coddle. They're going to be able to get it. It's a double kill now for Thompson. And Focus. Oh, Focus. He's chasing after a Fairy, and he can't quite get his claws on her. But you know what? No-Tail will be able to get the kill on the bear.
Oh my god. Yeah, they're gonna tip him for sure. Like, as soon as that BKB gets popped, he is so screwed. Like, they have so much control for him with the RP. After the RP's finished, they just ignored him. They just threw him up in the air. No-Tail just keeps throwing him up again in the second cycle, and then the Soxo also gets to control him, and Ursa can do nothing at that point. A phenomenal fight by OG, and now we're seeing the real big damage. Snowman, he flies back, he dies, they lose the gem that they recovered, and they're gonna lose. Oof. That was a brutal one.
It was
the way that they take it too. It's the way that he skewers, like he's an instantly skewers, because I think he knew Skylark's gonna blink and Ravage, so he tried to pull the fight out of that vicinity for a second, and it worked.
Ooh, Thompson going in deep here. They want this kill on Spartan. They're just gonna push him right back over into the arms of OG. Down he goes. So that was your one of your forms of wit there that has just been ripped away from you quite viciously, and there's no way that Wish wants to go anywhere near it.
And now you're playing versus two super carries with RP, or with the Empower, and now they're just cleaning up his racks going toward the top side too.
Oh, the jump forward. They're hoping maybe they can clean up No-Tail. They'll kick him back. And there's a little dig into the face, so they'll be able to take down No-Tail. But they've already lost some of these buildings, and the pressure is on. 11k net worth lead. They'll take another tower on their way out. Feeling pretty powerful right now.
Yep, they got what they came for. No-Tail never cares dying. He got Philly, earlier in the game. Who cares dying when you have Philly?
Interesting. Okay, so they're going to go for Heaven's Halberd now. Just pick that up on Tidehunter.
Anything he can get to try to survive through at least like an Omni or just any type of small little survival things. It's really getting out of control, the game. It's gotten quite out of hand. Too much control, too many different forms that you have. When they have all their ults, it really feels impossible. Where Pugna really starts to fall off, right? Like, it's been like that for quite some time. The game just gets really difficult to play as a Pugna when you're playing into all of this. You have to be so perfect about your positioning. One little trip up and you're just a very squishy little skeleton.
I mean, I have to say that he has been very well positioned in a lot of these fights, though. Yes. They just have a lot of really good ways of closing those gaps, and eventually, everybody starts to run away when the fight starts to go sideways, and then poor Pugna's trying to run out, and he sometimes gets left behind. It's usually Stolmanen, right, who ends up being the sacrifice, but he's also very in the faces of all of them.
Oh, and I actually did say that they were able to recover the gem on the side. OG, they actually didn't. Apology. I think the courier or something else got it, because Stolmanen, he actually still has it. So at least they have that going. You know, they're going to know they're not under ward coverage for the most of the time, and they'll be at least able to spot the Riki.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Why
Well, the MKB is now completed for the Ursa, so we'll see how much of a difference that's going to make. So he is working on the Abyssal Blade as well. I'm just concerned that... just gonna look how fast he's hitting. Oh, dear Lord.
Yeah, this Jug is just... Look at his armor, 50 armor. Look at the solo crutch, the greens behind him. He's an absolute beast. And even he's holding onto the Paladin sword in the backpack in case he sees situations where he's going to be able to swap him in.
While the rest of OG was playing Dota, Anna was studying the blade.
He really was. 6-1-11. You know, he made the one little trip up where he just died, but besides that...
I think he's allowed one. The jump in, though, the push back, immediately over here onto the Ursa. That is not the place he wants to be right now. They even go and use the Terrorize. He's just dead. Down for 89 seconds. Tower's just getting chopped away.
To a different continent.
Skills bad, man. Down goes the tower. The racks are going down. Spartan is just too forward here as he is going to get saved here for a moment, but I'm sure as soon as that wears off, he is dead. Anna is just running at them now. Sleeping Dart getting tossed out here by Thompson. He'll get a roll out, be able to go do a life drain, but he doesn't seem to care. He's got an Aegis.
This Dart is super annoying. The cast range is so far. It actually is really obnoxious and allows his team to set up. There we go again.
Okay, well, looks like they might be able to get the kill on Thompson, but Stomanen was just pushed too far out here. Oh, this is not looking good now for the Tiger. He's trying to get himself into the base, and No-Tail's Pandas are just running in full force right now, which is a Huntis comes out, and the GG does indeed get called. So OG will be taking game number 1 of this series.
They brought the battles back early on in the game, but you could definitely see OG just a little bit more comfortable with their draft of how they wanted to take the fights and just really identifying who to get on top of it. Getting on top of heroes really was the name of the game.
Point at the camera until I stop talking and throw to a break, but I wonder how long I can continue to continue talking while they keep doing that. I think they're just going to continue waving and pointing.
You'll break before I do, Cheever. I
probably will. I don't know.
I promise you. You'll break.
Production will break before I will. Can someone please make this into a clip? I will be quiet for a bit so you can... Oh, never mind. It's alright. Production...
a 4 out of 10.
What? Okay. Why?
Because it's Ana.
You're expecting your bigger things.
Yeah, I'm expecting the pure essence of greatness.
Ooh.
So 4 out of 10. You know, for everybody else, that'd be an 8 out of 10.
Yeah.
But for him, 4 out of 10.
Standards are a little higher.
Yeah. It's you know, there was a little bit of time there where it looked a little shaky. Brian, of course, was super confident. He said there's no way they could possibly lose.
It's true.
I was a little shaky. I was like, oh, this laning phase is going pretty bad.
I have written it down, Bria's J's quote. Do lanes even matter, though? That's what you said.
You can lose 3 lanes and it kind of matters, right?
It's just specifically OG that if their lineup has playmaking potential, I think they got out of the lanes. Like even if they're losing by 3K at 15 minutes, any other team, I think they just don't draft the way OG does. Like when you see OG's last 2 bans, their bans were heroes that threaten Jug, like are win condition with the mag, and yet you have this Coddle Ursa, you're enabling the Ursa, but there's like Brewmaster, Magnus, the Dark Willow, so much control for the Ursa, and then you compare that to the Jug, and you just know that they're eventually going to have the late game win condition. That's how they won TI both times. They did it with the IO, the Spectres, the Alchemists. Like their goal is to eventually get there, and I just assumed as long as they were still in the game that they were going to get there.
And they did get there, so you were right with that. Again, we just saw Ana play for the first time since TI, and a lot of people often wonder, like, what's the difference between the way Ana plays carry and what, for example, the differences between other carry players that we see. And Purge has a little bit of a breakdown for that.
A super long clip here of Ana playing Jug. Now he's split pushing while his team got some map pressure here, but I think the way that he plays with OG is the secret to why they do so well. OG is a team that wants to constantly fight and constantly wear down their opponent, and by doing so, it gives them big advantages. And now, so what they do is they basically play around each other all the time, but what Ana does that's so special is that his game sense is so good that he very, very rarely makes mistakes and he doesn't die. He keeps Coddle from going high ground here. He's only got a Treads and a Yasha for basically the entirety of this clip, but he's always ready to fight. Yes, he's got Empower, so he's got more damage than a typical Jug would at this phase, but they know that Ravage is on cooldown, so they basically sit around and they eventually look for pokes and constantly defend their objectives, and they're always together. I think a big issue that Mid One had sometimes on OG in the past season, especially like the games where he'd be playing like Monkey King, get a really fast X, he would make a mistake and he would die, and they would lose so much momentum and it would really hurt their squad in a huge way. But Ana just continues to pressure, and even though he's like, his HP is low at a couple points here, he just realizes what his limits are and he continues to pressure them, and he plays with his team constantly. So Brame had a great laning stage. They got ahead in net worth, but Ana's getting kills. He's not making mistakes. They back up when things look a little iffy, and when that happens, oh wait, never mind, let's go back in. There's a kill that I can get for free before we escape and TP back home. And the only reason he's not in the fight right now, he had a TP to base, then he runs back again, and then he's here again, ready to slap again. It's just like this is legitimately a 3-minute clip where he's just constantly fighting, taking engagements, doing damage, not dying, and playing amazing. So I would just agree a little bit with the Caps 4 out of 10. I'd maybe put a little bit higher. I was really impressed with what I saw.
Thank you, Purge. A little bit higher than 4 out of 10. But there's high standards for a 2-time TI winner for sure. He did live up to them, though, as Brian said. They won in the end. Cap, there were still some good points for Brame, though, this game as well, right?
Yeah, they did a really good job with their laning phase. As we were talking about, they did manage to win all 3 lanes. I think they were pressuring really well. It's just the secret of OG, man, is like, it feels like there's so many secrets to OG about how they team fight around each other. But like one thing I loved is that it's so obvious that OG always are planning for that team fight, and not just being around each other, but also the tactics of how to take a team fight. How do we win a team fight against a Tide owner? Watch how they pressure that Tide. Every single team fight. They're always trying to force out a Ravage one way or another, whether it was separating from his allies, getting fights away from him, trying to poke and prod at him, and go, you gotta use that Ravage, you gotta use that Ravage. Yep. I mean, I think Skylark did a pretty okay job.
How would you rate it?
The pressure from OG was too rough, all right? And listen, you got to be careful with the Ana scale. Okay? Yeah. Listen, Purge wants to up it up to 5 out of 10, and for an Ana scale, you know what that is? That's a 10 out of 10 for everybody else.
Okay.
It's near impossible to break.
Near impossible to break. But we're going to find out how he plays on the Ana scale in game number 2, because that is coming our way after this. Man on Earth Spirit, as he had a big impact on the game. I'm here with BSJ and Cap, and we are ready for the draft of Game 2. That's it. That's your camera time, guys. I know you guys are still staring at the camera.
We're still practicing.
Yeah. Oh, we got another Earth Spirit and Pugna coming out again. But this time it's on the side of OG. So they just opened with Brame's opening.
Is this
from
like
previous
straight
game.
disrespect or what?
I don't know.
Is this like if we'll show you how to win with these two?
Okay,
heroes?
I will tell you.
You can do, I can do better.
True. And also, OG, last season, the first couple of series that they played, they had a little bit of a theme going on. First game looked good, won the game. Second game, clowning around a little bit, losing the game, but then winning Game 3 again. So if there is a time for OG to clown around a little bit, it would be this game. And perhaps copying the draft from their opponents from previous game might be one of them.
Nothing would make us all happier than to go to a Game 3.
True.
Brame are, in their opener, they're just planting out this very, very difficult to deal with offlane.
Mm-hmm.
Doom got some big old buffs.
The draft from their opponents from previous game might be one of them.
Nothing would make us all happier than to go to a Game 3.
True.
Brame are, in their opener, they're just planting out this very, very difficult to deal with offlane.
Mm-hmm.
Doom got some big old buffs. 3 base armor buff. Brian, that's a lot of armor.
That's like more than double his armor.
3 of those meme comics in a row.
Yeah.
Literally unkillable times 3.
And it's more like cubed. So it's 1 cubed instead of times 3.
But he didn't have any armor before, so he went from
we brought in a mathematician.
0 to 3.
And then on top of that, like Shadow Shaman's one of the strongest laning heroes from last patch into this patch. Like, not a whole lot is going to change about that because his base damage is so high. This is like, when it comes to, like, if I want to win lanes, it's not about your spells so much as your stats. If you are statty, if you thick, then you can win the lane.
That last patch. Yeah. You just have 335 move speed, 5 armor, and 60 damage. You'll be able to win pretty much every lane.
Yeah.
And Ember Spirit, he did get massively buffed. His level 1 Flame Guard went from 8 seconds to 11. So his early game laning stage, I would just say it also accelerates his farm.
Flame Guard. If you can't plop. And I feel like the Pugna certainly can.
Yeah, Pugna's really not great against Ember, though, like in game.
Yeah.
Usually Ember, he can break your suck in like 3 different ways.
Yeah.
And he also just gets on top of you in the mid game. And
all doesn't save anybody.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, yeah.
So I'm not a huge fan of it's Thompson, so they might just leave the Pugna as core, mid lane that is, but I wouldn't be a huge fan of it here. They see the Ember picked up.
It might be Brame has a philosophy that I know like Liquid has, for example, which is that like at the highest execution level, we can deal with this, right? Because Doom, his primary target is going to be going after that Pugna, right?
Yeah.
If he does it to anybody else, they're getting both a Phonic Shield and life drain. You know, like that person's going to survive. So I think he pretty much has to run after the Pugna for a lot of it. So
you think Medusa's possibly coming here for OG? One of the OG heroes that deals with Doom.
And one of the ranged carries you really wanted to see.
Yeah, we haven't seen any of those yet, so clearly I don't understand anything.
Well, we've seen Medusa banned quite a few times.
Yeah, Medusa, just kind of a cheesy hero. And I'm looking at it for Brame, and I don't think their lineup's very good against it so far. And OG needs that hero to sit behind, because Pugna, Earth Spirit, Abaddon, none of them really want to be in front. It's like, yeah, Abaddon can kind of just run in sometimes, but that's not... I'm assuming it's a no-tail Abaddon. Maybe that's too bold.
Typically, it is him playing it.
Yeah. They go PL. So PL's super strong against everyone here that's not Ember. It's not horrible against Ember. I have to believe the Shard is insanely good against 2 ranged squishy supports.
Yes. The BSJ Phantom Lancer Shard.
If you look at the patch notes of PL, if he doesn't buy a Shard, I'm going to be upset. It's literally a nerfs across the board and then buff Shard.
Every single Phantom Lancer I get on my team, like I've been influenced by BSJ at this point in time. I'm just like, you should really get the Shard. Like, please get the Shard. And I never do that because, you know, like I'm not a carry player, so I don't want to influence my carry players' decisions. No, they never do. They don't believe in it, Brian.
It's never mind. I'm not going to get into this. He's going to buy Shard. It's going to come out Diffusal Manta.
Shadow
Shard.
Shaman is going to be very sad.
Yeah, they're going to die in like 2 hits to Shard Illusions. It's fine. I like the PL just because they don't. So they have Embers, quote unquote, to deal with it, but they don't have a reliable way to find the real one. Like they have Shadow Shaman and Doom, and as long as he's spawned a couple illusions, it's going to be difficult for Brame to start the fight the way that they want to.
What would you like to see as a way to deal with it? They still have a hero, of course, to pick up, but it has to be a hero for focus.
Yeah, I think it's a really good ban in the Anti-Mage. It's a decent matchup against PL, but most notably, it's a carry that can kind of ignore the PL and blink on everyone else, right?
Yeah.
So a Spectre might be another ban I would really like to see here. I think Spectre would be quite scary for the way OG wants to play.
If you do any of those like those non-mobile like Battle Fury heroes, right, then you are usually very susceptible to Pugna. You know, you're kind of like Ursus and stuff. Like Decrepify is going to ruin.
You're also running through a PL, right? Which you're getting all your mana burned. If they manage to draw out the fight for like 10 seconds, you're suddenly useless. So they definitely need that guy that jumps the back lines. I'd be surprised if it's not Spectre here, but what do I know at the end of the day?
Is there any hero in particular you like to see for Seb? As I believe that is what OG is still looking for?
A fight committer.
Fight committer.
Something like I don't want to see this hero specifically, but something like a Centaur.
Okay.
Mars. Something that's going to like...
jump in first.
Yeah. Just say like, we want to fight here, so we're going to get to fight here. Right now, I imagine Brame can kind of just walk away from anything that looks disadvantageous. So let's have a punish. That's what I want to see.
I will say I'm a well-known Centaur hater, but I did play it once in this new patch, and because it got 4 buffs.
Yeah.
Every single one of his abilities got buffed, even if it is 3% on strength return damage or whatever. But it feels okay. It feels okay. I actually think
they
might
buffed
be
his items
back.
Like Vanguard.
True.
Yeah,
the little things.
Bracers, Vanguards, all that got buffed.
We saw Centaur earlier today. It did work out, I believe.
Damn, there's that Spectre ban.
Nice.
I know you, No Tail. I see you, dog.
All right, so what's left then? Versus Svens. Like, there's not a whole lot of
you gotta get
leading heroes left that feel good against Pugna.
You gotta do something like Ricky, maybe.
Ricky? Oh.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Slark? Oh, no, Slark's bad against PL.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if
I
do Slark.
I think you actually need to not consider the PL matchup, and you need to jump the back line here.
Okay.
That's my answer.
Team pick.
Nice
you know, I'm on... Me and No Tail, we're
Damn.
boys, man. We're boys. I talked to him once at TI, and now we're just mind melded. That was like 4 years ago.
Good call. Fit in their lineup, and they thought so too. So yeah, they go for the Centaur for Seb, and we're looking for the last hero for Brame. So you want something that doesn't care about PL or Centaur because it'll go behind and kill instead Pugna and Earth Spirit. Even though Earth Spirit also jumps in, so you just go for the Pugna.
BSJ, finish it out strong.
Yeah, go for it.
I need to see a hero list, but I think...
Nope, too late. Alchemist.
Oh,
okay.
Hulk. Yeah, that's it.
Oracle Alch. Okay. I can work with that.
I always like seeing Alch when I feel like I don't really like your draft and I feel like your back's against the wall. I need something that like changes the nature of the game.
Yeah.
And Alchemist does that on top of also being able to deal with PL.
When I see an Alchemist in the game, I like to call an Alchemist game.
It is indeed an Alchemist game. There's no way around that.
You know, the name that you have on the DPC registration page is the name that you'll have for the rest of the season and therefore also for TI. I think we should forget about the name Anna because he has registered on the page as Humble God, which will now be his name from this point forward. Yes.
This makes me slightly uncomfortable.
That's a 10 out of 10 name on the Anna scale.
Is it?
Okay.
Are they going to do it again?
Seconds remaining.
In game 2 or
yeah.
TI 10?
Okay, game 2. Let's go for game 2 first. One step at a time.
If they win this game,
go all the way.
TI.
I think they got it. I think, but I do think this Alchemist might be a gotcha pick. If the Alchemist manages to get like that 5 minutes of farm, then I'd be really scared. I think he might go for the Battle or the Radiance over the Battle Fury against the PL. Kind of curious what he chooses to go there, but I think the Centaur hero really sealed their draft up really well.
I like Brame here. I like their draft more. They also managed to like showcase that they can get off to a good start. They do it again this time around with an Alchemist lineup, and I think they've got this in the bag.
Okay, well, that would be great news for all Dota fans around the world, because that would mean that we get a third game to this series. But first, Brame has to also execute properly here in this second game of the best of three. I'm going to pass you over to our commentary duo of Moxie and Fogged.
All right. We got game number 2. We've got a Phantom Lancer who, in my opinion, Fog, is one of the most buffed heroes that is currently strong in this meta. I'm not sure if you agree with that.
I'm mixed. I always like a PL, and it's an Ana PL, so let's give it like 10 more points than usual.
I believe now with the cooldown on his Spirit Lance and whatnot, I think you can have I think it was like a maximum of 280% hero damage or something like that now. It's absolutely insane. There'll be a lot of damage coming out.
Interesting. We'll see if he does. I mean, if he does go for it, I think he probably will. It does appear to be really strong. And hey, we got fun, right? Earth Spirit and Pugna picked from one team first. OG takes it away, and they're bringing it back to them. Maybe show them how it's done. This is exciting, and we do get to see the Centaur again. I mentioned it in the earlier series this morning. Big fan of this hero right now. A lot of these old offlaners that were kind of just completely gone out of the meta are starting to come back. In particular, it's the Stampede. It's 90 seconds at all levels. It's unbelievably strong now. They buffed literally every single one of them. It does feel pretty good, and it gives them an extra form to actually be able to do stuff and force action. As with Thompson playing Pugna, it might be a little bit harder for them to actually get like lockdown, because they do lack that from the mid laner. This will provide that, and yeah, we'll see what Thompson is able to do with Pugna. As this is, he is an absolute specialist. This is one of his most played.
Will definitely be a treat here, but Soxa has attracted a little bit more attention than I think he'd really like here. Production will buy him a little bit more time, but it still looks like he is going to be the first blood as Skylark will swing that mighty sword. Get a nice root off here as well, coming out from Spartan. Seb forced to run away, but again, he is fairly tanky, so he's going to be able to just walk out of that jungle, but they all took a lot of damage there, Fogged.
Yeah, they did. They were able to find the ward immediately, too. That's the thing. Is like they found Soxa, so they know that there's a ward on the high ground. So to take that one away. However, it does look like OG's going to get themselves 3 of those bounty runes. Stoneman only able to grab the 1. And now did anyone skill anything completely terrible? No, right?
I don't think so.
Normal abilities. Okay.
Yeah.
Nothing breaking. Okay, good. I know he's holding the skill point just in case. Thompson, yeah, everyone else is skill cording. The acid sprays and whatnot.
Nothing too crazy lost there. Of course, that regen was a little bit of an issue because they were forced to use quite a bit of it, especially over on the side of OG. But, it's the start of the game. Everything's fine. I will say, though, for those of you who are not familiar with Stolmanen, this Shadow Shaman, he plays a lot of it. And we talk about how aggressive he's been with that Earth Spirit. He's still very aggressive with his Shaman as well. And luckily, his team has that synergy where they will back him up, but definitely not as playmaking as the Earth Spirit, for sure.
Yeah,
careful with that courier.
No tell. Will you get it?
Yes.
Speedy 325.
He will.
Speed.
He's on a horse, Spog. He's got it.
He is. Well, there's some slow horse heroes. I don't know. Actually, are there any slow horse? I don't think there are. Good call, actually. Horse heroes are fast.
Yeah. Yep.
Used to not always be.
It makes sense, logic in my game of magic and. But they are duking it out over here. They have to be a little bit careful. Someone, of course, does hit very hard, but No Tail, of course, does have ways of protecting himself and getting a better advantage here.
No Tail's happy as long as he's hitting him instead of hitting the creeps, right? Because then Ana can maybe try to get last hits because of that massive base damage that that Shadow Shaman does have. Mm-hmm. We still see. I'll say Humble God. You know what? I'll give it to everybody. I'll say Humble God. He's struggling still. He can't actually get many last hits down here versus this Shadow Shaman and Doom. He's at only 1 right now.
God, Humble God sounds so anime. I'm sorry.
I know. I can't say. I don't think I can say it honestly.
I can hear it in the Japanese like anime voice.
I've known Nana too long too. I don't know.
Well, it's like when No Tail tried to rebrand. Remember, he wanted to be Big Daddy, and then he became Big Daddy No Tail. Then he just gave up, and he's back to No Tail.
I think most rebrands have stolen. Like even like Eurus, everyone just above Baratzi. It's make it sit. As we're seeing mid, Thompson doing very well in this matchup. It's quite a Pugna favored one. You sure you have some place to dodge some damage with your flick guards and your slights, but you're just getting poked, and your tower is getting harassed too. And as we said, Topson comfortable with all matchups pretty much as of.
It's definitely the situation we saw in the last game too, when Topson was on the Ricky, and you had it just changed up with Wish, of course, playing that Pugna. So it's going to be a bit difficult, but there are plenty of ways for this Ember to try to get themselves back into the game more comfortably. But of course, that is going to come at the cost, most likely, of a tower, because Pugna does push so quickly. No tail.
Topson's going to be huge on us. This mid lane has no tail.
He's dead.
We'll die. Topson's even contesting the small camp, so being an absolute nuisance for Wish.
Handsome devil, aren't I?
You're welcome.
Be interested to see just, the pressure that Topson is going to be able to put down early on here. It's a little bit faster of a lineup than last time around. And you know that they want to put a lot of pressure onto this Alchemist, but they get a kick back over here onto Spartan. They'll get the stomp and is forced out that Fairy Fire, but down goes the Oracle.
I give you.
Very nicely done. Seb, although he's not getting the most lasted up here, gets himself the kill. He's gone for this naked build into a Ring of Health, so he'll have extra sustain. Probably still going Vanguard. I think this is like a new thing because it got buffed. It just feels good. Hero like the Centaur anyway. We'll see Topson level 5. They're gonna double TP to mid, secure the rune. Both supports here trying to help out Wish.
Well, I think they want to hinder Topson as much as possible. Yeah. That's my guess here. So Spartan.
And Spartan though.
He is.
For it.
Yeah, he's the unlucky one. He picked the wrong side. He's trying to get Roshan to pay attention to him, but just a little bit too late there.
I like that though. He nukes the Roche. He's like, come here. Come get a hit on him.
Notice me, senpai.
No. Yeah.
Sorry, too many anime references. Did you know that Dota has an anime, by the way, Bug? Let's chill out completely here.
And Envy was right. Down bottom, Doxa making another move.
Stoneman and trying to find this opening. Does have the Fairy Fire, though, and they've got the Aphotic Shield over here on Humble God. They're looking, they're hunting. Can they find him? It looks like they'll turn back around. They need to be careful, though. Anna can't afford to go down here. Stoneman does get taken down by Humble God. Roll forward, though, again, coming out from Soxa. It's pretty difficult to get a kill on a Doom here, but they do manage to find a kill on the Courier. Did he die to Tau?
The range creep.
Oh, okay.
I think that one single range creep that's right next to Skylark right there just took out on his Courier.
That feels bad.
Okay, that would actually killed it. Maybe it wasn't. I don't even know.
There's a lot going on during that.
He got his items delivered. He got the Band of Elven Skin delivered in the meantime, so now he's going to keep his farm going, and now they can't actually pressure down bottom too much. Doom and the Shadow Shaman, they're going to have to just go elsewhere. Like, Skylark's going to have to start doing this regulation, and we're going to have to see where Stoneman wants to go. Because I don't think you can actually bully the PL whatsoever now. He's going to just build the farm, and you're just going to give up kills if you come down here.
Well, they brought Stoneman back down for now. Managed to go get the kill on the Courier. I feel like it's very dangerous, though, to just leave Humble God all alone, and let him just get free farm.
Dire's top tower is under
attack. No, definitely. I think maybe it might be time. I'm wondering if maybe Wish should make the move down here soon, because it really does feel like he's just going to be able to fully sustain with this Abaddon and behind him with the Doom, versus the Doom. Doom's damage isn't slow. With the Scorched Earth, until he has actual Doom online, he's not really a threat at all.
Radiant structures
maybe they just have to keep Spark down here, but I think it's just risky. I think Soxa, he can a lot of plays.
I mean, if you leave the mid lane, then you run into the issue of just your tower going down. Focus does have to be careful. Got an Urn Charge on him. Does have Spartan nearby, but they are starting to get extremely aggressive. Seb going on in, runs in. He's going to be able to go get the kill onto Spartan. But are they going to be able to get anything else here? That is the question. They would love to get their hands onto Focus. Bottom lane, though, there's the Shackles coming out over onto Ana. Not quite enough damage, though. Just going to try to poke at him a bit.
Can't quite go for more, but Stampede's low cooldown, as we know now, 90 seconds. So the first usage of it, very nice. They even almost get some good damage onto bottom, too. I actually saw Skylark drop low, and what we're talking about. So I'm just not sure how they want to distribute their resources. As you said, yeah, you don't want to leave mid either. It seems tough for Brame now for these next few months, but you know what? They're happy because at least their Alchemist is farming, but you have to just feel a little worried because all three cars are starting to get this big farm on OG. So you have to start making some moves around the map to at least slow down somebody.
I just feel like they're going to keep continuing to poke at Alchemist as well. And yes, he's getting the farm currently, but it's just so easy for them when they have like an Earth Spirit, when you've got Topson who can just start taking down towers, starting to really, open up the map more towards OG. Starts to get very claustrophobic for the side of Brame.
Yeah, at least now Skylark, he's got the 6. So he's got Doom online, so now he can actually stay down here. But yeah, Stominen sitting around mid, trying to protect Wish. Saksa, Hobson, both are ready.
Radiant's bottom
Rune's
tower
coming out in
is
about
under
15 seconds.
Some movement here. You can see Saksa getting into position. They'll use the Decrepify, the slow. Life drain. It's just going to slide himself away. Just need to be careful of Summoners here. Nice silence, though. We'll keep it from using the shackles immediately. Remnants forward here from Wish.
Rune's bottom.
Spartan trying to hold on to it long enough here. He is forced to pick it up, though, so Minotail cannot grab it. Go root him into place. Shouldn't stop it. They're a bit slow, but, you know, here comes Skylark. He's a fast boy. He's going to be able to body block, so they'll find themselves a kill.
Very nice. And wow, no hesitation from Skylar. He actually TPs to the bottom tower just from right, pretty close to it. Just doesn't want to miss what would look like a double creep wave. So don't have a TP available to go help out the lanes. And immediately we actually see Ana is the one who makes the rotation to top. And Seb, he's just contesting jungle. Don't let Seb target the jungle camps at all.
That is a big problem. They need to help focus out here and make sure that he can get his farm on.
Every time. Yeah. Oh, yeah,
Stop.
there.
So it's going to be the Hex, though. They'll follow up. All right, not going to be able to run away from this one this time around. Followed up with a nice root into place, but they just don't really have that much damage just yet. And they're all out of ways to cancel it. Oh, never mind. In comes Wishies, gets those searing chains off, throw out the Hex. It's taken a lot to kill Seb, but they eventually find it. And Skylark was sitting very, very low down here himself. Needs to be careful. Roll forward coming out from Saksa. Not going to be able to quite connect. It was close.
And that's a Doom. That was a Doom used on Thompson for Skylark to kind of just get away from there.
I thought you were going to say...
Their stack. Huh?
I thought you were going to say that was a Doom for what? Nah.
Doom to survive. When he lives, and if he died, then it's a Doom for what?
We do have some more stacks coming out, though, over here on the side of Brame, so they need to protect them, though. That's going to be very important that the Alchemist is able to actually get them, and that they're not contested here. But Stominen, I'm following up with the Hex immediately. Gets a nice silence off from Saksa, but the body blocks coming out from Skylark will make sure that he's not able to roll on out. Stominen looking for an angle here, is just burning to death, and they don't even need those shackles as down he goes. But now, of course, we're seeing some pressure being placed over here on this mid lane. You have a Pug that makes things difficult, and Focus is trying his best here, but No Tail's been a thorn in his side, as has Seb. One more hit, down goes that middle tower.
Time to take buildings. Centaur shows up with the Pugna, PL shows up top. Both these towers going to go down. Now the jungle is scared. This has to be quite careful. As Top said, he's on top of him. Slow from Stampede.
They are, and he's just not going to be able to run away fast enough. The body blocks are coming out from No Tail, though he does sit very low. Spartan is nearby. Going to be able to save him a little bit longer. Decrepify coming out. Now this is not looking good here for this Ember Spirit, who does have a remnant up. He comes back up again. Was a bit close for comfort. Roll forward, coming out for Saksa. Gonna be able to give a kick off to Stominen, maybe the wrong direction there, just a little bit. Spartan does go down. As for the OG heroes, make their way to the jungle.
The left side. OG has fully claimed it with all these heroes. Now they have to make sure they keep this right side, because that's where the majority of those big stacks really are. Focus, he's starting to work on them, but OG, they know. Like, they want to run up here and invade. Seb's still not making the way over, where he's the big tanky one. They do need him to be able to walk onto that high ground, but Sox is going to go in for the center.
Got vision now. It's not looking good for Stominen, as he is going to get life drained. Skylark chasing after Thompson here. A little bit of a heel tossed out by No Tail. Seb, again, big tanky boy, gets the stop off. Look at this life drain. The roll in coming out from Saksa, and one more hit should do the trick. Down goes Skylark.
I just realized Seb got the dream. Not only does he have the Vanguard, but he got the chip vest too.
Oh yeah.
Got the max retaliate, so he can just walk behind these creeps and look at what damage it actually does. Like, he takes 0 damage for this. They're applying pressure all over, and PL is getting all
Spartan.
the skills in the world.
Spartan. What are you doing?
Oh no, Spartan.
Oh, Spartan, life drain, but does manage to go. Throw out that W, and they're on the hunt now for Thompson, it looks like. They've got the remnants coming forward. There's an alchemist nearby. They're into place. They'll be able to go use that stampede, so that little skellyman, who was already very fast, is going to be even money.
Regeneration.
Dire are scanning.
Fusel's online.
Look at this
Time for
pincer.
Ana to start joining into the fray.
Be careful here. Soxa and No Tail both revealing themselves. No Tail's absolutely fine. Roll in, coming out from Soxa. A little bit off the mark, though. They need to be careful, though. Thompson coming in hot. They'll follow up with the mass TPs. They're trying to just take down someone. They're not going to be able to. The Doom comes out from Skylar. So it looks like Thompson's not going to be a part of this now. It's going to be Soxa who gets taken down. SSA Spartan is also... Ana is left all alone here. He's going to need some help from the rest of his team, but they just don't have the lockdown. No Tail following up here is going to be able to go heal him back into place. Seb being held as well as he gets a nice stomp up over onto 2. Life Drain comes out over onto the Alchemist. They still... Ana still alive, and Kiki just chases down after focus. Down he goes. Thompson getting the final hit off. What looked like it was going to be a dangerous place here for the humble god proves to be just a piece of cake when he's got the rest of his team there to support him.
Oh my. And he just cleans up all of the Serpent wards, and I mean, it's just gone from an Alchemist game to a PL game really quickly as he's just taken over. Seb even putting the connect on Skylark, but Skylark won't get away.
Did you watch Seb? He just goes, hits some of the creeps, is like, Skylark, the rest of the team's gonna come clean you up, probably. Hex coming out though over on the side, but now Stormman, he is just completely isolated from the rest of his team. As Humble God going pretty deep here, was chasing after Spartan and Skylark. Looks like we are going to lose the Shadow Shaman, which is trying his best to help out. But the roll forward coming out from Soxa, plus that blast, will be able to take down the Shaman, and they'll find themselves another pickoff here. Soxa going perhaps just a bit too far, as the rest of OG sitting up over on this cliff face, waiting for them to get too greedy, waiting for them to jump onto Ana. But it looks like they're playing a little safe here now.
The way that they're just running at them, it looks just like OG, just like the way that they like to play it, and just making this chaos happen around the enemy triangle. Into an Alchemist trap, they're just running away with this one. Even though it's only 2K lead, but you're playing into this. It's that much more effective.
Dire's bottom tower.
It's just another display by OG.
Great double stomp.
Yeah. It really is just buddy.
Focus.
Healing coming out as Focus.
He
chemical rage, but he's completely locked.
I mean, he's got Spartan. Spartan keep going throughout that false promise at the very least, keep him alive, but they do manage to get a pick up over onto Thompson, so that's looking pretty good. Spartan now it looks like he is going to get taken down, but you know what? He hit his R button, he kept Focus alive, and that is what a good Oracle should do. But unfortunately, this is looking a little scary now here for Wish because he doesn't have anyone to keep him alive. The follow-up though with the Serpent Wards, get a nice slide off, being able to hold into place over onto Seb. Wish now forced away Skylark. He's big and tanky, but doesn't have any mana left. There's going to be a roll forward coming out from Soxa. Focus, chasing after Soxa. They're looking for an opening, but in comes Ana over onto the back lines. He's a little bit too far forward. Beautiful stop, though, coming out from Seb over on the side as Ana runs away. He's going to be protected. They'll end up losing Soxa. They end up losing No Tail. Seb running, just galloping away, but they're just going to keep chasing after this pony, and one more hit. Focus will happily take that kill.
Okay, they pushed the limits a little bit too much. They just kept going and going and going. Everyone's running out of mana, running out of health, still continuing to go. And now the Radiance, that one is starting to hurt. The Radiance ticks, plus there's even the Scorched Earth AoE damage. They're starting to tick them a bit low. And they did lose Thompson, as you said, early on. And a very different item build too from Thompson. I saw him building it straight Octarine. Look, since he just builds in from the Aether Lens, and Aether Lens is just such a core item on him, he wanted to just go for the full finish.
Game is still very young here. We're only at 17 minutes, despite the fact we have seen quite a lot of fighting. Maybe it'll end up paying off.
Maybe. I haven't seen a rush Octarine. He's probably feeling like he's got such a comfy game.
Why not?
Why not? Very top of it. Just go for an item,
Thompson is, of course, right underneath a ward here. The ward off the dump forward here from Seb, but immediately the Delta split. Focus is still in the vicinity, though. He needs to be a little bit careful because the rest of OG, they're on their way. Might be a little bit too greedy. I get it. You want to fight them for this, but I don't think this is the play here. Alchemist. Life Drain comes out. Good save here from Spartan. We'll keep Focus alive just a little bit longer. So Spartan, again, he is going to be the one who gets jumped on. Down he goes. Couple slides. Focus still alive and kicking. No mana to speak of. The rest of OG looking very healthy.
They just force the issue so hard. Like, they know he's going to come back in there. They just know. They're like, all right, what? He's going to get false promise. Who cares? Force it. Just go. Force this. We're making space on him. Goes right back bottom. Continue farming. We're applying so much pressure. We're never giving them this looming downtime where it's like, oh my god, Alchemist, he's getting too big. Oh no. Look at immediately. They just run into the enemy jungle again with 3-4 heroes. Just continue applying this pressure. Brave, they have to poke them out of here. They have to get the rats out of their house.
They're struggling to do it, that's for sure.
Yep. They do have Skylark with BKB now, though, so he's a lot stronger now, especially into OG's draft, they're all kind of magical. Even like the PL, sure, you're a physical component, but you're about the diffusal and about the burn. This will be pretty helpful for them to actually initiate the fights on their own accord.
Under attack.
Like things have calmed down just a tiny bit. Get a bit of a breather here from all the fighting that's been going on. But it does definitely feel like Ana has just been allowed to kind of play his own game. And it almost feels like, too, he doesn't feel pressured to be a part of these fights. He shows up sometimes. They keep him alive. It feels like he's the golden goose in a sense right now. Just making sure that he's happy and healthy and we're making space.
It's an excellent PL game. Right? The only thing he really has to worry about is getting doomed, which that should never really happen as a PL, and just the Ember Spirit getting too big and just being able to clear out the illusions throughout the majority of the game. Everything else, it looks great for PL. Like Shadow Shaman and Oracle, they do pretty much nothing to you. You're gonna just walk right through these two. You're gonna clean up wards. Same thing even with like the Alchemist. It can be tough. Alch takes some more time before he wants to be able to deal with PL, but then PL's fine. You need to just be much more ahead as an Alchemist if you wanted to be able to deal with that PL. He just isn't.
I mean, we talk about the Alchemist as being kind of like an aha pick, but I mean, there's not once you pick those supports up fairly early, you don't have a good way to deal with the spam plans. I mean, a lot of people right now are saying the Dazzle shard, right? With the fact that you can hex with the poison touch multiple targets. Seems to be pretty nice, but like maybe they'll find themselves a pick off. To get the root off, but they're right near a tower. I don't know about this, Brame. I like the hook spot on you guys, but yeah, Wish finds a kill on Thompson over on the back lines. They'll be able to clean up over onto Socks, and now No Tail running for his life. Skylark is here, manages to go, getting one of these nice hits, tries to body block a bit, waiting for Wish to just catch up here. They need maybe a nuke here from Spartan, but not going to be able to quite get that final couple hits of damage.
Good. They catch Thompson just walking, maybe even TPing into the midst of the fray, and they come out instantly. Seb, he tanks through it all, but get the big target.
A bit surprising. Again, I was worried. Like going right underneath the tower like that, I think that they would end up paying for being maybe a little bit too greedy. But again, check this out. Other side of the map, Ana continues to farm.
Dire's top tower.
I guess that's why they just chose not to. He's getting enough, and it just was an awkward place. Yeah, it definitely looked weird with the two supports starting on the center. Ends up working out pretty decently.
There's the
and
shard.
Alchemist still getting farm, but yeah, he's just that's not where you want to see him. 800 gold, PL's right, just sticking right on his track. They want to be much more ahead in this game.
Interesting to see.
Yeah, the shard you said from the PL.
It'll be very interesting to see now, with the fact that Stomanen has this Blink Dagger, if they're going to be able to get better engagements. Coming out over on the courier, I believe. Again, we talked about this. He loves playing Shadow Shaman. This guy is very, very aggressive. It's fun to watch, but the way that OG has been moving just as 5, it's very difficult.
It doesn't feel like the Blink's going to have too much of effect into what he's playing. It's nothing that he really just is like, wow, I got this hero. There's so many different ways that OG can bail each other out. The shields, the stampedes, just even stunning or silencing the Shadow Shaman who's getting the lockdown. It does feel like it's going to be tough for Stomanen to have a big impact with this.
Skylark will pink. Now, I believe that broke the smoke on No Tail.
himself up on this high ground. Skylark, he has the blink too, so blink and BKB. He's got this good initiation for his team for the follow-up, so he can remove some heroes.
Otherwise, it's pretty quiet again.
Yeah, slowed down a decent amount. I've seen Seb switch his build like 11 in the last 2 minutes. He's now queued up the Ag. So Ag's also got buffed in consideration by one. And it's just under attack. Strong.
They still have the middle tower up. Goodness. Different words get used. Thompson gonna try to force this creep wave off. The jump forward, the blink over onto Skylark, roll over onto the back lines with the silence. Look at this magnetized damage coming out, plus the life drain. Spartan's gonna go down first. There's gonna be no saves for you here, and that BKB over on Skylark looks really pretty, but it hasn't been able to do a whole heck of a lot. So they'll jump back, they'll get the hold up over here onto Skylark, and a nice stomp down goes Saksa. And the follow-up, Seb's gonna be able to walk away, but they've got so much damage. This is not looking great here for the Alchemist, as he's gonna try to wobble on out. He needs some help from the rest of his team, and he doesn't have it. He doesn't have Spartan there to keep him alive. Another slight coming out, just trying to discourage them from going too hard here, but a nice engagement here coming out from OG.
Oh, and surprising to see that Brame actually sets himself up for this mid tower. They actually showed everybody. I mean, I think we'll probably see that now in a quick replay if we do have it. They showed all of their heroes. So Saksa just had to pick a litter. He got to choose exactly which target he goes on. Connects on everybody. Onto the Oracle, gets a full magnetize on everyone, and nice little connection, and then Ana just wreaks havoc. And the Doom was used on Thompson, but there was no way that he was in position for anyone to actually get on him. They just reset the fight, and now it's gonna be an Aegis. No, but
I mean, how do you even get in there? How do you make things happen? Grapify again. Spartan standing nearby, and they have the ward down. This row, Skylark, though, jumping on in the middle. Are they going to be able to do it? Radiant still goes down. And then that's going to be Humble God grabbing up that Aegis. Stop forward, coming after Spartan. Down he goes. The rest of the side of Team Brave just running away. The roll forward, they'll get the hex off. Focus, running, wants to get back into his base as fast as possible, wants nothing to do with the rest of this fight. Does end up stunning himself, but he's safely into the base. But you know who's not is going to be, of course, Dominan. And they're going a bit deep here. If this kill onto Focus is Ana, Seb, all of them, they're just running. And they all Focus, is he going to make it out alive? Yes, they managed to go and keep him in, but it's not looking great here for SSA Spartan. He's trying to run. Wish is going to go down, though, as Spartan manages to get himself back. And oh my god, Ana, he wanted the fountain dive, and he's still alive. Down goes. Finally, Ana, it is the Aegis, of course, coming right back up again. But my goodness, have mercy, OG. As now Skylark's got those ticks off. They do finally manage to get Seb, but now Humble God, they're trying everything. They want to get him out of here, and they do finally manage to slay Humble God. But that was a pretty big dive coming out from him there.
What? It forced 3 buybacks somehow. Like, it's a little clowny, but all right.
A little?
Little clowny diving all the way into the fountain to try to get this Alchemist. Hey, some of the kills are value to dive, but once he goes into the fountain, it's no longer. As OG is having fun here. Feeling probably pretty confident because Alchemist has been so broken, and you know when you're in these type of games, when Alchemist, you click on him, 26 minutes, you look at that inventory, you're feeling real good if you're on side OG. He's not 6-slotted, he's not even close to it, in fact. So, yeah, they're still feeling very confident in themselves.
Gotta look at Ana's face during all of this, because I don't get to watch this when I'm casting play-by-play, right? I don't get to look at, and it's the face of a stone cold killer right there. It's just like, it's fine. Alright, maybe when,
Ana never makes any reaction, right? It's just like, oh no, I died.
And much talent for sure. There we go. There's the smile at the end. I want to know he's having fun, right? You know, we've taken him away from Maple Story to make him play Dota. I want to know he's at least having a good time.
Dominan actually drops the Serpent Ward to try to backdoor the mid tower, but the creep wave is there, and it actually does next to nothing. The tower's still alive, 120 HP. And now they won't have that for the next moments. Lots of neutral items dropping down here.
Indeed, raining neutral items.
Denied. Dire are
what does Wish have? So Wish now has his BKB, he's got his mail. He'll be able to pick up the Orb of Destruction. Actually decently strong versus that PL in a way, but still missing. Probably wants to have the Mjolnir. He needs to clear out the illusions a little bit better. And OG, they're not giving that time. Arcane Ruin, Octarine, Kaya Sage. Thompson's just gonna knock down this tower and no.
He is having a good time, that's for sure.
My god, look at this damage. 2.2 second gold. They gotta slow it down.
Oh, the jump forward, they get the... Oh, but the Lotus comes right back at him!
Soxa. I'm surprised he even has a Lotus. It's so early. Oh, okay, he has a kill. Well, he has such a quick Lotus orb. I don't think they expected that at all. And now, no Doom. And he also had a Kaya Sage, so, you know, that nice little status resist will make the Doom disappear even faster. And now they go through.
That feels...
And now no Doom, no Serpent Wards. Fight's not going to be...
Spartan has to be so careful with his positioning here. He's going to be so necessary to try to keep focus. Or Wish alive. Like, who do you prioritize here? Down forward, though, here from Stamina manages to go to get the Hex off. Another Lotus coming in. Silence and the Disarm. Over here onto the Alchemist. Life Bring, but still regenerating very quickly. As there's a mana left for this guy, Fred. Oh, Disarm again.
Yeah, they have to be quite cautious, especially on Skylark. There's a couple pokes on him and he's like out of mana. Tiziana just always sending those illusions in on anybody he sees to just trickle away that mana. They will commit onto this melee Rex.
Alright, jump forward again, trying to just put some damage over onto Humble God. Look at him, he's just getting sliced away. Forces the BKB out over here onto the Doom, which is very far in. Where's the rest of his team? He might have gone up just a little bit too far, but it looks like with that BKB up and running, he's allowed to walk away, but that's not how you want to use that BKB, because Seppi just jumps right on in. They'll slice him into ribbons. Down goes Wish. He has no buyback. Spartan is not going to make it out alive either. Both of them down.
Damn.
And the are we fountain diving? Are we doing this? Are we doing this, Anna? He's going right on in. He wants to go and just murder everyone. Stamina, he manages to go hold him into place for a little bit longer here. This OG is just not showing any mercy as Anna stuck in the wards. It's going to have to get helped out here by No Tail, but he's just going to town. Eventually, though. Eventually he dies. Look at his face. He's having a great time playing Dota here. Dominant has that hold, but down he goes as well. They have slayed the humble god, with him being not so humble. And Focus.
They're just having fun here.
Focus trying to put some damage out, trying to get him out of his house. Spartan, oh, he is just... Yeah, that was a little close.
There you go, Spartan. Got your 80 gold there.
Focus just... Focus.
Yep,
A little cheeky.
He wants something. Yeah. There's no PL. They need to get something. They want to have any hope in this game.
It's so hard. Those steps so tanky. No Tail's got all the heal. Thompson can just go and heal him up as well. They have so much sustain coming out from the side of OG when they're not bouncing. Oh, that's not good over on the back lines too. Gonna be teleport coming out from Soxa. Spartan, he's just too slow, and there's no escape for him. Down he goes. He's only dead for like 30-something seconds, though. He's gonna be back up in no time.
Go of your fountain. You know, that's...
Dire's bottom tower is
That's some mental warfare right there.
That was pretty brutal, and I mean, little things in this fight that Sox is just doing God's work. The silences are so clutch every single time. Seth, far forward, but immediately covered. Heal the Lotus.
Yeah, No Tail's not worried at all. And in comes the humble god again. He's just going to burn through all of Wish's mana. They're all forward. They get the Disarm off, and the Jakarta will be able to go take down 7 of Wish's next to fall. They do manage to get the Doom off, but it doesn't do a whole heck of a lot. There's so many ways to keep this little guy alive and kicking, although Focus is trying the best he can. All right, they do finally slay Thompson. But humble god is deep in the base here. Buyback now coming out from Thompson. Spartan just gets chonked down again. It's another 30 seconds on the clock for this guy. Focus. He's trying to get himself back into this fountain. Will they go for a fountain dive again? Yep. I even bothered asking that question. They're just going right after Focus. They get the stomp off over onto the side coming out from both the Centaur and, of course, the Doom. Anna, he wants this kill and he's going to be able to grab it. The buyback, though, immediately. They're really angry. They don't like this. They don't like the fact that this Phantom Lancer has been allowed to basically take a poop in their own fountain.
Pretty much. And look at Thompson. He's like, all right, you guys do that. Take the space. I'm taking buildings. You know, I'm an opportunity. Pugna. My God. OG. Showing really no mercy in this game and just showing a real understanding of how much they just destroyed the draft, really, right? Like, even this Optimus, sure, he was still decently farmed, but the way that they just made it look like they were just nothing.
I love how the game's not even over yet, Fog. You're like, man, look at this beautiful draft, and look at the way... They do manage to kill No-Tail, so that is one of their saves down. Thompson does have to be a little bit careful here because they're hot on his heels, and he doesn't have a No-Tail to keep him alive. He's going to try to go for the live trade again, but in comes Focus. This could be a dead Thompson again. In fact, yes, it is. They went just perhaps a little bit too far, but Ana over here chasing after this Oracle gets himself yet another kill, turns his attention now over to Stallman, and he's going to try to get this kill on Focus. They're trying to give him a rampage. I'm pretty sure of it right now. They just keep running and chasing. And they're going right back into the fountain yet again. They're trying to help him out at this point. As Wish again, just...
Oh, that was loud.
Steph goes down for that. Oh, but she's still alive, my friend. He's going to die fairly soon, I have a feeling. But, you know, he made it out the first time. Now, all right, down goes Wish. Focus running back into the battle. Look at the tips coming out. The Humble God is back. Look at him. Show mercy.
On a PL, ladies and gentlemen. And it got buffed.
God bless.
The show.
God bless. Spartan's got himself a ghost scepter now. He wants nothing to deal with this. Soxa. All right. He's finally gonna die. But how long was that fight? I'm pretty sure they started the fight, and then Ana actually just ran back down mid to be a part of it again.
Holy moly. Right, like, this is just them fountain diving. Look at the wards. They have the fountain diving wards even set up, just at the ready. Is there a Roche spawn? Like, we need to get something in favor for Brame here, please. Roche, 20 seconds. They might be able to actually do this with this, because they have Solar Crest, they've got Acid Spray. Might be able to get it in time before that PL is up, and they're going to go out and get some bounty runes. Double bounty rune, even a triple. Oh, he hasn't been on the left side of the map in that long.
Yeah, that's because they set up camp in the Dyer's base. They've moved on. It was a new life over the mountains.
These double bounties that get left, they're that much more valuable with the Alchemist.
They are indeed.
Rush is up. All right. Maybe they
This is a dead shaman. So he's buying a little bit more time here. They might be able to get the nope. Down he goes. They've got their eyes again over here onto Thompson. He's going to decrepify himself, try to buy himself a little bit more time. The BKB over here onto Wish, but they'll be able to root into place. As now Thompson, the rest of the team coming in hot. No-Tail trying his best, wants to try to keep him alive if possible. But over on the back lines, No-Tail is going to go down. Wish next to fall. Thompson, oh, did they go a little bit too far here? Because focusing him dead. He's trying to life there the best as he can, but Thompson does indeed go down. Step chasing after Spartan here, and he's not going to be able to quite grab it. The Humble got himself. He's teleporting. He wants to be a part of this. He wants to get some of those kills. And there's no fountain for him to dive this time just yet, so perhaps he'll last a bit longer here, but that is 3 dead on the side of Brame. No buyback.
And they go for the kill instead of just like 5-man and setting up for that rush. You know, they did definitely have a chance to go in there with the PL dead, but they went for Thompson, and then the fight all kicks off. Chaos goes down. PL respawns now, and now they don't get anything really out of it. Wish for a very long time. And a full butterfly now for the Humble God himself.
There is a rapier picked up, Bogd. Did you see that?
Yeah, but it's not that good anymore versus evasion, unfortunately.
Focus would like to give Ana a rapier as an offering to the Humble God.
Yeah, it actually hurts quite a lot. Like, if this was last match, I'd be like, okay, there's a chance this Alchemist now, and I'd do okay versus PL, but the evasion, it's no true strength anymore.
There's a tier 2 up in bottom, and they just like breezed right past it, and they were like, is anybody hanging around here? Anyone we can murder? Roche is up, though, and this has the Ag Shard. So who would you put that on?
The shard, I want Sep to actually get it. I love the Centaur Shard first, but I think they're probably just going to give it to the Paladin. The shields are just so impactful this game, and it lowers the cooldown. They got options.
Depends on if they want to be safe or if they want to have some fun. And the answer is always fun, personally.
Centaur. I mean Centaur. Oh. Cost too much.
It's better than my friends. I call him Kentar War Runner, so.
Centaur took the shard. All right, let's watch how much health he can get. As people who don't know, it refreshes. Every time you use it, it gives you 15% strength, and it slows your enemies by So you actually get to a point where you're like a 10,000 HP beast if you do get the 5 stacks up. Pretty crazy.
That's horrifying sounding.
Yeah, pretty cool actually. I saw it a couple times. Humble God, Aegis, and cheese on the high ground.
The question is, does Humble God want to actually finish the game, or does he want to keep farming up, heroes?
He got the tower, now it's time to go.
Now he's just chasing after Spartan. He's like, alright, there's not going to be any of these stays going on. Down you go. There's no buyback on him. Go for the Stampede. He's running right into the fountain yet again. He wants dominance. He's got all the illusions. It's a good stun though here coming out for focus. You have to remember, he does have a rapier. So that is going to be the Aegis going down. They've got ways to lock him down. They have to be quick about that. Nice silence though coming out from Soxa buys a little bit more time. Ana gets dominant again. The should be able to go clean up Wish, and he's like, I see there's a rapier here. I would like that, but we'll focus over here onto Wish. Does have to be careful. Nice stop coming out from Zed to follow up with Soxa. Down goes Stoke then. They want this. They want to get as many kills as they can get here. Wish trying to run away. Can't run very far because it is, of course, his own fountain. But the creeps are just winning the game for them while all of this is going down. The GG gets called. Humble God, have mercy as OG. They're looking real nice now with Ana back on the squad.
Oh my god. Yeah, that was something. They hit a timing. They never gave Brame really any hope in this game. It feel like after the 15-minute mark, it was just OG. No mercy. The typical OG just diving all the way into the enemy high ground. Diving.